Hello? Hello. It is 12:05 in the morning night. Thursday. I hope you had a good one yesterday. I know I did for the most part. Ugh. Today is the obligatory reading stream. Hooray. Now, I can get this wheel to load, because right now the wheel source is being a gigantic pain in my ass for some reason. I imagine I need to generate a new, better link, because it's being all funky and weird. We will be reading at least 10 or so stories, I must imagine. I don't think we're going to get through everything today. But I would like to give you a heads up, a warning in advance. Most of the stories today, they're troll pastas. I couldn't find many actual good stories to read. At least a few of them are troll pastas that are, well, you know, some of them may have been written in earnest. You understand. And some, well, you know how it goes. Here, let me save it as Halloween, hold. Reading. There we go. Now if I do that, and then hold. There, a new link generated. Hopefully this works this time. Okay, there we go. I don't know why it was being so weird. But now that I have that all sorted out, I can show up on screen. Hold. Oof. There I am. But more importantly, here's the damn wheel we have today. I'm not reading. I let other people read for me. What do you think this is? Where do you think you are? That's literally what we're doing. Congrats. Glad that you're catching up. You figured that out. Yeah, I didn't draw a new reading stream PNG because I kind of want to redraw the whole thing. And redrawing the whole thing means making a chair that makes better sense for like a human being to sit in, you know? So, I don't know. Maybe I'll hand over that work to somebody else. Maybe I'll get like a more talented individual to step in and, you know, you understand. Gravity, thank you for 15 months of patronage movies for Shitty Insane, my god. Wow. Yeah, no alerts. None whatsoever today. You know how it goes by now, I imagine. I guess I could put them on screen. I could just mute the source. I just hope that it'll mute everything. I mean, you'll hear that right now, I guess. That's okay. It's no real problem. Okay. I mute that, and I mute this, of course, just as a, you know, just in case, like, hey, if something gets through somehow. But they should all be off. So this is what we're working with today. You might notice some things sticking out a bit more than others on the wheel. You might notice there's only like, you know, one story here that looks like it could be good. You know, it's the way it is. But I hope we'll have fun regardless. Smile. We shall see. If you must know, and as if it wasn't obvious enough, I woke up at 2 p.m. because, wow, my body really, really hates me. And my attempts to go back to sleep yielded a headache. I got like, you know, like one of those like neck strain sort of headaches where it's like, you should get up and move around. I'm gonna start causing immense pain to the rest of your body now, because I really want you to get up now. So that's how that went. It's not good, but we'll make the best of it. You know? He will take his break at 3 hours. Probably. I didn't grab my water. I forgot, but I do have tea, I guess. So there's that. God. You know, the thing happened where it's like an hour or so before you start something, you're like convinced. It's like, oh yeah, I have everything I need done. And then 5 minutes are left and it's like, wait, fuck, I forgot this, I forgot this, I forgot to do that. Also, I didn't do this. I forgot to walk my dog. I didn't take the cat out. I didn't water the birds, you know? All sorts of stupid crap that only occurs right at the last second. Very funny. But you know what? That's okay. We have so many stupid fucking stories to read today. I'm also ideally gonna write down the stories as I go along to make my life slightly easier when I upload the VOD. So if you don't hear me clickety-clacking away, like after I type in like, oh, this is what we're reading right now, you can get on this case and say, streamer, I noticed that there weren't the extra clickety-clacks of you writing the time that this story is being read at. And I will say, wow, thank you very much. You were very attentive and listening very clearly. Oh, God. Where was I? I should say hi to you guys, maybe. It's a bit early, I know, but I may as well get out of the way now. I'm also going to look at these links on the other monitor. Hold. I think I do need a window. Or at least one of these stories, like there are pictures that I have to show you. I think? I don't remember. So I can just do that. Hold. Incredible wheel. It is terrible. It is no good. But that's okay. Oh. That's funny. It's cropped. I forgot that it was cropped like this. Why is it cropped? Oh, because I last used this for the Blade 2 review. Right. I remember now. Well, will he get in? Is he in? Is he in frame? He's mostly in frame. There he is. I bet there are loads of funny noises here too. He's going. It's true. Give me the pecotado. He's been in this little witch costume for the past like 3 days, I feel like. I love giving him little outfits. That's okay. That sidewalk feels like they're in like America. I don't know why. Like I just saw the way that looked. It's like that's not Japan. That's America. That's it. That's definitely not the case. I can't look at all these fucking videos. We only have a very brief amount of time. Please be reasonable. My goodness. Look at this. This better be fucking important. Alright, well there you go. That was pretty important. My god. Musk ox. I never heard of something like that. Here we are. Sidewalks in my Japan? It's just the way the grass looked and like the way it connected to the sidewalk. It felt very like, I don't know. It was just a very particular view. Like I haven't seen. There he goes. He's eating the damn pumpkin. That was an incredible. Oh my god, I forgot the fucking go live notif. That's what I forgot. Oh, so stupid. I still have to post it just for like consistency's sake. Oh my fucking god, I knew I forgot something. I was like, man, there's some other huge thing that I forgot to do. Well, I'm sure it's nothing at all, and in fact, it was the most something that anything could possibly be. Hold. Shut the fuck up. Wait. Don't call him a foul creature. Alright, get all this crap off the screen. I'm in a great deal of pain. This sucks. I'm not in pain. Only mental anguish. Hold. Let's see. I gotta copy the text. This sucks. Anyway, how was your day, Smile? I hope you at least had a good day. Man, yesterday's stream sucked, huh? It was okay. It was just a regular Mega Mook stream. Old obligatory reading stream. Forgot to schedule this. There you go. Because I was gonna mention that you might be wondering why the go live notify the picture looks like. Why did I use that picture? Well, as you may or may not know, that picture is originally from a creepypasta. I know, it's shocking. You wouldn't believe it. But it's true. That picture is pivotal to one of the stories we might be reading today. And I might just choose to supersede the wheel. I know, crazy, and just read it now. Just so that, you know, to get that all out of the way and it's clear and obvious. And you know what, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just pray the wheel does its job. And it pulls up the right story. And if it doesn't, then I'll simply end with that story. You know? I think that will be the play. Ah, God. Where was I? Yeah, no news on my end, frankly. Nothing in particular to really report on. Other than the Nikkei anniversary event has started. And they really you know, for, you know, a company trying to make money, it's just, they really did shower you in gifts. I just think it's interesting. I don't know. It's like, wow, this is a lot of crap. You really like, you're really pouring it on thick, man. I don't know. Now, at the end of the day, they are a business. They are a company trying to ingratiate themselves to you, so that you feel more comfortable spending money with them. But also, wow, they really went above and beyond, like a lot more than I would have thought. God. Where was I? Took you wait till I noticed that 2025 10:30 indicated today's date. Because they just put a random string of numbers for those notices. That is a little alarming, but that's okay. I don't notice a lot of things either. Let's see. Hello Gravity, hello Metal Deer, hello Anya, hello Mantow, hello Dances, hello Old Taco, hello Mookie, hello Leggerman, and hello Tony, and hello Sayo, and hello Diabetic Cat. Okay, there we go. Where was I? I don't know. You know? What is there to say other than, I don't know. Old. What's this anyway? You found a Chainsaw Man gif you may like. Oh, she's beautiful. I sure hope her head doesn't explode. Nothing like that could ever happen to her. That is mesmerizing, wow. No, where was I? What the fuck even is this supposed to... tired of dudes beating in the Chainsaw Man screenings? People aren't jacking off at the screenings of Chainsaw Man, probably. I don't know. I don't think so. I just don't see why they'd be doing that. You know? Who's to say? Good God. Where was I? Anything else to talk about today? Of any sort of interest or intrigue or note? I guess not, no. Like I've been echoing for the entirety of the last week of, you know, this marathon. I sure am glad the marathon is over. If we survive, if we manage to hit that funny little, you know, follow goal by, you know, February 14th, and somehow I am made to do another one, I'm gonna finally man up and ask people for help. I'm gonna finally, pay artists to do the heavy lifting for me. You know? I think that's probably the smart idea. Good God. Also, hello, Ryan. What else? I guess there's really nothing else I have to talk about. It's a good thing that we're starting at 30 minutes. You know, like on the dot, we're gonna spin that fucking wheel and see what we get. Because, boy shucks and howdy, do I have nothing at all to talk about. Oh, God. I didn't even play horses today. I can't even, like, make wine to you about that crap. So, there's that. Doesn't that stink? I don't know. The marathon being over... Pardon me. That was the coffee. Means that I can more reliably... more comfortably, you know, manage my time. I can return to consistently working out, which is nice. It's just a pain in the ass to like manage like the time, and then like, you know, it's just it gets to the point where it's just like, well, I'll simply just not eat as much to like balance out the whole like not being able to like as consistently work out. As foolish as that sounds, that's basically how it's been going. Oh God, that'll be neat. Where was I? I think tomorrow stream should be fun. I think it's a cool video game I chose to end things on, and it fits well with the you know, the grindhouse theme, I think, to a certain extent. You'll understand. You might see it, and you'll say, well, how does this fit? But I think you'll understand. Also, hello, Suryu. God, it feels like this year was such a pain, right? It really was like just such an ordeal to overcome. I don't know. God. I think the lesson to be learned is that if you play video games online, and you do all the, you know, all the work yourself, and you don't like pay artists, you know, to do all the, you know, the tiresome bullshit, you shouldn't start playing 2 gacha games. I think that is the ultimate takeaway. Is don't do that. Because wow, will that just eat up a lot of time? Don't do it, you know? That's true. I hope that hits the right audience. I hope that lands on, you know, the ears that need to hear that most. Who? Nobody else is stupid enough to fucking start streaming. And then like, well, I guess there's Bag. And I guess there's Gene. Okay, there are actually like a couple of other like male VTubers that do all the work themselves and do a consistent, better job than I do. So they don't need to hear that anyway, so I'm right. My point still stands. There's no one that needs to hear that, because the people that are doing the work themselves are really good at doing the work themselves. People that won't be doing the work will simply, you know, fucking pay someone to do it. The lesson is, those who can't teach, and those who can't pay somebody else to do the thing for them. There it is. Hope that helps. And they won't play 2 gacha games? I guess so. I'm not sure if that was even like involved in what I was alluding to. I've been watching this Reze gif this entire time. I just thought you should know that. It's just been there. It's probably not gonna go away. It's probably gonna go on the starting soon screen when I come back in November. Also, hello, Jumbo. Those who can't pay also teach? You don't know what you just said. Where? Scroll up. I mean, you got here at a time where I think it should still like Twitch, like, you know, it like loads earlier chat. I don't know. It should be there. The gigantic Discord link. Where was I? That's it. That's pretty much it. I think I've said everything that needs to be said at this point. All that's left now is to read some damn stories in 3 minutes. So if you have anything you want to talk about, well, state your piece, because I'll probably be ignoring you for the, you know, majority of the stream. You know, understandably so. I gotta conserve my energy. Have I watched Mahoromatic before? That the one with the robot maid? I'm aware of it. The Hour Zatsu? You have literally been here for a year. How long have you been following? Yeah, then you've been here before. You should know how this goes by now. The reading stream, it is imperative that I not fucking over chat, for crying out loud. I'm already gonna be talking non-stop, reading these little stories, reading the narration, doing the voices. There's no over chatting here, sorry. If you want him to over chat, you better fucking bring your A game. You better fucking say something interesting, get him to go on a tangent, because otherwise, this, you know, we'll be arriving at the station shortly. That's just the way it is. Look at those fucking stories in that goddamn wheel, man. I really chose some fucking garbage this time. Are you gonna play Hooker Fuckers 2 tomorrow? There ain't no Hooker Fuckers, sorry, bud. No, that game doesn't exist. I'd know it if they were real. That's just the guy, the former Norm Macdonald writer. No, wrong. I know about that if it were real. Might be Sex 2, but no Hooker Fuckers 2. Sex 2 is the Twinkie. That's the number, right? Hold on. Where's that damn emote? Show me Sex 2. Wait, do I not have that on this channel? Really? Well, actually, the stream manager's just not been showing me any of the 7TV emotes, so... There it is. There's Sex 2. Yeah, you got it. What, Epstein the philanthropist? No way. No, wrong. Wrong. Sorry. I'd heard about that. If that had happened. God, that video is so good. But anyway, it's time. I'm going to spin this fuck ass wheel. Let's see. It's time. Hold on to your butts. Pauses my cool 1950s rainy night watching vintage spooky cartoons with oldies music from another room. Where's the evil laugh supposed to be on this wheel? Is it supposed to be like an evil laugh? Was that real or an onion bit? That was just a real guy. It's just that he was making a really good joke. Hold on, before I continue, I gotta fix this damn wheel, Solo Faye. It'll drive me insane. He's still on smoke break. The hell he is. Where the hell is this guy? Customize. After spin. Did you hear it? It's supposed to play. I should be hearing it. Weird. It's very odd. I don't know why it just didn't sound off. Sound like this. Like once it lands. Was it playing the right song at least? Sorry, I'm going insane. That's gonna drive me insane. Okay, hold on. We're reading something wrong with Dad. So let me just take that off the wheel here. I'm gonna share again. This guy sucks. Whole damn operation sucks. Hold. I'm sure it'll work next time. And if it doesn't, I'll be very upset. Okay. Let's see. It's something wrong with Dad. There's something wrong with Dad. I wrote down the time. See, this guy's pretty good, isn't he? Put this away. Wait. Also load 2pi. Where the hell is the text that says, oh yeah, the one this is currently reading? I think I need like scary, like Bayou music for this story. I don't know why I feel that way, but I think that's what the story requires. Scary Bayou music? How are you gonna find that, smartass? Typing in fucking scary Bayou music and hoping that it shows up. Same way I do everything else. Ah, look, see? The Bayou's Lament. 1 hour dark cinematic blues and swamp ambience. Ah, you see, I told you. Is a multiplayer mod for Bully now? Not sure what you would do in it. I don't know. That just sounds strange. Left 4 Dead 2 music. Do they have music? Do they have music in that game? Is that what you were gonna ask? Perhaps. I think this works. It does have like a shitty AI generated video in the background though. How about Sounds of the Bayou, New Orleans Delta Blues music? There you go. I'm not gonna put on a stupid affect, so don't worry too much. There's Something Wrong with Dad. Written by Elias Witherow. 15 years ago, something terrible happened to my family. It's taken a lot of therapy and drugs to help me cope with it. I still think about those days a lot. I can't seem to get some of the images out of my mind. They scare me. They keep me up at night. I want to forget, but I can't seem to. My therapist told me I should write it all out. She said that it would help purge some of these memories. I'm not sure if I believe her, but I'm gonna try. I have to. I need peace of mind. I can't keep living like this. A couple things you need to know before I begin. First, my family didn't believe in technology. We didn't have a TV, a computer, a phone, anything. My dad believed those things would rot your brain out. He was always happy to tell people just that. And secondly, my family didn't like to be bothered. Our house is out in the hills down a dirt road. We didn't have neighbors. We didn't have company. It was just us. My mom, my dad, my brother Jay. My mom homeschooled us. My dad would take his truck into town to work at the bank. I wouldn't say we were an unhappy family. My mom, Anne, was caring, kind, and had a passive way of dealing with things. She was a soft-spoken, submissive woman. My brother Jay, I don't know why that got me. My brother Jay was 2 years younger than me. I loved my brother. He was a troublemaker, and I constantly had to cover for him, hiding some of his more mischievous actions from our parents. And then, there was my father, Henry. He was an old-fashioned kind of man. Strict, but honest. He believed in a moral code, believed in being an upstanding example, and was a hard-working provider for our small family. That was before everything went bad. That was before my father changed. I was sitting at the breakfast table, happily munching my toast. My 6-year-old brother sat across from me, slurping down his milk. My father walked into the kitchen and asked Jay to stop being so rude before going to my mother and pecking her on the cheek, bidding her good morning. My mother smiled and helped him with his tie, telling him his lunch was packed for the day to come home safe. My dad threw on his sports jacket and grabbed his briefcase from the kitchen counter. He ruffled my hair and leaned down next to me. Are you gonna be good for your mom today, champ? He asked. This close, I could smell his cologne. His face freshly shaved. He was a good-looking man, tall and dark with broad shoulders. I'd always looked up to him and admired his physicality. Yeah, Dad, I'll be good, I answered. Smiling, my dad went to my brother and asked him the same. My brother shrugged his shoulders, a goofy grin on his face. One of his front teeth was loose, and it stuck out at an angle that said apple. I gotta fucking... The object of much fruitless wiggling. Hello, Namington. Hello, James. Maybe today that'll come out, my dad said, examining it. He kissed Jay on the forehead and said goodbye to my mother, blowing her a kiss, and was out the door. As I finished my toast, this music's so, like, upbeat, it said... It feels too, like... Well, that's because this isn't, like, the horror theme one. This is just general New Orleans Delta blues music. And by the way, they live on a fucking hill. They don't live in the bayou, you asshole. Hang on. There's a playlist called Deeply Disturbing Music. Sorry, I just had to know what this is. Why is Aphex Twin in this fucking... I gotta get back on the fucking rails. I'm so sorry. I can't. I'm gonna go crazy. Just... What could I put on? Scary, country blues music. I think this'll get the idea across slightly better. Dude, why is it so hard? Why is life gotta be so hard? Hold on, tabletop RPG or background ambient music. This has to be good. Spooky hillbilly music. So damn true. Alright, please be good, I'm begging you. Let's see. I heard him fire up the truck and back down the gravel driveway. My mother began cleaning up the breakfast dishes, telling Jay and I to finish up and fetch our school books. I hated school, as all children do. I thought it was boring and a waste of time. The woods and hills were more interesting to me than words and pencils. Groaning, I brushed the crumbs from my shirt and motioned for Jay to come with me to our room to collect our school supplies. The day passed like so many before it. Jay and I sat at the kitchen table, doing our schoolwork, listening to our mother and trying to die of boredom. At lunch, my mother made us peanut butter sandwiches, and we were allowed to go outside for an hour. This was always my favorite part of the school day. Jay and I bounced from our house and went to the woods. We climbed trees, threw rocks at each other, and then finally took turns rolling down the grassy hill we lived on. I remember how warm it was that day, the June heat foreshadowing an even hotter July. We heard our mother calling us back in and we obeyed, steeling ourselves to the final stretch of schoolwork. Hours seemed like years in that kitchen, but 3 o'clock always came, and the hands on the old clock made a right angle. We were allowed to close our books for the day. That evening, Jay and I decided to make paper airplanes on the living room floor as my mother prepared supper. I remember the delicious smells wafting through the house as we folded the newspaper into planes. Jay had just finished his first one, holding it up proudly when Dad came home. From the second he walked into the door, I knew it was going to be a bad night. We all had those memories of our fathers, probably when his temper got the better of him, when everyone was on eggshells. This was different though. There was an aura of tension around him that I'd never seen before. He didn't say anything when he walked in, just tossed his coat over the back of a chair and put his briefcase down. My mother turned from the stove and smiled at him, welcoming him home and asking how his day was. Dad said nothing, just going to the sink and filling a glass of water. He drained it in one long gulp and set the glass down. He turned to Jay and I, something hard and dark in his eyes. "What are you doing?" he asked in his sharp tone. It says his tone sharp. I can't read, I'm sorry. "Look, Dad, it's a B-52 bomber," Jay said proudly, swooping his paper plane through the air. My father took a step forward suddenly and snatched it from his hand, examining it. He lowered the plane and stared at us. "Is this the paper I was reading this morning?" I swallowed. Yep, Dad was in a bad mood. "I told them they could use it. I thought you were finished reading it," my mother intervened. My dad turned to her. "Well, maybe you should ask me next time. Do you think you can handle that?" My mom blinked. "I'm sorry, honey. I didn't think it was a big deal." My dad said nothing. Just pulled the kitchen chair out and sat down, watching us. I felt uncomfortable. I felt like he was looking for an excuse to be angry. He wasn't usually like this, but there had been a time or two his anger had gotten the better of him. For the most part, though, he wasn't a violent or even a loud person. "Bad day at the bank, dear?" my mother asked, stirring a pot full of sauce she was preparing. My dad turned to look at her. "I had the worst day I've ever had." He shook his head. "You can't even imagine. None of you can. The things I go through to put food on this table." My mother turned and frowned. "I'm sorry to hear that. Can I get you a beer?" He nodded. My mom went to the fridge and pulled one out, handing it to him, putting a hand on my dad's shoulder reassuringly. My dad went to twist the top off, but pulled his hand away with a snarl. "Shit! Of course it's not a twist top. Why would it be?" I could see a drop of blood on my dad's hand from where the cap had cut him. Began to look for an excuse to leave the room before dinner. "Relax, dear. I'll get you a bottle opener," my mother said, trying to cool his rising temper. My dad shook his head. "Oh, don't bother!" Raising his arm, he smashed the neck of the beer against the table and shattered it. He poured the beer from the fragmented neck into a glass before tossing the empty bottle towards the trash can. It missed and shattered on the floor. "Henry!" my mom said, her voice a soft hiss. My dad took a long pull and set the glass down hard on the table. "Maybe next time you should get the twist-off caps. Maybe you should think about me for every once in a while." Think about me for every once in a while? Not wanting to fight, my mom quietly turned around and continued making dinner. My dad took another drink from the glass and looked at Jay and I. I quickly looked down at my half-made paper plane and mindlessly fiddled with it. I didn't want him to even know I existed right now. "Tommy?" My dad called me. My heart froze and I looked up at him, panicked. "Were you good today?" he asked. "Was Tommy a good boy for Mommy?" His voice was condescending and his eyes bored into mine. I nodded. He drained the rest of his beer, staring at me before putting it down and muttering, "You better have been." My brother and I tried to melt into the floor. My dad stood and went to the bedroom to get changed out of his work clothes. I let out a sigh of relief and looked at Jay. He grimaced at me and shook his head. his loose tooth jutting from his upper lip. "Be good tonight," I whispered urgently to him. I picked up my plane and decided to stash it in my bedroom. I don't want to give my dad an excuse to flip out tonight. Out of sight, out of mind. As I walked down the hallway towards my bedroom, I passed my parents' room. I glanced inside and saw my dad. He was standing by the bed, shirtless and facing the door. For a split second I froze, expecting him to bark at me or something. But then I saw he had his hands over his eyes. His elbows jutting away from his body. He didn't move a muscle. Just stood like that, silently, like he'd been turned to stone. I didn't know what to make of it. The odd display unnerving me. I didn't stick around to find out what he was doing, quickly scooted down the hall in my room. I deposited my plane on my dresser, just as I heard my mom call everyone for supper. Jay and I trotted to the table as my mom placed a steaming bowl of hot spaghetti on it, smelling of garlic and basil. Jay rubbed his stomach and swooned, expressing to Mom how hungry he was. I took my place at the table next to him as my father entered the kitchen. Wordlessly, he took a seat at the head of the table, opposite my mother, who shot him a cautious glance. He folded his hands and turned to me. "Why don't you say grace for the night, Tommy?" I nodded and closed my eyes, locking my fingers together. "Dear Jesus, I jumped as my dad slammed his hand down the table. Jay let a little squeak, and my mom visibly flinched. My dad leaned towards me. "Now, Tommy, how do you expect Jesus to hear you when you talk so softly? Start over, but louder." My heart was thundering in my chest. It took conscious effort to keep my voice from shaking. My father's outburst was so sudden and out of character for him that I didn't know how to respond. I lowered my head and began again. "Dear Jesus, thank you for the food, and thank you for the mom who made it." After a pause, I added, "And thank you, Dad, who goes to work for it. Amen." My mom echoed my amen, and told me that was a nice prayer. Jay was staring at my dad, unease blooming in his eyes. Dad looked at the bowl of spaghetti and I saw his jaw clench. "This again. I guess it's not your fault, Anne, that you can't cook anything but noodles. It's not like your family had the money to send you to college to make something of yourself." My mom looked up at him, shock rippling across her face. My dad met her stare, his face carved from stone. He was daring her to say something to him. Anything. Wisely, my mom lowered her eyes and began spooning out the steaming spaghetti. Jay immediately dug into his, twirling his fork around the sauced noodles and shoving them hungrily into his mouth. I winced as he slurped down a mouthful, causing the red gravy to squirt from his lips. My dad turned to him, his eyes icy. "Jay, what have I been telling you about being rude at the table?" Jay froze, fork halfway to his mouth. He stuttered, mind blanking. My dad curled a finger at him. "Come here, now." I felt my heart sink into my guts and turned to raw. I was breathing heavily, not wanting my brother to be in any kind of trouble. I watched as he slid up from his chair, fear in his eyes. "Bring me your plate," he said in that same iron voice. Jay turned and took his plate, slowly walking it over to stand in front of my dad. My father looked him over, shaking his head, his mouth twisting into a grimace. "If I didn't raise a pig," he said darkly, "but if you insist on being one, you're gonna eat like one." He suddenly grabbed Jay's plate and threw it on the floor, shattering it and spraying spaghetti everywhere. I jumped in my seat again, forcing my eyes away and praying I'd disappear. My mom gasped, and her mouth fell open. My dad pointed to the floor. "Go ahead, son. If you're so desperate to be a barnyard animal, you can eat like one." Jay looked at my mom, and I could tell he was on the brink of crying, unsure what to do, begging someone for help. "Henry, don't you think you're overreacting a little bit?" My mom ventured timidly. My dad slammed his hands down again, his voice rising. "And if you don't raise these kids to be... I hate when the wind blows north." Everyone paused. I chanced a glance at my dad. What? It sounded like he had switched sentences midway through. My mom said nothing, waiting for her husband to continue. Jay sniffled beside me, and I reached out a hand and took his, squeezing it gently. My dad blinked, and one of his eyes rolled up into his head, and then righted itself. It happened so fast I almost didn't see it. He cleared his throat, and gave his head a quick shake. My father blinked a few more times, then looked at me and Jay. He saw me holding his hand, Jay on the brink of tears. "Tommy, let go of your brother's hand," he said, his eye twitching slightly. I obeyed, my sweaty palms separating. I watched my father, food forgotten, my throat dry and mouth parched. I didn't understand why he was acting like this. I had never seen him this hostile towards us. I knew that sometimes, when he had a bad day at work, he came home frustrated, but never like this. What had happened today? My father looked at me in my seat, waving Jay to sit back down. "Tommy, your brother is being punished. You know why I punish you boys? It's so that you understand right from wrong. Now, I just saw you trying to comfort your brother." He leaned toward me, his breath hot. "That tells me you're on his side. That tells me you think it's okay to act like a pig at my table." I shook my head frantically. "No, I just want..." My dad cut me off with a wave of his hand. "Stop! I don't want to have to punish you for lying as well." He patted the tabletop. "Put your hand on the table." I shot my mom a terrified look, begging her for help. Her eyes were wide and her face pale. She didn't know how to react. I'd never seen her husband so cruel or sharp with us. She was speechless, afraid that saying something would antagonize my dad further. "On the table," my dad repeated, his voice hardening. Hand shaking, I placed it on the table, palm down. Jay had started to cry next to me, tears dripping from his cheeks. My dad picked up his fork. "Henry!" my mom whispered, eyes wide. I looked at my dad, fighting back my own tears, fear choking me. My father gripped the fork. "You need to understand that..." He suddenly stopped, coughing hard, and then gasped in a dry voice. "Don't you hate the wind in the north?" He dropped the fork on the table, and his mouth fell open, his tongue stretching to his chin. His eye began to twitch rapidly, and he rubbed it viciously, closing his mouth and gritting his teeth. None of us moved, paralyzed by the odd display. I had no idea what he was talking about or why he was acting like this. Something was wrong with him, that much was clear. After a few seconds, my dad lowered his hand from his face and smiled at all of us. "I think you boys understand now. Remember what I said. I won't do that again, alright?" Jay and I nodded vigorously, desperate to get away from the tension, the table, all of this. I felt like I was stuck in some alternate reality, a nightmare I was just waiting to wake from. My dad pointed to the floor. "Tommy, could you please clean up that mess?" As I scrambled to comply, he turned his eyes to my mother, looking her up and down where she sat. He began to twirl a spoon in his hand, and got a strange look in his eye. It was as if he was evaluating her as a person, taking in all her physical features. As I was scraping glass spaghetti into the trash, I heard my father say, "Jay, can you go around to the back of the house and get me a brick?" I heard my brother get up and open the side door to the outside, the hinges creaking in their familiar way. "Henry, what's wrong?" I heard my mom ask in a hushed voice. Even as I sponged up the mess, I could hear the fear in her voice. My dad didn't respond. I finished wiping sauce from the floor just as Jay shuffled back into the house. He held a brick in his hands, dirt staining his fingers. With downcast eyes, he brought it to my father and placed it on the table next to him. My dad turned to the both of us, his voice cold steel. "Now, both of you go to your room for the night. I'm going to fuck your mother." I heard my mom gasp as Jay turned away. I took my brother's hand in mine, heart racing. I was terrified. I rarely heard my dad use that kind of language before, and never in such an abrasive manner. As we quickly walked to our room, I looked at Jay and saw his face as a mess of snot, drool, and tear-streaked terror. His eyes were wet and wide with confusion. He didn't understand any of this. Didn't understand why his father was being so mean to him. I didn't either, so I gave his hand a little squeeze, unsure what else to do. We closed the door to our bedroom and stared at each other. We could hear our dad yelling loudly in the kitchen, his voice rising. Jay covered his ears and ran to his bed, collapsing into his pillow. I went to him and put a hand on his back as he cried, his sobs muffled in the cotton. Then, I heard my mom start to scream. I felt tears spill from my eyes and I began to hyperventilate. Each breath a desperate attempt for oxygen. I covered my ears and squeezed my eyes shut as something crashed to the floor in the kitchen. More banging followed, and all the while my mother continued to shriek, her voice rising to an inhuman level. There was agony in her cries along with fear, and I kept waiting for her to stop, but she didn't. It kept going, and going, and going, and going. Jay was weeping now, shaking his head into his pillow, trying to block out the sound. His whole body was shaking and it sounded like he was having trouble breathing. I laid down next to him and clutched his body to mine, my own tears spilling into his hair. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know when this horrible nightmare would end. I heard another crash as something shattered in the kitchen. I heard my mother howling and the screech of table legs on the hard wood floor. I heard Jay praying to God, his voice trembling. Clutched them tighter. Realizing that I was sobbing as well, my whole body felt like it was a quivering mass of jello. My muscles weak and useless. I was more terrified than I'd ever been in my life. Finally, my mother stopped screaming. A soft hush fell over the house. I didn't hear anything except the blood pumping in my ears. Jay had quieted to a series of soft sniffles, his face still buried in the pillow. I looked up from the bed, staring at the closed bedroom door, begged it to remain shut. I heard movement in the house, footsteps that came down the hall and stopped on the other side of the wall. In my parents' bedroom, I heard shuffling, and then a door shut. I waited. I prayed. Jay shifted next to me, and I told him to be quiet, wiping tears from his face and holding him close. More footsteps in the house. Heavy, slow paces. I thought for sure my mom was dead. Well, didn't scream like that and live. Our bedroom door opened. Jay let out a little scream and shrunk into me as my dad entered. He was crawling on all fours, his mouth hanging open, drool running down his chin. His eyes rolled back into his head. He shuffled side to side across the floor, slowly opening and closing his mouth. Spittle leaking from his face. He was blinking rapidly, one of his eyes rolling forward to stare at us. After a few seconds, he coughed, hacking up phlegm, growling, ripped his lips and stood, looking down at us, cowering on the bed. "Come with me," he said, his voice a low rattle in his chest. I didn't move. Jay shrunk further against me. I could feel his body shaking against mine, sweat beading on his skin. My dad took a step towards us. "Get up, both of you, right now." "Where's Mom?" I asked, voice trembling. He was standing in front of us now. "She's resting. She had a long day. Now get up." Jay shifted against me, and then he was sliding to the floor. Without much choice, I followed his example. My dad placed a hand on each of our shoulders and guided us toward the door. As we were directed through the house, I listened for my mother. What had he done to her? Where was she? Was she dead in the bedroom? I didn't hear anything. No clues as to her condition or where she was. I went into the kitchen and I saw that the table was pressed against the cabinets, and a few of the dinner glasses lay shattered on the floor. I expected to see blood smeared across the floor, dripping down the surfaces, but there was none. At least, that was until I saw the brick. It had been placed on the counter by the sink. Half of it was soaked with thick, oozing blood. When I saw it, I felt my body tense up. My dad must have felt the change in my stance because his grip tightened on my shoulder. Jay was sniffling beside me, his eyes cast down, refusing to look up, potentially see the horrors my father had bestowed on my mother. My dad pushed us through the side door outside. The night air was humid and sticky on the skin. A fat yellow moon hung in the sky, like an out-of-place Christmas ornament. Stars twinkled across the black canvas, and my ears were filled with the sound of chirping night critters. Contrary to the inside, everything felt alive out here, pulsing in unison to the night's dark heartbeat. We were led around to the back of the house, towards our old shed. My dad didn't keep much out there, just a few tools and the rickety lawnmower, both of which weren't used much throughout the year. I didn't like the shed. Something about it always haunted me. At night, as I lay in bed, I would imagine some creature hiding inside, waiting until I fell asleep before emerging, creeping into my room to watch me. Jay and I jerked to a halt as my dad squeezed our shoulders. "Wait here," he said, his voice sounding far away and strange. I glanced over my shoulder and saw he was rubbing his eyes. "I want to go back in. I want Mom," Jay sobbed, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. "You can go in when came up and traveled in the wind," my dad said, his sentence fracturing into two nonsensical statements. He coughed hard and stuck his tongue out like he had a bad taste on it. I saw a shudder rack his body and looked like he was about to gag. He gained control of himself with a quick shake of his head, closing his mouth so hard his teeth clicked together. I watched as he came around and walked towards the shed. He looked back, making sure we were obeying, and then went inside. Jay looked at me, his eyes full of fear. He expected me to have some kind of explanation, an answer to the madness that surrounded us. I couldn't summon the words to comfort him. I don't know what combination of soothing syllables I could possibly string together to calm his terror. "What is he gonna do to us?" he whispered, the warm moonlight shining in his eyes. It's gonna be okay," I said softly, the words tasting like a lie. We heard movement from the shed, our father's actions hidden from behind the closed door. A warm breeze stirred the distant trees, and the night was filled with the sound of rustling leaves. My hair danced across my forehead in the wind, and I begged to blow away with it. Jay and I remained frozen in place, neither of us knowing which would be worse, facing whatever my father was praying, or running away and facing the wrath that came after. It's not like we had anywhere to run. Where could we possibly go? Who could we flee to? Our minds are trapped inside our youth, doomed to the almighty authority of our father. The shed door opened, snapping me out of my thoughts. My dad stepped back into the night, his figure draped in shadow and dark moonlight. "Both of you, get inside," he ordered. Jay grasped my arm as we shuffled forward, our father stepping aside to let us pass. The smell of rotting wood and old grass assaulted my senses, and I rubbed my hand across my nose, trying to scrub the stench away. My dad illuminated the cramped space with an old electric lantern. It sat on the workbench on the right. Our small lawnmower, catching the light on its dull metal surface. Tools piled around the lantern, an array of rusted hammers, screwdrivers, and pliers. I can remember the last time my dad had actually used any of them. But all of that was seen with a passing glance. That wasn't what held my attention. Something else did. My eyes drawn to it like a fire in gasoline. Jay's fingernails dug into my skin as he saw it too, his breath catching in his lungs. A noose hung from the crossbeam, dangling down to the empty space. The rope was knotted tight, twisting cords more menacing than anything on the workbench. My dad entered behind us, shutting the door. He went and stood by the noose, motioning me forward.
Come on now, Tommy. Let's get this over with.
Dad? I croaked, mouth dry and voice cracking like a dead twig. What are you gonna do? My heart was pressed against my ribs, throwing itself against bone, a wild beast in my chest. Dad traced the hanging loop with his fingers.
You're gonna be my wind chime, son. I need to know when the wind will blow north. I think you'll make a good chime once I empty your insides out. But I'll do that after.
Why are you doing this, Daddy? Jay cried, wet tears rolling down his cheeks. He didn't answer, just waited for me to go to him. I didn't move, didn't know what to do. Was he serious about going through with this? He couldn't be. This was my father. He loved me. He would never do anything to seriously hurt me. At that age, blind trust is a dangerous thing. It filled me, memories and kindness my dad had shown me over the years. I trusted him. He was my father. But that darkness in his eye, that black spark, it terrified me. Reality and faith collided together in my mind like oil and water, the mixture turning my stomach in sick horror. My father gripped the hanging rope.
If you don't come over here right now, I'm gonna use Jay instead.
I felt my brother bury his face into my side, weeping, no, over and over again, his tears damp on my shirt. I wrapped an arm around his head, feeling his sweaty hair brush over my skin. My heart was audible in my ears, my lips cracked and dry, breath coming in stuttering heaves. Dad? I cried, feeling myself begin to cry. Dad, I don't want to. Please, Dad. My face was flushed as the fear came bubbling out of my face in wet streaks. My father suddenly reached out and grabbed me, gripping my arm and yanking me towards the rope. I let out a cry and fell towards him, his hands hard and strong. He pushed and shoved me, positioning me under the rope, its shadow a dark halo over my head. Jay was screaming openly, his face red and terrified. He just stood there, helpless. My father pulled the noose down and slid it over my head. My father was going to hang me. The thought hit me like a knife to the heart. My knees were weak and knocked together, my whole body trembling in horrific anticipation. The rope around my neck scratched and rubbed against my skin, coarse and itchy. This was really about to happen. Up until this point, I didn't believe my father was capable of such sins, especially towards his own son. My dad was my hero, a strong, supportive pillar, an example to my brother and I. Now, I waited with bated breath for him to kill me.
Here we go,
Dad said, positioning himself behind me and grabbing the dangling end of the rope that hung from the crossbeam. I heard a tightening of cords, the rope stretching and straining. Suddenly, my throat was clamped with hot fire, a burning agony that cut up into my chin as I was lifted up on my feet, lifted up off my feet. I kicked my legs frantically, possibly helpless, my hands grabbing at my neck. I couldn't get my fingers between the rope and my skin, tension denying any space to dig my nails into. My head swelled and I felt the blood in my face ready to pop out of my eyes and mouth. I hacked and coughed, horrible gagging retches exploding from my lips as I tried to breathe. My vision began to swim, and colors began to blend. I felt myself dying. Suddenly, pain was gone, the halo of fire on my throat vanishing. I felt my knees hit the hard floor, crumpled into myself. I sucked in deep lungfuls of air, the oxygen never tasting any sweeter in my life. As the world began to focus again, I realized my father was screaming. I blinked back the dizziness and focused my eyes, pushing the shadows away. My father was against the back wall, clutching his side and howling as blood bubbled from his shirt. Jay stood next to him, weeping, screaming, his right arm soaked with blood up to his elbow. He was holding a rusty box cutter, its blade dripping. "Don't hurt Tommy!" Jay was howling through wet eyes. "Don't hurt him, Dad!" Hand pressed to his side, my dad swiped at Jay, trying to snatch the box cutter. Jay jerked back and almost tripped over himself, letting out another shriek.
Look what you did to me!
My dad grimaced, pulling his hand away, revealing a deep gash in his side, his shirt tattered and red. I struggled to my feet, reaching out and pulling Jay towards me. I took the box cutter from him, put a hand on my throbbing head. "Okay, it's going to be okay," I tried to reassure him. Suddenly, my dad lunged for me, pushing himself off the wall using his back. Without thinking, I slashed at him, a purely defensive reaction. Time seemed to slow as I watched the blade catch my dad in the arm, the blade eating into his skin. It cut through the flesh like soft butter, parting his wrist like a bloody zipper. Blood squirted into my eyes and I heard my dad scream, pulling his arm back and cradling it on his chest. He slumped to the floor, his face pale and full of fury. He was breathing hard and I could tell it wouldn't be long before he steadied himself and was at us again. I grabbed Jay and ran from the shed, the night behind us filling with howls of rage. As the air hit our tear-stained faces, I suddenly noticed trucks roaring down the road and up our driveway. They were bulky and loud, their diesel engines growling towards us, blinding white light cut paths through the night, shining across my bloody face as 2, 3, then 4 of them stopped in front of our house. They were camouflaged. Even at that age, I knew they were military. "What's going on?" my exhausted, terrified mind asked. I pulled Jay close to me and advanced on them, unsure what they were doing here, but desperately needing of help. 2 men emerged from a white van dressed in hazmat suits. It sent a shiver of fear coursing through me as they charged Jay and I, yelling and waving their arms. I froze in the yard, Jay trembling beside me. Men in uniform poured from their vehicles, guns drawn, all pointing at us. They all had gas masks on, and it gave them a chilling, inhuman look in the moonlight. Everyone was shouting as the men in the hazmat suits approached, Jay and myself. I backed up a step as they got close, holding the box cutter in my bloody hand. I didn't know who these people were, why they were pointing guns at us. I needed to protect Jay. He'd been through enough. We both had. "It's okay, kid, it's okay," one of the men in suits said, raising his hand. The other one had a pistol drawn, scanning the yard. "Where is he?" The one with the pistol asked. I stammered, mind blanking in fear and confusion. Your dad, kid, where's your dad? The first one asked. Through the suit I could see blue eyes reflecting back at me. He's in there, he cried suddenly. That was Tommy. Pointing to the shed. He wanted to hurt Tommy, so I cut him. I had to. I'm sorry, I didn't want Tommy to die. The first one looked at the one with the pistol and gave a quick nod. I watched as he trotted over to the shed and peeked inside. He looked back and gave the three of us a wave, and then a thumbs up to the men in gas masks. Then he entered the shed, and I heard him kill my father. The gunshot exploded in the night, and I jumped, the finality of it deafening. I stood there dumbfounded, bloody, confused, and terrified. I didn't know who these men were, what they were doing here, why they had just shot my dad. I clutched Jade at my side, who was staring up at me with giant round eyes. Did that man just kill Dad? He asked, his voice a shaky whisper. Definitely not a very loud, obnoxious, crying child voice. The man in the hazmat suit shook his head. Son, you don't have anything to worry about. It's gonna be okay now. We won't try and hurt you no more. Someone was yelling behind him, and I glanced over his shoulder to see that the men in masks had gone into our house. One of them was calling for a medic, frantically waving his hand to get inside. My mother. I prayed she was okay. These men could help her. I didn't know what my father had done to her, but I remembered the screams. What's going on? I whispered as I watched the man with the pistol exit the shed. He was yelling toward the soldiers, asking for something. My ears not registering his calls. My world is crashing down around me in inky patches of disbelief and shock. The man knelt down in front of us, placing a hand on each of our shoulders. Boys, I really shouldn't be the one to tell you this, especially not right now. I looked at him with moist eyes. My dad just tried to hang me, please. I could see shock ripple across his eyes through the hazmat visor. He looked at both of us, struggling with himself. Please, I begged, desperate to make any kind of sense of the madness. The man sighed. Boys, something horrible happened today. I don't think I should be the one to tell you, but he looked at us again. Boys, something bad happened at the bank where your dad worked. There was some kind of earthquake. Very minor, but it cut a deep gash in the earth. It opened up a pocket of something we'd never seen before. Some kind of gas. The wind carried it towards town, and he looked to the ground, shaking his head. It killed a lot of people. A lot of people. We're trying to contain it. Keep whatever it is from spreading. Is that why you shot Dad? He asked quietly, sniffling and rubbing his nose. Because he had got the bad wind on him? The man looked up at both of us, his eyes fearful. Boys, your dad died this morning along with everyone else at the bank. We took his body to containment. They're performing an autopsy on him as we speak. I'm really sorry. Damn it, I am. I felt my brain bend back on itself. A mess of knotted thoughts and emotions. The words hitting me like bullets. What was this man talking about? Dad died this morning? It wasn't possible. Home from work just like every other day. My dad's corpse is lying in the shed. This man was lying, he had to be. And who's in there? I finally asked. Question coming out in a weak dribble. The man shook his head. Son, whatever's lying dead in that shed, it ain't your daddy. You see, something else came out of the earth this morning.
Something other than the poisonous gas. Something that crawled up to the surface and got out. Something that, for whatever reason, took the form of your father and drove home to you all. Witnesses saw him. It. Leaving. The only one to get out. We found your dad's body. Didn't know what to make of it. We still don't. That thing in there, he said, pointing to the shed. Don't know what it is, what it was trying to do. That was not your daddy.
He shook his head.
Shit. I'm really sorry, kids. I really shouldn't be telling you all this. I'm sorry about your dad. I really am.
He stood up. Come on. Let me get you to a hospital and have you checked out.
It's gonna be okay, I promise.
I barely heard him as Jay and I were led to the trucks. I saw men carrying my mother out of the house in a stretcher. She was alive and barely conscious. When she saw us, she reached out and called our names. Jay started crying again and sprinted to her. I wanted to as well, but found I didn't have the strength. Everything the man had told me twisted and coiled around my mind. None of it made sense. None of it could possibly be real. It couldn't be. How could my entire life change so drastically in one night? What was going to happen to us now? Where were they taking us? Are we going to be okay? At the time, I didn't know. I felt someone grasp something out of my hand, and I realized one of the soldiers was trying to pry the box cutter out of my grip. I let go. The rusty metal peeling away from my palm, blood staining its sticky red splotches. What had happened tonight? I looked back and saw the men in hazmat suits pulling my dad's dead body from the shed, zipping it up in a clear plastic body bag. Final thought ripped through the madness. What the hell is that thing? Would you believe that wasn't a troll pasta? I'm sorry. It's a really, I don't know. It has a really good intro. But then as soon as he says, I'm gonna fuck your mother, you gotta like pull back a little and just think to yourself, what's going on here? And then the man in the hazmat suit says that a green gas poured into town. Oh my god. Questionable facts.
The gas turned your daddy into a goblin.
Why did the goblin fuck their mother with a brick? We'll never know. We may never know. And by may, I mean we definitely won't. What a fucking strange story. But there's something wrong with Dad. Be sure to write into Elias Withero's, whatever the fuck he has, and ask him why did he make that goblin fuck that mother with a brick. Don't harass that poor man. I'm sure he's had enough people asking him that question. Alright. Let's get on to the next story. That's not the wheel. There we go. That was the Dark Blues for Creepy Forest and Small Town Ambience Music 4-hour TTRPG background ambient. Someone gotta check that brick. What a strange story. I almost broke when I first read the gas line. I'm sure that was really clear. My throat hurts a lot. But that's okay. Wait, you didn't play again. Where's the spooky scary laugh? I don't know. The 31 days of October. Hooray. Let's see. Hold. You stay right there. What time is it right now? 1:26. Okay. You low-key shit yourself at the fact that the MC wouldn't do jack shit the entire story. It's an odd tale. It also has some syntax and, like, you know, like spelling errors. Like they wrote course, like a golf course instead of course. It was with a U instead of an A. A lot of small stuff like that. Also, I fucked up a lot, but that's okay. I'm sure the rest of these will be a lot easier to read. Boy, oh boy, am I tired. Hold. I have it open. I'll change the text. The 31 days of October. What do I put on? Trying to think. What is appropriate music for this story? Pardon me. That was the Kofi. Show me dark ambient. Sure, that works. Oh, I think I'm starting to surface. Come on, not now. Let's see, how's this playlist? That's okay. That damn swamp gas leaked out the fucking town and got his daddy. Alright, enough. The 31 days of October. I'm keeping a journal of my whole month of October. Mainly because I love the season autumn, and I want to remember every detail of it. It won't be super crazy or anything, just to give all the wonderful updates of October. October 1st. The first day of October. I already feel like getting stuff out for Halloween. I take the time to decorate the inside of my house for Hang on. I don't know if this is appropriate music. No, it's fine. I'll lower it. I already feel like getting stuff out for Halloween. I take the time to decorate the inside of my house for Halloween. Most of the decorations I have are from my childhood that I've kept. As I was decorating, I began to feel the memories of my childhood on Halloween come to my mind. After I finished decorating mostly inside the house, I watched Casper on my TV. I remember watching it as a kid with my parents. The cute ghost that can talk always puts a smile on my face. While watching the movie and eating popcorn, I began to feel at peace, as this is going to be my first Halloween living alone. Ever since I moved out of my parents' house in July, I felt very much at ease. Having freedom of doing whatever you want at your house is always a blessing, without anyone to tell you what you can and can't do. October 2nd. I went to a dollar store to get some more Halloween decorations. As every year, I get new stuff to decorate my house with. I mainly get some outdoor stuff, as I want to get a lot of kids, so I gotta get that along with the indoor decorations. I found some display decorations as well as some hanging ones. As I was getting decorations, I began to remember all the times my mom shopped for Halloween decor as a kid. Watching the new decorations that came out every year. Begging my mom to get the decoration was what I grew up with doing every October. Saying decorations so many times back to back is fucking me up. After I got some more Halloween decorations, I decided to stock up on lots of Halloween candy. Last year, I got about 45 kits on my door. So with more decorations and candy, I'm sure to get more kits in my house this year. I was thinking of dressing up for Halloween as I always do, but I can't decide on who I want to go out as. I know I was Michael Myers last year, but this year, I want to go as someone different. Hello, Curb. They call him Mega Book the way he read the room. So true. October 3rd. Work has been normal as usual. Nothing much to say, but the day at work was boring. After work, I headed home to watch Hotel Transylvania, and man, is it a good movie. Especially since Adam Sandler's in the... Especially since Adam Sandler's in the movie. As I watched Hotel Transylvania, I heard a knock at my door, so I got up from a couch to get the door. Hold on, where's... I need different music. Let me see. You know what, no, it's about to get very spooky, surely. Oh my god, sorry, Tony Yoman set his spaghetti on fire with Everclear. Okay. Someone go tell me it's important. I heard a knock at my door, so I got up from my couch to get the door. When I opened the door, I was surprised to see that no one was around. Ding-dong ditchers. No surprise there. I shut my door and locked it, before going back to my couch to resume the movie. October 4th. After work, I raked the leaves in my backyard. I also did the same for my front yard, as leaves were littering the ground. Okay, hang on. I need that cartoon stock music that's like fucking Ren and Stimpy and SpongeBob and shit. It's like just this is just the vibe I'm getting right now. It's just oh, it's production music you have to type in. Sorry, this is very important. I need to establish the mood properly if he's gonna be doing his fucking chores in the story. Wait. I can't find the fucking song I'm thinking of. Nothing ever happens. So true. Trust me, this will go a long way in setting the mood properly. Wait. After work, I raked the leaves in my backyard. I also did the same for my front yard as leaves were littering the ground. I also put some leaves in bags so that it can be taken before the cold weather. It was chilly, so I wore my sweater, and the smell of crisp autumn was making me feel relaxed. My dog Bowser, who's a German Shepherd, was rolling around the leaves, making me smile at the 3-year-old ex-police dog, enjoying autumn to his delight. He loved the walks during autumn, as we got to see the trees change color, and get to see my friends as me and Bowser walked by. After I finished raking the leaves, I took Bowser on a walk around my neighborhood. We walked past an elementary school. As we walked around my neighborhood, I waved to some of my friends that were outside their houses. I even had a chat with one of my neighbors. They always greet me and Bowser as we walk by their houses. Most of them are nice neighbors. However, there's a few of those neighbors that weren't nice, or just had a bad history with them. After my walk with Bowser, we both headed back home to make ourselves dinner, and then relax for the remainder of the day. October 5th. I got home from work around 5:30 p.m. I noticed an envelope inside my mailbox that is right outside my house. I opened my mailbox and took the mail I received inside. The first thing I looked at was the envelope. I opened to see that it was an invitation to a Halloween party. The date said the party was on October 25th at 7 p.m. I want to go to that party, as we'd have to clock out of work early to be there. And I gotta find a Halloween costume to wear. I looked at my box of costumes I wore in the past few years. Most of them I didn't want to dress up as for Halloween. That meant that I had to go to the costume store and buy myself a costume. I know my next paycheck's coming up, so I'll be able to buy one soon. I had a meeting at work about stuff that our company's going through. Oh, sorry, it's October 6th, by the way. Great changes, I may add. They were exciting changes, so it wasn't bad news or anything like that. On my way home from work, I stopped at the bank to deposit my check in. Once I had done that, I made a stop at a nearby Spirit Halloween to find myself a Halloween costume. There were lots of costumes to choose from, so I had fun looking around the store. I've tried on a few masks, and even saw some animatronics. I thought they were cool to look at and interact with. I eventually found a nice costume for me to wear. It was a Master Chief costume. I found one day. I found one they have in my size, so I had to get it before it was sold out. It cost me around $70 for the Master Chief costume. It came with a helmet and everything, and I was so happy to have gotten the costume. When I got home, I tried out the costume I bought, and it fit me very well. I didn't feel it being tight or loose and baggy. I'm glad I bought the costume they had in my size. So now that I've bought myself the costume, I know I now can wear it for the Halloween party, including for the trick-or-treaters on Halloween. October 7th. On my day off from work, I booked that day off due to a dentist appointment. I went to my dentist appointment, to which I had to get a filling in one of my teeth. It was successful to say the least. After my dentist appointment, I stopped at a Walmart to pick up groceries for my fridge. As I was shopping there, I saw a lot more Halloween stuff that they had. Master Chief, what are you doing at that Halloween party? Sir, finishing this punch. Sir, having a fright. Seeing some costumes around my size, they were cheaper than the ones I got from Spirit Halloween. Wished I checked Walmart first, but whatever. I now know for next time I was getting my groceries when I came across some Halloween-themed foods that were being sold for a limited time. I had to get them since I liked them a lot, especially since Halloween is on the 31st of October. As opposed to when it's not. Sorry. Okay, Master Chief's going away. Unless he mentions the costume again. If he brings up the costume again, I'll put it back on. Once I finished grocery shopping at Walmart, I stopped at the built-in McDonald's and grabbed something for home. After I picked up my order, I drove home to put the groceries away. Once I put them away, I began to eat my McDonald's at the dining room table. I didn't feel like cooking today, so I bought myself McDonald's to save time. October 8th. My girlfriend called me about seeing the Lion King musical at the theater with her. Since I loved the movie and musical, I said to her that I'd like to go with her. She booked the day for us to see the musical on October 15th. I had a day off that day, so it'll work out great with my schedule. The day I had work wasn't anything special. I just did what I normally do, then worked till my shift ended. After my shift ended, I headed home to cook dinner as well as feed Bowser. At home, I was cooking dinner while feeding Bowser his dinner. After making dinner, I was doing dishes when I heard a knock at the door. I went to the front door to answer, only to find no one at the door. A few days ago, someone knocked only to have disappeared. I was getting confused at who's been knocking at the door only to not be there. No way, this guy has a girlfriend. I gotta go get more water soon. October 9th. I overslept this morning, thinking I was late for work, only to check my calendar and see that I have the day off today. That is a relief. I usually play video games my day off, so I mainly stayed in the house all day, since I don't have much to do. October 10th. I went to work like normal. Then, on the way home, I ran into a friend of mine from high school. He was talking about the Halloween party I was going to on October 25th. I told him that I was going to be there as well. He was excited to hear that I was going to the party. He said that he hoped to see me there, and then I continued on my way home. October 11th. After work, I was invited by a neighbor of mine to watch a Halloween movie. I accepted the invitation and went to his house. We watched The Nightmare Before Christmas, and I enjoyed every bit of it, since that is one of my favorite Tim Burton films. I also had dinner with my neighbor, which was Chinese takeout. Now, I'm not a huge fan of Chinese food, but having it once in a while was a great treat. The Chinese food was from Panda Express, as that is where I get my Chinese food whenever I feel like eating Chinese. When I got home, I saw this is fucking insane. You can look this up, by the way. Go to the Creepypasta wiki and type in the 31 days of October. I promise you I'm not pulling your leg. I promise you. Where was I? When I got home, I saw someone was looking through the backyard door with Bowser barking at it. As I got close to the back door, I saw whatever it was not there. I checked my yard to make sure no one was attempting to break in my house. But I found no one. Either my mind is playing tricks on me and Bowser, or it's paranormal. I have no idea which is the case, and I sure don't want to know. October 12th. I was invited to a dinner at my parents' house, so me and my girlfriend traveled 2 hours to my parents' house in another city. We had a ham dinner with mashed potatoes, salad, gravy, along with turkey and stuffing. It was Thanksgiving, since I'm from Canada. We have a month before the USA does. My girlfriend and I had a great time with my parents. We went to a park that was not far from the place and enjoyed ourselves. Overall, nothing strange happened on that day, so that gave me a break. October 13th. Paid my bills before heading for work. Nothing much happened. However, I was up till 2 a.m. I have no idea what it was, but I couldn't sleep till after 2 a.m. I rarely have those nights, but they do happen. I'm having paranoia thoughts. I feel that someone or something is watching me. I keep thinking someone is around, only to see no one there. Anyways, I fell asleep to calming music to which it seems to help me out. What the fuck is that sentence? Anyways, I fell asleep to calm music to which it seems to help me out? The night went peaceful since having music on. October 14th. Nothing really happened today, except going to work, etc. However, I did hear some whispering from my basement. I don't know why I was hearing that. My dog Bowser was barking at that basement door. We both went down there to see if something was down there. Okay, that was my fault. I added the first there. It went down to see there's something down there. I apologize. I heard the whispering while in the basement, but couldn't find the source of it. I searched the entire basement, but couldn't find anything. Maybe my house is haunted. But I cannot confirm that yet. October 15th. My girlfriend picked me up in her car. I was going to use mine, but my girlfriend stated that she uses her car. What? There was nothing wrong with my car. It's just my girlfriend wanted to take her car for a change. We heard it to a theater where the Lion King musical was being performed at. And it was just as I remembered it. I remember seeing the Lion King musical as a kid. My parents used to take me to see it when it was being performed in tone. And besides, I had never met anyone that never liked the Lion King or haven't seen it. Pretty much everyone I've met has seen it. The show was great and my girlfriend and I had a fun time seeing the musical. After the show was over, my girlfriend and I had dinner at a seafood restaurant to which the food was really good. Now he's turning Irish. I had my girlfriend drop me off at my house. I fed Bowser as well as getting ready for bed. Nothing happened much, though the night was a quiet one. October 16th. When I got to work, I heard the news that one of my co-workers at my job was murdered. My boss informed me about it, and found out that her name was Allison Sawyer. She was in her 40s and murdered by an older homeless man in our home. I never knew Allison very much. I'm sure me and her chatted about once or twice, but nothing since then. It's a boot, for fuck's sake. Murder. Like the VTuber? That's right. Where was I? I was sad that she was killed. It was later revealed the man who killed her was breaking into her house around 12 a.m. One of my co-workers explained to me some more details on Allison's death. Allison was trying to fight back at the man during the time he broke into our house. She did fight back only to have been stabbed 18 times in her abdomen. And then she died due to blood loss and her vital organs were severely damaged from the stabbing. Allison was going to be buried at my city cemetery in a few days, so I decided that I would visit her grave with my co-worker. And she's there. When I got home, I was mostly quiet throughout the rest of the night. October 17th. Nothing happened besides me going to work and getting some groceries today. I've been watching the Scream series when I got home. I only watched the first 3 Scream movies, as I have my VCR and VHS tapes of the movies. They were enjoyable as I remembered seeing Scream when I was a kid. That was when I used to sneak into the living room at night when my parents weren't looking. October 18th. After work I went to grab some Halloween candy. I grabbed some chocolate, Skittles, gum candy. I grabbed as much as I could just so I get enough candy for Halloween to hand out. As I grabbed some candy, I ran to my boss, and he gave me some exciting news. He said I would get a promotion tomorrow and pay would be higher than before. This is a blessing as I needed to get my car's winter tires on. As he told me the news, I hugged him and thanked him so much. Most people usually don't like their boss, but my boss is the most amazing person you've ever met. To put it as simply as I can, he is very blunt, but like a father figure to me. Always liked me at work. Hell, he was like my second dad to me. October 19th and the 20th. It is the weekend. I have 2 days off from my work. On Saturday, to which it is today, I headed for a mechanic that was open 24/7. I got my winter tires on my car and then drove to Starbucks. Why isn't he going to Tim Hortons? I got my pumpkin spice latte and saw my mom was there too. She and I had a chat about stuff. A boot! You have one job. It's a boot. It's a boot. It's a boot. She and I had a chat about stuff on our way on how our lives are doing. When I told her about one of my co-workers that died, she was sad to say the least. My mom asked me for details on how I found out. But she told her the details on how Allison died when I found out. She said, and I said to her, I'll be visiting Allison's grave sometime whenever she gets buried in the cemetery in town. After my Starbucks coffee was finished, my mom and I said goodbye to each other before I went into my car and drove back home. On Sunday I went to church in the morning. I do go to church sometimes, but not usually due to me being busy with my life and plans. But after church I went home to pick up my dog Bowser. Then I drove him and I to the nearby dog park. When we got to the dog park, there were a few dogs, so I let Bowser free. Bowser? That's right, it should be Bowser. Make him Chills for no reason. Chills is Canadian. I chatted with some of the people about the Halloween party as I was going to on the 25th. Most of them said they were going. Told me some costumes that they were gonna go for that party and on Halloween. I told them about being... Master Chief for Halloween. I was surprised the costume was expensive and hard to find, but to me it was worth the money, and I wanted to be someone different for those days. After the dog park, me and Bowser headed home, where I had made dinner, and we relaxed for the remainder of the night. October 21st. I went to work today. Nothing much has changed at work, due to having a promotion. I got a higher pay, and raise in it, to which it'll help me out a lot. I headed to a Spirit Halloween store for some more lights for Halloween, just so I have something else lit up around my house. When I got home, I put the Halloween lights up around my living room, to which it fits perfectly. Why the fuck does he keep saying to which? Why does he keep fucking having to say to which? It's driving me insane. It's making this so much harder to read, like genuinely. I ended up hearing tapping outside my house, so I checked the doors and windows to see that no one was around. Whatever it is or who it is must be lurking about in my neighborhood. October 22nd. Nothing much to say. This is the most schizophrenic story we've ever read. All I could say was the day at work was great. Nothing much to document about. Well, except one thing. I ended up seeing my garage door spray painted with some profanity when I got back from work. I'm not sure who did it. I ended up asking my neighbors about it. I had not seen or known anyone in the neighborhood that would do that, except some lousy teens. I went to the store to paint when I repainted my garage door over the spray paint. After that, I relaxed for the rest of the night, and it was uneventful. October 23rd. My girlfriend and I went to see a movie in that evening. It was after I got off work and I got ready. I took her to see the new Beetlejuice movie. It was a great movie as I liked the OG movie. After that, she and I went to... Wait a minute! This is from last year! This is from last year or this year? What the fuck do you mean the new Beetlejuice? Other than that, nothing else eventful happened that night. Went home after taking my girlfriend home. Then I ended up relaxing at home while getting ready for bed. The night was peaceful since getting home. Nothing creepy or abnormal happened tonight. October 21st. I had the day off from work. Yeah, bud. Took Bozer on his walk before driving. That I had the yeah, bud. I need you to know that. Before driving myself to the pet store. I needed more dog food, so I picked up some dog food and met up with a friend of mine at Starbucks for coffee. Nothing happened, so it was yet again uneventful. October 25th. The Halloween party's today. I clocked out of work early to get ready for the party. I got home around 4 p.m. Then I fed my dog before getting ready for the party. I found my costume and put it on. Everyone was gonna go crazy with me being Master Chief for Halloween. I went to the Halloween party and saw a lot of people in my city in costumes. They were mostly really great costumes. I recognized some of them from my neighborhood. Others I had no idea remembered who they were, but their costumes were really cool. And I saw a lot of great costumes that I liked. They even complimented me on my costume. They even said it was the coolest costume I ever had. Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing in Toronto? Sir, getting cool compliments on my cool costume. There was dancing, music, friends to talk to, and the food there was a potluck. I had brought a fruit tray for the party. The rest of the food is really good. Despite that, they were made by the people that were at the... The rest of the food was really good. Despite that, they were made by the people at the party. After the party, I sure had a great night. I headed right for bed and took care of what needed to be done before bed, which was finishing that fight. I like how he's like, wow, it's really impressive that, you know, I'm the only one that knows how to cook. I'm really glad that, wow, I'm really impressed with these guys. They didn't fuck up everything. It's pretty incredible. Like, you know, I didn't make that stuff, so it's like, I don't know how they managed to make good food, but they sure did. I think this story is just about being an autistic man in his, like, in his early 20s. I don't know where the... I think that might be the horror. Is like, what if you were an autistic man in his 20s living in Canada? In the year 2024. Okay. October 26th. Today was very weird. I went to work today and my boss said I wasn't needed for the day and that I had the day off. I remember him needing me for work today. I said to him I had that day off. And he said I do since he's getting new co-workers in the workplace. I guess since Allison died, some people left the job where I work because of it. I have no idea why that's the case. but it was shocking news to say the least. I still don't know why some people quit their job without a 2 weeks notice. Something really weird is happening. In fact, there's a lot of strange things happening. That is something that is going on in the city where I am. October 27th. I went to work, then after I went to work I decided to drive around the area I live in. Just mainly looking at the house decorated for Halloween, along with fall decorations from being displayed outside. I really like most decorated houses. They were amazing as I always pictured them to be. When I got home, I decided that I noticed that there was a, sorry, my fault. I noticed there was a note on my front door. Odd, isn't it? I picked up the note. There was no signature of who would have written the note. It said, "Ready for Halloween, Dave?" How did this person know my name? That was what stunned me the most. Like, who knows my name besides the neighbors, friends, and co-workers from my job? I have no idea who wrote the note, so I kept it in case I found out who wrote the note and stuck it on my door. October 28th. Nothing much to say in this entry. We'll say that I found out who wrote the note and stuck it on my door. It was that weird guy in his 40s. How do I know this? Well, a neighbor told me about that weird guy who lives in this next street from mine. He was an oddball. That's what my neighbors referred to him as. I'm not against that weird guy, but there's stuff I don't like about him. Whatever it is, giving off vibes about that guy, I rarely have seen him. I tend to avoid him. Would it be avoid? Avoid him in case he is dangerous. October 29th. I went to work as usual, but came home to find that one of my neighbor's horses was spray painted on their garage door. I have a weird feeling that one weird man in his 40s has something to do with it, but I cannot confirm if that was the case or not, as I would have to investigate further for more details. He was reported to the police, and needless to say, the beast was stunned. A whip cracked with his floppy tail. I even did the lyrics in the wrong order. Fuck, I'm going insane. Needless to say, that was all the info I can get from my neighbor. October 30th. It's the day before Halloween. I made sure all the Halloween decorations were ready inside and out. I want to make sure everything is ready for Halloween, as I was looking forward to dressing up and handing out the candy. I booked tomorrow off from work, but that would mean that I would be spending Halloween night with my girlfriend. Today is Halloween. My girlfriend came over around 3 PM with her dressed up as Batgirl. I was Master Chief for Halloween. We were watching a Beetlejuice movie from 1988. As we were watching the movie, I believe it was around 4:30 and people started knocking at my door. My girlfriend and I took turns answering the door, and we handed out candy to those wearing costumes and enjoying themselves. A lot of people liked our costumes. They even thought we had cool costumes for Halloween. My girlfriend and I admired everyone's costumes, and we sure liked a lot of them. Some of them are characters that we both know who they're from. When Halloween night died down, it was already 10 PM. My girlfriend and I finished our night. She went back home and took my costume off, and got ready for bed. I never did find out who left the note, the knocking, etc. that happened to me this month. I believe it's paranormal, but I'm not so sure if it's the case or not. Since it is approaching midnight, I'm gonna head to bed and pray that spooky stuff can end for the year. That was it. That was the 31 days of October. What the fuck was that? What the fuck? Having done a quick peek at the right ear, slightly convinced this is a blog post. Oh my god. That was... like, genuinely, the way that was formatted and written made that so hard to read at times. Like, even beyond just doing the shitty accent. That was so difficult. Like, just the repetition. Like, it was just... that was hard. Yeah, that was the 31 Days of October. Written by Bella Swangirl 71. Or Shadow the Lion Queen. Make of that what you will. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna take my break now. during the reading streams I usually take breaks like earlier, so I'm gonna get up and walk around and refill my water and gargle more salt water. Yeah, salt water. So I'll be back. 5 to 10 minutes. Actually, let's spin the wheel first. Let's spin the wheel first. Just to see what we're gonna get, okay? Poof. No way! When we come back, we will be reading Sonic.exe. Alright. I'll be back. 5 to 10 minutes, faster than you can say. I don't know, something about Master Chief. That was a real ordeal, my god. Holy fuck. That was the wrong thing. Hang on. I made the wrong thing go away. That was scary. I just destroyed reality. Fuck.
There's lots of things that I don't know. And that's what keeps me thinking. I know there's corn and corn starts too, and when you drink, you're drinking. I know there's beef and beef too, and camels have a hump. But I could never figure out why a pumpkin has no pump. I bought a lot of stuff today, and I would call that buying. I know that bacon should be fried, and when you fry, you're frying. I know there's birds and burdocks, and cows all have a rump. But I'm perplexed up to my neck why a pumpkin has no pump. I got wet the other day. I know, 'cause it was raining. I know that when the moon goes down, they say the moon is waning. I know there's light in lighters, and bumpers give a bump. But I have still to find out why a pumpkin has no pump. There's practice too in patchwork, and when hound dogs bay, they're baying. I know that when the music plays, folks say the music's playing. I know there's fights and fighters, and jumpers like to jump. But God told me what puzzles me is why a pumpkin has no fun. But God showed me what puzzles me is why a pumpkin has no pump.
I had a terrible nightmare Saturday night after playing cards all Saturday. You asked if I was scared, I was shaking with pride. Well, it started out this way. It seems the king of hearts and his righteous queen were taking us soul one noon. And I'm telling you straight, they found out too late that they were taking this soul too soon. Cause up in a tree sat the jack of clubs, but for a gun he was all alone. He was in love with this righteous queen, and he wanted her for his very own. Up went the shotgun, how that bullet did sing. Too late to holler, long live the king. Too late to holler, long live the king.
Alright. I'm back. God. It's time to read Sonic EXE. It's like, you know that like, you know how like Quebblecop like rebranded as like some weird like blue-haired VTuber and he was in disguise for a while? That's the way he says Sonic.exe. Isn't that fucked up? Why does that live so like rent-free in his brain? Why does he just think about Sonic.exe? terrible. Alright. Let's change this up. Sonic.exe. Oh god. Let's make it a bit bigger since this text is small, obviously. You know, we gotta make sure we gotta put people on notice. People need to know this is what's happening. Okay. Let me get the page open. Where are you? There you are. Oh, merciful heavens. Oh wait, there's a colon at the end for some reason. There we go. Are you ready? I gotta find what's appropriate music. Can I find like Green Hill Zone, slowed down, warped, fucked up, scary? Let me see, Sonic. Okay, just Green Hill Zone, spooky. How about that? Think about it. Might work. No. There's one here titled the Green Hill Zone Halloween Edition. No, we'll just use this crap. Meditative dark ambient music. I think that works well enough. Oh, I gotta mark the time. Let's see. This is 2:14. Here we go. Sonic.exe, written by oh, you know what? Hold on. You know what I should add here, actually? There you go. Written by the terrible sex criminal, I think. I think he did something bad. I forget exactly what he did. He's some kind of criminal. Not a nice character. For you, gaming is about escape. When you push the button in the console, switch the PC on, you're switching to the real world. Or you're switching the real world off. I can't read anymore. I can restart. For you, gaming is about escape. When you push the button in the console, switch the PC on, you're switching the real world off and escaping to somewhere else for a while. Recently, the bright primary colors and flat backgrounds of retro games have been your escape. Sure, the graphics are virtually primitive and the plink-plonk music can be infuriating, but there's something about the simplicity, the fullness of the characters, and the amazing gameplay of those games that really appeals. Until, that is, one of those games full of bright sunshine days suddenly turns dark. Oh. Well, please, tell me someone did this. Nobody did this? Are you serious? No one took fucking Can You Feel the Sunshine but put it in like a minor key? Are you serious? Yeah, by the way, why the fuck? What do you mean that it's annoying that the plink plonk sound? Shut up, bitch. What an annoying asshole. Damn, this sucks. I can't find Can You Feel the Sunshine in a minor key. I feel like everyone loves doing that. That's crazy, wow. Anyway, back to it. God, this story sucks so much. Until one of your favorite characters fills the screen, but instead of offering his usual wide smile and mischievous eyes, he instead offers you emptiness, terror, and the dark hollow void of empty sockets that leak some awful fluid. Music fades, The eyeless face glares out, and you realize far too late you're in his world now. Okay, skip the overview. There we go. I'm a total Sonic the Hedgehog fan, much like everyone else. I like the newer games, but I don't mind playing the classics. I don't think I've ever played glitchy or hack games before, though I don't think I want to play any after the experience I had. It started on a nice summer afternoon. I was playing Sonic Unleashed. I liked how you get to explore the towns in it, until I noticed that on my peripheral vision, the mailman had arrived and put something in my mailbox as usual and left. I paused my game to go see what I got in the mail. The only thing in the mailbox was a CD case for computers and a note. I took it inside. I looked at the note and realized it was from my dear friend Kyle, let's just call him that, whom I hadn't heard from in 2 weeks. I know that because I recognized his handwriting, though what was weird is how it looked. It looked badly written and scratchy and somewhat difficult to read, as if Kyle was having a hard time writing it down and did it in a hurry. This is what he wrote. Tom, I can't take it anymore. I had to get rid of this thing somehow, before it was too late, and I was hoping you'd do it for me. I can't do it. He's after me. If you don't destroy this CD, he'll come after you too. It's too fast for me. Please, Tom, destroy this godforsaken disc before he comes after you too. It's too late for me. Destroy the disc and he'll destroy him. But do it quick. Otherwise, I'll catch you. Don't even play the game. It's what he wants. Just destroy it. Please. Kyle. Well, that was certainly weird. Even though Kyle is my best friend, and I haven't seen him in 2 weeks, I didn't do what he asked me. I didn't think that a simple gaming disc would do anything bad to him. After all, it's just a game, right? Boy, was I wrong about that. Anyway, I looked at the disc, and it looks like any ordinary computer CDR disc, except that it had black marker on it written Sonic.exe. And it was much unlike Kyle's handwriting, meaning that he must have gotten it from someone else, like a pawn shop or eBay. When I saw Sonic on the writing of the CD, I was actually excited and wanted to play it, since I'm a big Sonic fan. You should know that it does say that. It does say a big Sonic fan. That's the only time I'm gonna point out like a weird error like that, just so you should know that. I went to my room and turned on my computer, put the disc in, and installed the game. When the title screen popped up, I noticed that it was the first Sonic game. I was like, awesome! Because like I said earlier, I like the classics. The first thing I noticed that was out of place was when I pressed start. It was a split second when I saw the title. When I saw the title image turned into something much different. Something that I now consider horrifying, before cutting to black. I remember what the image looked like in that split second before the game cut to black. The sky had darkened, the title emblem was rusted and ruined. The Sega 1991 was now instead Sega 666, and the water had turned red like blood, except it looked hyper-realistic. But the freakiest thing was in that split-second frame was Sonic. His eyes, which were pitch black and bleeding with 2 glowing red dots staring right at me, and his smile that stretched wider up to the edge of his face. I was rather disturbed about that image when I saw it, though I figured that it was just a glitch and forgot about it. After it cut to black, it stayed like that for about 10 seconds or so. And then another weird thing happened. The save file select from Sonic the Hedgehog 3 popped up, and I was like, WTF? What's this doing in the first Sonic game? Anyway, I noticed something off. The background was the dark cloudy sky at the Bad Stardust Speedway level from Sonic CD. And there were only 3 save files. The music was that creepy cavern of winter music from Earthbound, only it was extended and seemed to have been in the reverse. Okay, hold on. Just please someone, oh my god. There we go, this is perfect. God, this story sucks so much. And the image for the save file where you see a preview of the level you're on is just red static for all 3 files. What freaked me out more was the character select. It showed only Tails, Knuckles, and to my surprise, Dr. Robotnik. Now I was sure that something was up. I mean, how can you play as Robotnik in a classic Sonic game, for crying out loud? That's when I realized this wasn't a glitchy game. It was a hacked game. Yeah, it definitely looked hacked. It was really creepy, but as a smart gamer, I wasn't scared. Or at least I tried not to be. I told myself that it was just a hacked game, and there's nothing wrong with that. Anyways, shaking off the creeped out feeling, I picked file 1 and chose Tails. When I selected and got started, the game froze for about 5 seconds, and I heard a creepy pixelated laugh. That sounded an awful lot like that Kefka guy from Final Fantasy before cutting to black. Which, by the way, that's the one that goes. In case you needed the context, it's just Kefka. It's just look at the kids. Just. The screen stayed black for about 10 seconds or more. Then it showed the typical level title thing. The simplistic shapes were different shades of red, and the text showed only Hill, Act 1. The screen faded in, and the level title vanished, revealing Tails in the Green Hill Zone from Sonic 1. The music was different though. It sounded like a peaceful melody in reverse. Anyway, I started playing, and had Tails start running like you would in any of the classic Sonic games. What was odd was that as Tails was running along the level, there was nothing but flat ground and a few trees for 5 minutes. That was when the piece of music started to lower down into slow, deep tones, very slowly as I kept going. Whereas, they have like a playlist for all these stupid Sonic.exe songs? No. That's okay. We didn't need that much effort. Sorry, it's just every time I tab over to YouTube, I see this stupid fucking image. I just anyhow. What was odd was that as Tails was running along the level, there was nothing but flat ground and a few trees for 5 minutes. That was when the peaceful music started to lower down to slow, deep tones, very slowly as I kept going. I suddenly saw something, and I stopped to see what it was. It was one of the small animals, lying dead on the ground, bleeding. That was when the music started to slow down. Tails had a shocked and saddened look on his face that I never saw him have before, so I had him move along, and he kept that worried look on his face. As he kept moving, I saw more dead animals, as Tails moved past them looking more and more worried. As the music lowers, and he moves past more dead animals, I was shocked to see how they all died. They looked like somebody killed them, in rather gruesome ways. A squirrel was hanging down a tree, with what appeared to be his entrails hanging out. A bunny had all 4 of his limbs torn off, and a duck had his eyes gouged out, and his throat slit. I felt sick to my stomach when I saw this massacre, and apparently, so did Tails. After a few more seconds, there were no more animals. The music seemed to have stopped. I still kept Tails to continue. After a few minutes passed after the music stopped, Tails was running uphill, and then he stopped. It wasn't until I saw why. Sonic was there on the side of the screen, with his back against Tails, with his eyes closed. Tails looked happy to see Sonic, but then his smile faltered. Obviously noticing that Sonic wasn't sorry. Sonic wasn't sorry about what he did. Sonic wasn't responding to him, if not acting as if he was totally oblivious to Tails' presence. Tails walked slowly towards Sonic. I noticed that I wasn't even moving my keyboard to make a move, so this had to have been a cutscene. Suddenly, I began to have a growing feeling of dread as Tails walked closer to Sonic to get his attention. I felt that Tails was in danger. Something bad was going to happen. I heard faint static growing louder as Tails was but inches away from Sonic and stopped. It's like his hand up to touch him. That foreboding feeling in my gut was growing stronger, and I felt the urge to tell Tails to get away from Sonic as the static grew louder. Suddenly, in a split second before I saw Sonic's eyes open, and they were black with those red glowing dots, just like that title image. Thought there wasn't a wait, no, it does say thought. Thought there wasn't a smile. When that happened, the screen turned black, and the static sound was off. It stayed black for about 7 seconds, and then white text appeared forming a message saying,
"Hello? Do you want to play with me?"
At this point, I was creeped out. I didn't want to continue with the game, but my curiosity got the better of me when I was taken to a different level with the title now saying, Hide and Seek. This time, I was in the Angel Island level from Sonic 3, and it looked like everything was on fire. Tails looked as though he was scared out of his wits. He actually looked at me and made frantic gestures to me, as if he wanted to get out of the area he was in as fast as possible. I was starting to get freaked out by this. I mean, Tails was actually breaking the fourth wall, trying to tell me to get him out of there. So I pressed down the arrow key as hard as I could, made him run as fast as he could. A pixelated version of that creepy theme when you meet Shadow at the Ark as robotic himself. Fuck it, show me Sonic.exe OST. Maybe someone has like everything compiled into like one big thing. Nobody knows what fucking song this guy's talking about. Like, what song? This is just not here. Why is this here? Okay. The creepy theme when you meet Shadow at the Ark as Robotnik from SA2 was playing, as they made Tails trek through the desolate forest, trying to help him escape from whatever he was trying to run from. Suddenly, I heard that laugh. That creepy laugh again. That awful Kefka laugh. Over 10 seconds have passed, as I helped Tails run through the forest, and then I started seeing flashes of Sonic popping everywhere on the screen, again with those black and red eyes. The music changed to that dispensable drowning jingle as I see Sonic behind Tails, slowly gaining up on him, flying. Sonic wasn't running, he was actually flying. The flying pose his sprite was making looked very similar to Metal Sonic's flying pose Sonic CD, except it was just Sonic, and he had the black and red eyes again. Only, this time, he had the most deranged looking grin on his face. He looked as though he was enjoying the torment he was giving the poor little fox as he gained up on him. Suddenly, when Tails tripped, another cutscene, music stopped, and Sonic vanished. Tails laid there and started crying for 15 seconds. The scene was rather upsetting to watch, and I kind of teared up myself. But then, Sonic appeared, right in front of Tails. And Tails looked up in horror. Blood started to come down those blackened eyes of Sonic's as a grin slowly grew from his face. He looked down at the horrified fox. I could do nothing but watch. Just in a split second, Sonic lunged at Tails right before the screen went black. There was a loud screeching noise that only lasted 5 seconds. Text returned, only this time it said,
You're too slow! Wanna try again?
and then that god-awful laugh came with it. I was so shocked by what had happened. Did Sonic murder Tails? No, couldn't have. He and Tails must be best friends, right? Why did Sonic do that to him? I shook the shock off as I was brought back to the character select screen. The save file that had Tails was different. Tails is no longer in the box itself, but in the TV screen itself, which is flickering with that red static. Tails' expression scared me. His eyes were black and bleeding. His orange fur had gone black, and he had an expression of anguish on his face. Trying to ignore it, I picked Knuckles next. The laugh came again, and the screen cut to black and stayed there for another 10 seconds. This time, the level said,
You can't run!
I was really freaked out by now. I couldn't really tell if this was a glitch or a hack or some kind of sick twisted joke. Or anything really. But despite my fear of what happened next, I kept playing. The level looked much different. It had the ground a scrap brain zone, but the sky background looked like the main menu. It had the darkish reddish cloudy sky, but it was the music that creeped me out the most. It sounded like Gigas' theme right after you beat Pokey in Earthbound. I don't know about this one. Okay. I also noticed that Knuckles looked afraid, just like Tails, though not as much. Or rather, he looked a little unnerved. He broke the fourth wall, just like Tails, and looked as if he wasn't sure about going on, but I made him move anyway. He ran down the straight pathway in this dark level. And as he did, the screen started to flicker red static a couple of times, and that maddening laugh came again. Then, after a few seconds of running, I noticed several bloodstains in the metallic ground. I felt a growing sense of fear again, thinking something horrible was going to happen to Knuckles. He looked nauseated, walking down this bloodstained road, but I still kept him going. Suddenly, as Knuckles ran, Sonic appeared right in front of him, with his black and red eyes. And then red static appeared again. And the static vanished, showing nothing but black screen with text saying, "Found you!" I was now scared. Sonic found Knuckles already? What was going on? Anyway, red static came again. And then I was back to the level. Knuckles looked like he was panicking, and Sonic was nowhere to be found. And this time, that high-pitched squealing from Silent Hill 1's final boss was oh my fucking... Wait. Sorry, I'm trying to set the scene. It's very important. What the fuck is that song called again? Fuck it, get Silent Hill 3. Was this some kind of boss battle with Sonic? I hope to God it wasn't, honestly. Suddenly, Sonic appeared right behind Knuckles in what appeared to be a pixelated black smoke. I made Knuckles turn and then punch Sonic, but Sonic vanished in black pixelated smoke before I could even land a hit. That terrible laugh went off again. Then Sonic appeared behind Knuckles again, and it made him punch again. And Sonic vanished again, laughing. Knuckles was panicking even more, and even I felt like I was going crazy. Sonic was practically playing with us. He was playing a sick, twisted little mind game with me and Knuckles. Another cutscene played as as Knuckles fell to his knees and clutched his head, sobbing. I felt his agony. Sonic was actually driving us both crazy. Then in a split second, Sonic lunged at Knuckles, and the screen went black with another distorted screeching noise that lasted for at least 3 seconds. Another text message appeared.
So many souls to play with! So little time! Would you agree?
What the hell? Just what is going on? I started to think Sonic was actually trying to talk to me through the game, but I was too scared to think that. I was brought back to the main menu, and this time, the second file box had Knuckles on the TV screen. His red fur had darkened to a reddish gray, his dreadlocks dripping with blood, and his eyes were black and bleeding too, and he had a look of sadness on his face. I began to think that those are the actual characters trapped in those TV screens and the save files. But I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it. So I shut off the game and took a break. I took a nap. Wish I hadn't. As I then began to have the most disturbing nightmare. It was in pitch black darkness. I was under the light given off by a lamp that hung high above my head. I could hear the cries of Knuckles and Tails nearby. They were saying stuff like, "Help us!" and "Why did you give us up to him?" and "Run away before he gets you too!" Their cries died out as I then heard Sonic laugh. His laugh sounded a lot like the distorted Kefka laugh.
You're a lot of fun to play with, kid! Just like your friend Kyle, though he didn't last long.
I was scared, looking around for the source of the voice.
Won't be long until you join him and all my other friends.
I saw him walking toward me, flickering in and out in several directions.
You can't run, kid! You're in my world now, just like the others!
When he grabbed me and I saw his bleeding black and red hide, grinning face, I woke up with a fright. After a couple of hours, I decided to continue playing the game. I don't know why, but I had to know. I had to figure out why this was happening. So I turned on the computer, turned on the game, and selected Robotnik next. I still thought that was wacky, playing as Robotnik. But anyway, the level title appeared again, and this time it said, Ellipses, which I found really freaky. This time, I was in some kind of hallway. It didn't really look like it was from any of the classic Sonic games. Though it has the pixelated style, the floor was shiny and checkered. The walls were a dark grayish purple, with animated candlelights and a few dark blood stains here and there. And there was a dark red curtain hanging on the top part of the screen. Every 12 seconds or so, that red curtain sways very slowly. But whenever you're playing the game, you can barely see it move. Music was oddly pleasant, a piano playing a rather sad yet peaceful song. Hello, Peanut. Wait. Hold. YouTube's trolling me. Give it a second. Song will load. Eventually. Where was I? Oh, sorry. It's in reverse. Silly me. Oh no, only it wasn't in reverse. Okay, it's okay. Robotnik didn't look entirely nervous like Tails and Knuckles did. He did have a suspicious look on his face, as if he was a bit paranoid. He did a little animation when I just left him standing. He turns his head left and right, at least twice, and then shrugs at me, as if he has no idea where he was or what was going on. Even though I was scared out of my mind about what was going to happen, I had Robotnik continue onward. He did his usual running animation. You know when you beat him at the end of a classic Sonic game and you chase him? As we continued going through the hallway. Then, I stopped at a long flight of stairs, leading downward. Now I was nervous. Even Robotnik seemed unsure of himself. No, I pressed onward. As I led Robotnik down the stairs, I noticed that the walls have gotten darker and more reddish. The red torches are now an eerie blue. Then we landed onto another hallway. This one was longer than the last one, or at least it felt like it. Then we headed down another flight of stairs. Down. This one was much longer. It took at least 1 full minute. Then I heard that horrid Kefka laugh again. And the music slowly faded until it was quiet. As it did, the walls turned more dark, red. The torches were a black flame now. And Robotnik landed on the third hallway. And noticing I looked really creeped out. Though he tried to hide it, I couldn't blame him. I was scared too. Suddenly, Sonic popped right in front of Robotnik, the same way he did Knuckles, and then red static. The red static lasted for about 15 seconds, and then it showed me a most unpleasant image. The image showed a hyper-realistic of Sonic standing in the darkness where you could only see his face. I mean, wait. While his head and torso faded into black, and when I say hyper-realistic, I mean it looks so real you could actually see the lines in his blue fur, as if you could actually feel the fur and touch the screen. His face. Oh God. He had the most horrifying smile I'd ever seen. And that's saying something considering I saw that image at the start of the game. His eyes are wide and black, and once again crying blood, which also looked hyper-realistic. And there were 2 small glowing red dots in those black eyes staring right at me, as if staring right into my mind. His grin was wide and demonic. It literally stretched to the sides of his face like a Cheshire cat, except Sonic had fangs. Very sharp fangs, much like the werehog's teeth, except more vicious looking. Somewhat yellowish. From the look of it, he had stains of blood and small bits of flesh in his lips, and fangs if he ate some animal. I stared at that gruesome image for a good 30 seconds, never taking my eyes off it. I felt as if he were actually looking at me, smiling at me. That face. It just took 10 seconds for it to etch itself into my brain for good. The screen flickered with red static again. Wait, I lost my spot. And on the third time I heard the Kefka laugh. Except this time it sounded distorted. Demonic even. It went back to the image again, except this time there was the text again. I thought it was messed up. But it's pretty much one of the most horrifying things I looked at since I had this game.
I am God!
It was when I read that message while looking at Sonic when it hit me. I realized right there and then, the Sonic was a monster. A pure, evil, sadistic, all-powerful, nightmarish, demented monster. And all of his victims, including Tails, Knuckles, Robotnik, and possibly Kyle, are just his little toys. And the game is the very gateway into his chaotic, nightmarish world. The very hell his victims are trapped in. Suddenly, in an actual split second, I screamed as Sonic lunged at the screen, screeching loudly with his mouth wide open to an unnatural length, revealing nothing but a literally spiraling abyss of pure darkness, where the red static came again. I'm sorry, I had to break the story for just 1 second. Where was I? Hello, Gabo. Okay. This time much louder and distorted. So loud that it hurt my ears. I yelled and grabbed my ears as the red static screeched for a good 7 seconds. Then it stopped and showed nothing but black screen. As I sat there staring at the black screen, one last text came up. Ready for round 2, Tom? The Kefka laugh, now sounding more clear as if Sonic was right behind me. Played again 3 times. I looked at the text in shock and confusion. Then I got booted back to the main menu, and this time, the 3rd save file had a TV image of Robotnik in the same tormented state as Tails and Knuckles. Robotnik's skin turned a dull gray. His mustache drooped, and it blackened. His glasses broke, and blood is coming from them. And then, he had a mere dead-like expression on his face. I looked at Tails, Knuckles, and Robotnik, and I cried a bit. I pitied them for the agony they're going through. They were forever trapped within the game, forever tormented by that horrid hedgehog. Sorry, let me read that again. I looked at Tails, Knuckles, and Robotnik, and I cried a bit. I pitied them for the agony they're going through. They were forever trapped within that game, forever tormented by that horrid hedgehog, and always will be. Then the computer shut itself off. I couldn't turn it back on no matter what I did. I sat there for about maybe 25 seconds, horrified at what had just happened. Sonic is the very embodiment of evil. He tortures people who play his game in more ways than one. And then, when he gets bored, he drags you into the game. Literally drags you to hell, where he can play with you always as his toy. I can't get the game out of my computer. I think it's stuck in there. But at least I managed to turn it back on now. After I sat there for 25 seconds, I heard a voice right behind me like a whisper. Try to keep this interesting for me, Tom! I turned around to see where the voice came from. What I saw made me scream. Sitting on my bed, staring right at me, was a Sonic plushie, smiling with bloodstains under its eyes. And that was Sonic.exe. Reminder, JC the Hyena is like a horrible sex criminal, so that guy sucks on multiple levels. Do you know that he stole the idea for Sonic.exe? Like, apparently there was like art on DeviantArt of like a black-eyed, red-pupiled Sonic already. Like covered in blood. And cum, apparently. That came out like months before the story. And there's a Spanish creepypasta that's just this. He stole the whole thing. It's really strange. It's really just odd. I don't know how else to put it. Alright. Let's spin that wheel. I don't know why it's not playing the stupid laugh. Whenever, oh, is it because it was muted? I can't tell. No, the sound is on. I don't know. What the? Do you mind? The wheel's not going. Weird. Hold. Just 1 second. It's out of this garbage. Eternally mind-broken any child that has spent more than 5 minutes on the internet. It's really strange. I don't know why people love it so much. All that to end with Sonic plush that steals all your Pepsi and calls you gay. Yep. Why is this not working? Oh, because... Hang on. Ignore this spin. Actually, just refresh it. Fuck. Those stupid stories are back on there. Give me 1 second. I gotta fix this. What a pain. Okay, 31 Days of October we read. Sonic.exe we read. And for the sake of brevity, I'm gonna remove the blue pen drive. The gag was to get the blue pen drive first, and then Sonic.exe, so I could point out how it's just stolen, like the entire story. So I'm taking that off. Alright. Hold. Okay. Now please spin. When I say spin. Perfect. Anything wrong with Dad gone? Yeah. Plankton got served. Hold on. I need that one song. What's that one SpongeBob song where it's like... What's that song called? It's like... Hold on, just show me rock bottom music. This is just a game. Old. How about... I need the appropriate music. This is very important. What could you possibly be called? I'm just looking at a bunch of SpongeBob songs. What about Dramatic QH? No. Sunny Samoa. That's not gonna be the song you want. It literally has Sunny in the title, man. It's gonna be happy. Deadline. Oh, that's this song. Sorry, this is of the utmost importance. I have to get this right. You don't understand. Like, more than anything. Death Trap. Must be Death Trap. It has to be Death Trap. There's no way it's not. He's holding the boots in the photo. But it's this. As soon as it lets me in, it's loading. No, this works anyway. Hang on. But I don't think I could like play it immediately. I do want the song I was thinking of though. What's Gator? That's Seaweed, you liar. We're never gonna find the one I'm thinking of. What the fuck is Missile Disaster? These damn songs keep loading. It's pissing me off. The fuck? Okay. What's the killing ground A? Oh, this works. Alright. Let me change this. Sorry that took so long. Let's see. Let me grab the link. Where the hell are you? There it is. 256. I'm so glad. Why does Plankton look like that? You're gonna find out. Plankton got served. I'm sure many have heard of lost episode creepypastas. They usually involve an incredibly graphic episode that conveys such fear. Hang on. Okay, it looped anyway. They usually convey such fear to children that it is never aired, though someone manages to sneak a viewing or own one of the tapes. The most popular example of this is Squidward's suicide, in which Squidward commits suicide, hence the title. Of course, all those creepypastas are false. Yet, I remember a SpongeBob episode that was heavily altered, but still remains in circulation today. This is One Course Meal from Season 7. In the episode, Mr. Krabs finds out that Plankton is horrified of whales and uses it to his advantage. This is one of the least popular episodes of the show due to its dark nature, even after being heavily altered. Now, how would I have seen this episode before it was edited? It's simple, really. This is one of the 7 SpongeBob episodes that was revealed on the internet before it aired on TV. Always a big fan of the show, I was excited at the idea of having a SpongeBob episode premiere on the internet before television. I rapidly reloaded the Nickelodeon page, and finally it came up. It was known as Plankton Got Served, though it was eventually changed. Most of the episode is identical to the one that is circulated today. Plankton manages to break into the Krusty Krab and ties up Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob. As he's about to finally get the secret formula from SpongeBob, Mr. Krabs' daughter, Pearl, walks in. This terrifies Plankton and causes him to run out. Plankton later claims his ancestors were eaten by whales, and that is why he fears them so. Mr. Krabs realizes this fear that Plankton has and decides to use it against him. He dresses up... Pardon me, that's the coffee. Sorry, that was the Plankton. He dresses up his daughter, begins to follow Plankton around. Or as his daughter. Ew, what? Frightening him. Plankton decides he can no longer take it, and decides to make the ultimate decision. Plankton decides to commit suicide. Yes, this is still in the show today. You're free to watch it. Plankton waits for the bus as he lies in the street, waiting to get run over. That's when SpongeBob comes over to try to convince him to continue his existence, and where the alteration in the two versions begins. Plankton fails to heed SpongeBob's words and remains there. In the altered version that was shown, SpongeBob tells Plankton that it was Mr. Krabs' Pearl the entire time, and he gets up. In another altered version, SpongeBob says the same things, but Plankton refuses to believe him. SpongeBob decides that the only thing he could do to show him the truth is to drag Mr. Krabs outside. Soon after he leaves, the typical red bus comes speeding along. Plankton sits up and watches it hit him as everything fades to black. Plankton finds himself standing on a single platform overlooking darkness. In it, he sees whales, all looking up at him. They're members of his family he can faintly make out, calling for him to jump down. Plankton looks above and sees a light. A light he can scarcely believe. This would seem to represent heaven and hell. Plankton, resigned to his fate, jumps and plunges down into the darkness. This is when the episode ends. The traditional credits for the show are shown, parallel to Plankton's descent into the darkness. Now, some of you may say you saw the show as soon as it was available online. Apparently not fast enough. After seeing the episode, I reloaded the page to find the altered version shown on the website. I kept reloading, curious of how I had seen the first version. The only answer I can imagine, from my viewing of the original episode, was that the creators uploaded the wrong file, and moments after uploading it, recognized as such. I may be the only one who saw this version. I truly do not know the sick ambitions the creators of SpongeBob had in mind with this episode. Why would a kid's show portray death? Why would a kid's show portray heaven and hell? Nonetheless, the unaltered version is impossible to find. I've searched as hard as I can, and have failed to discover anything legitimate about the episode I'd seen. People have told me that I had seen only the altered version, and that they were too surprised the dark themes portrayed in the episode. Still, I know what I saw. I know people will fail to believe me. People will accuse me of just trying to scare people. People will say I have no evidence. There are no photos. There's no video of this occurrence. I only saw it once. It never occurred to me to do such a thing. But I know the truth. And I want other people to know too. Maybe someone out there saw this episode as well and can confirm it. Until then, I hope you enjoyed reading about my experience. Okay, so it doesn't say it in the story, but this picture, the picture of Plankton, the one that's like really popular, that's popular on Xiaohongshu, it's from this. That's where it's. Oh. What a shitty story. You know those creepypastas? Well, they're all fake and gay, but mine is totally real. Tee. That was basically the whole story. It's so stupid. Anyhow, Windows 11 lock screen has a quiz asking you if you know what Dota stands for. Why? It's so odd. What the fuck? Alright. No thoughts? What, anything you want to say about Plankton Got Served? If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I gotta plug my phone in. There we go. It's Defense of the Ancients. And this... Oh... Alvin and the Chipmunks. Torture. That's it, that's the title. That's the full fucking title. I don't know why it's called that, but it is. Full title, man. Let's see. Old. I know what song to play. Let's see. Show me. Keep writing Chup. Keep writing Chupmunk. I don't know why that is. Here you go. Speaking of torture. Oh, I gotta write this down. The time we're starting. Hold. Where are you? There it is. 3:05. I'll lower this more. It's still too loud. If this is gonna like loop like once or twice, it has to be really quiet. Alvin and the Chipmunks. Torture. Does anyone remember the 2015 Alvin and the Chipmunks show called Alvin and the Chipmunks? Well, it's about Alvin and his brothers going on big adventures. I used to be a huge Alvin and the Chipmunks fan until I saw an episode. I couldn't understand. This is how it all began. And then this has a subtitle that says how it all began. It all began when I was in a DVD shop. I was just walking around, deciding on what DVD and Blu-ray movie or show I should buy. I was buying some of my favorite movies, until I saw what looked to be an Alvin and the Chipmunks DVD. And it looked legit. I took it out of its rack and placed it on the counter, so I could buy it with all the other DVDs and Blu-rays I had bought. When the owner saw the Alvin and the Chipmunks DVD, he froze. He began hyperventilating like crazy. Not to mention, he was as pale as a ghost. He asked me why I'm buying this DVD, and I answered with, "What?" He told me that this DVD contained a very disturbing episode that wasn't aired on TV due to its disturbing nature. He told me that if I want to watch it, he told me good luck and scan the Alvin DVD. The price of that DVD was only $8. He put all my DVDs and Blu-rays into a plastic bag and handed the plastic bag to me. I walked out of the store, and I was feeling kinda hungry, so I stopped at a gas station. I bought some chips and a soda. I got into my house, and when I did, I put the Alvin DVD into my DVD player, and it played. The episode. The DVD opened with the DVD menu, and everything wasn't out of the ordinary. There were 5 episodes in this DVD, when I checked the last episode of the episode selection menu, there was an episode I haven't watched yet. The episode was entitled Torture. Curious, I clicked on the episode, and it played. The theme song played, and it was normal. But when I got to the title of the show, something flashed on the screen. I couldn't make out the image that had flashed on the screen, so I continued with the episode. The episode title came up and it said, Torture. The title card wasn't in its pinkish purple colored font. Instead, it was in a blood red color, and it looked like it was melting. The episode began with a shot of the Seville house, like how most every episode starts. The shot then cuts to the interior of the house, where Alvin is just walking down the stairs. He looked ecstatic, and as he passed through the kitchen, Dave asked Alvin why he looked so happy.
Dave, there's gonna be a rock show in town near theater.
I'm not gonna do the voice the entire time. I can't do it. My throat literally can't handle it. Alvin said with the loudest and happiest voice I had ever heard. Dave answered with, Wow, that's great, Alvin! Then Alvin left the house, probably to buy himself a ticket. The camera then cuts back to the house, only it's nighttime. Alvin opens the door and enters in with a ticket in his hand. He looked even more ecstatic than in the opening scene of the episode. Simon and Theodore were in the Chipmunks' room and were doing their usual business, with Simon working on something and Theodore playing with his talking teddy. Alvin then burst through the door, scaring Simon so bad that it caused him to break his invention, and Theodore looked at the door with surprise.
Alvin, will you please not slam the door open?
Simon asked angrily.
Sorry, Simon, but I got a ticket for a rock show,
Alvin said with a really loud voice.
Who's playing at the rock show, Alvin?
Theodore asked. Alvin was about to say something, but he's cut off by the Chipettes crashing through the window, instantly startling him. Brittany then opened up the door, and she had a look of anger in her face.
Alvin, where are my nail polish paints?
Brittany asked angrily.
I don't know, Brittany,
Alvin answered. The Chipettes and Alvin began to argue even more, so much to the point that Dave came running up to see what's happening. What's going on? Dave asked.
Dave,
Alvin didn't return. Oh, sorry.
Dave, Alvin didn't return my nail polish paint.
Brittany angrily answered, and she burst into tears. Dave angrily looked at Alvin, and then he screamed, Alvin! At the top of his lungs. The scream was so loud that I had to cover my ears. The scream was so loud that it zoomed out to show the entire planet of Earth. The next day.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
I thought I was misreading that. Like every time I kept like glancing over it. The subtitle fucking says next day. Oh fuck, it's cut off. Hang on. You need to see. Just the next day is so fucking funny to me. The next day, title card appeared, and it cut to Alvin, Simon, and Theodore's bedroom, where I saw Alvin in bed. He was crying, and the camera then zooms to show the floor. The floor had some ripped up pieces of paper. I then put two and two together to find out that those ripped up pieces of paper were pieces of the ticket that Alvin bought. Dave then entered into the room and walked to Alvin's bed. He then says in an angry voice, Alvin, get up! Stop crying! You can kiss that rock show goodbye now! Alvin was still crying on the bed. Alvin, get up! You'll be late for school! Dave yelled even louder. No, Dave, I'm sorry, Alvin said, sobbing. Simon then came in and told Dave to calm down. Dave then came downstairs. As the camera cuts to the downstairs, Simon then leads Dave to the kitchen, where every character is there. Even some of the minor characters are in the living room. Simon then told Dave to sit down, and they all discussed a sort of battle plan. They kept saying how badly they were treated by Alvin in some of the previous episodes, and I was shocked to hear they're discussing about killing Alvin due to his manipulative, troublemaking, and sociopathic behavior. They all agree to come to his shelter and torture Alvin there. I lost my place. Or hold on. Hold on. I know what I just read out loud, but I gotta find the. Okay, there it is. The next shot was Alvin taking a shower and dressing up to start his day. He looked sad. Then at the beginning of the episode, just then, Theodore walked into the room, and Alvin was sitting on his bed.
What are you doing, Alvin?
Theodore asked.
Leave me alone, Theodore. I don't feel like talking to you right now.
Alvin said. Alvin then slumps down on the bed, but Theodore sneaks up on him and puts a bag over Alvin's head. Alvin was resisting, trying to take the bag that's engulfing his entire head. Theodore was hanging onto the bag, and Alvin fell unconscious as he fell onto the floor. When Alvin woke up, he was tied down to an iron table, and every character from the show was surrounding the table. Okay, listen. I'm getting some serious Cupcakes vibes. I gotta change the song. Where's that damn song? Please have a chipmunk version of this song. It'd be so funny. I beg of you. Oh my god! Let's fucking go! Sorry, okay. It sounds so bad! Hold on. When Alvin woke up, he was tied down to an iron table, and every character from the show was surrounding the table. Dave then walked in and lowered down to Alvin, where he gave Alvin this long lecture about how the town is tired of Alvin's shenanigans and his behavior. The lecture was so long that I almost slept through half of it. After Dave was done with his lecture, the townspeople began torturing Alvin like never before. Hello, Maserati. The torture. The subtitle for this fucking part is the torture. It's just the torture. The townspeople start this torture by breaking Alvin's beloved skateboard and then slamming the pieces onto Alvin, causing him with really painful looking splinters all over him. Then Brittany told them they were gonna break his game console, and Eleanor then grabbed Alvin's eyelids and opened them really wide. Alvin watched in horror as his game console was smashed in bits, as he screamed like he was being attacked. I was watching in horror as all the other characters began doing horrible things to Alvin. Dave then came in with a ruler and started beating Alvin so hard that Alvin began bleeding. The blood stained Alvin's jacket, and Alvin was crying. Jeanette brought a minigun. Jeanette brought a minigun and began shooting Alvin like crazy. The bullet holes began spreading all over Alvin's body as he was barely unrecognizable due to all the bullet holes. Then, wait, barely unrecognizable means that it's like you know who it is. What the fuck are you talking about? Then Simon brought what appears to be his invention that broke, but it was eventually fixed in this scene. He told everyone to stand back, and he used a laser sword to... Yeah, this is just interactive buddy, but it's fucking Alvin. He used a laser sword to cut a hole into the roof of the shelter. The invention started absorbing the UV rays of the sun, and it shot out of the invention. The invention's laser beam shot Alvin, and he began screaming like crazy as the beam vaporized him until he was nothing but dust. Instead of feeling sad for Alvin's death, the townspeople began cheering like they had just accomplished something important. The townspeople began dancing like a bunch of partygoers. It sounds like party music, sure, fuck it. They began dancing like a bunch of partygoers. The iris then closes, and the episode ends with the credits. Aftermath. I just sat there, shocked and speechless. What kind of sick joke is this? I asked. I get that some of the characters of the show don't like Alvin's behavior and his shenanigans, but this is a step too far. I got out my trusty baseball bat, since I used to play Little League Baseball last time when I was little, and I smashed that disc until there was nothing left. I threw the remains of the disc in the garbage bin. I couldn't sleep because I feared I might get nightmares of being the one strapped to that table and forced to suffer like Alvin in that episode. I'm begging you not to find this episode. If you do, just ignore it. This DVD does appear in your local DVD shop. Don't pick it up at all cost. Stay far away. I will not let this episode be unveiled to the public or to those who loved Alvin and the Chipmunks. Thoughts about this? The femur breaker Alvin and the Chipmunks version. All right, this has to be.
Please let me go. Let me go. I just want to leave. Please.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That was so fucking funny. Like, it's exactly what it says on the fucking tin. But it's so fucking funny. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Yeah, that was good. I don't know why I never thought to look that up sooner, honestly. Anyhow. What's next? The Finger Breaker's also high pitched, so you know they used the miniature version of it? Yeah. It's true. Oh my, we're getting all the fucking Lost episode ones back to back. What the fuck is this? American Dad, The Plague, and The Deep Impact. I didn't, like, there are so many other stories on here, but we're just getting all the fucking shitty Lost episode creepypastas back to back. Okay. I'm just gonna copy and paste the title on this one. It's way too fucking long. Old. Okay, and I'll timestamp it. 321. There we go. Good God. Why the fuck is this damn title so long anyway? I guess we'll find out once you read the story. I listen, I told you there are a lot of troll pasta on this wheel. A lot of them are troll pastas. I couldn't help myself. This episode of American Dad, Roger commits suicide because of alcoholism. You don't know. We'll find out. Hold on. Don't speak too soon. What do I put on the background for this? Show me American Dad theme. Horror version? What the fuck is this? Okay, I'm gonna speed it up. Like, just slightly, because it's kind of annoying like this. Just ever so slightly. 1.5. Yeah, that's appropriate. This works. Where's my damn book? American Dad, The Plague and the Deep Impact. Fox had always had a fair share of eventful and serious episodes of adult cartoons. I can't listen to this, I'm sorry. I might actually go insane. Stan falls through the floor, an American Dad theme song. What the fuck are you talking about? That really sucks, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'll put literally anything else on. I'm putting this on. Do I put the scary ambience? I'll put the scary ambience. Sure. Fox had always had a fair share of eventful, serious episodes of adult cartoons, besides Family Guy. What are you talking? They had the fucking the one where Meg like tells everyone off and Brian does shrooms. What do you mean? How about the episode where Quagmire's sister? Never mind. It seems that every new Seth MacFarlane show were big failures at the time, such as Border Town with its fair share of stereotypes, which some people may find a bit offensive in any way. In any ways? Unless that the show was just made for adults. What the fuck? We don't know why Fox wanted to milk these kinds of shows, including cartoons that had an offending aura, besides the Cleveland show starring Mike Henry. By the way, these kinds of shows hold on some dark moments throughout every episode. I need to put this on screen. Get a hand in Border Town? I guess so. Like, I need you to understand, like, I'm not like just reading this poorly. Like, this is what it looks like. It's just fucked up. It's just actually fucked up. Hold. I'll leave it up for a bit so you just get the idea. You cannot read that. That shit is too small. What am I doing? Such as that one Family Guy episode when Brian gets killed by a car driving through, and even the show replacing a new dog character named Vinny. There's also that one episode of the current season of American Dad that tried to kill off a certain character. It's not going to be Roger or Klaus, but it's basically a character the Smiths, including Haley, knows about, named Jeff Fisher. It was August 29, 2020. Some of the higher-ups at Fox were at the screening room, including Seth MacFarlane. They're checking that there was a new episode of American Dad that is suitable for airing and to be released on DVD. What they were watching was an episode that one person came up named Mitchell Albay. The episode was called The Plague and the Deep Impact. It sounds like a slightly generic name for an eventful episode in the current season, unlike most American Dad episodes in regards to disastrous events, like with the Rapture episode. The screening manager proceeded to turn on the projector and played the episode. It started off with the extreme long shot of the house that the Smiths live in, with the usual jingle as any other episode. Then it cuts to the living room with Francine, Steve, Haley, and Roger sitting on the couch, with Klaus and a fishbowl on the table. They were all having a conversation about how Jeff was sick today because of an unexpected illness which would be going around. After the conversation about sick Jeff, Francine turned on the TV to see what's on the news. It's a news report with Greg Corbin saying, "Our top story, NASA discovered that an asteroid is hurtling towards Earth during the global virus pandemic, which has been going around the world and even in Langley Falls. The asteroid thing is the way to end off the human race once and for all." The government at the White House, however, had a plan to prevent the impact from happening. The three Smiths were shocked and confused about the asteroid threat that is going to happen sometime soon. Roger didn't seem to care as if they were having a random conversation with Klaus. Then the usual American Dad intro played, with Roger popping up inside Stan's SUV, saying his usual "Good morning, USA," before being pushed down by Stan while driving his car. However, Roger in the intro was wearing a random disguise from another episode. It was seen to be an Eskimo or some sort. Once the intro started with the American flag and the logo of the show, it transitioned back to the Smiths again, the three of them being confused, curious, and even nervous. Stan walks into the living room, completely dumbfounded about the global plague that caused Jeff to get sick instantly, wondering if it was fatal or not. Francine told Stan about the asteroid threat during the plague, as it said in the news. Stan wondered that him... Are they going to keep saying wonder instead of wonder? Stan wondered that him and Stan wondered that him and the CIA had a plan to stop the asteroid from hitting Earth. But it seems that the government at the White House already had that plan. Roger and Klaus, however, were talking about the plague that has been happening all over the world, and even in Langley Falls. And they already realize that Jeff is going to die from it. After all that, we transitioned to the CIA building. In the building, Stan, Avery Bullock, and the CIA residents were talking about how much they were going to stop the asteroid heading for the Earth during the global pandemic. I get to know that they were wearing face masks, including Stan, just because of the pandemic. Stan was talking to the CIA members about how Jeff was sick today, and almost seemed that the sickness was fatal at any moment. Not anything that surprising, but it's just random stuff about the pandemic, and they think of the random ideas to stop the asteroid colliding Earth. Unlike one of these movies that regards the global disaster such as Yellowstone eruption. Then it cuts to the hospital with Francine and Haley, completely concerned about Jeff in his hospital bed. He almost seemed like that he had a very high temperature. The two female Smiths were also wearing face masks, like everyone at the CIA. A random doctor character said that the test result is positive. It seems that Jeff's illness was fatal, and he's going to be dead in a few hours. Francine and Haley seemed a bit dumbfounded and sad, but they were still curious about the asteroid threat. Jeff proceeds to speak, but his voice is hoarse, because how sick he was.
Haley, just let you know that you're my wife. Also, I don't think I could make it in time,
Jeff said.
Jeff, I don't think you could be my husband. But the test result was positive. I lost my fucking place. And you're gonna die.
Haley said in a monotone. Oh, never mind. She wasn't very emotional at all. Jeff is still worried about his death going to occur. Then it cuts back to the house and into the attic with Roger, Steve, and Klaus. Roger and Steve were dressed as scientists, as they were making a cure for the virus that was going around. Besides that, an asteroid is still coming to Earth. Steve is still concerned about the asteroid as the cure was still in progress. Klaus, however, was being awfully curious in this scene. He even asked them that how Jeff is going to be okay. Get to know that Klaus wasn't even that concerned about Jeff. Steve didn't seem to know, as with Roger were just using some potions and substances that could make the cure work. After that scene, he transformed back to the living room as Stan walked in. He was back from the CIA and he seemed a bit curious about the plan. This plan, however, is to completely blow up the asteroid into smithereens. Say that again? Blow up the asteroid into the smithereens? Into smithereens? Stan checked the front door window in the living room to see that Francine and Haley with face masks were coming back from the hospital. Out of the blue, two evil kidnappers with face masks kidnapped the two female Smiths and putting them in a van. Stan was shocked as you can hear his wife and daughter hysterical screams of fear while being kidnapped. I've had an opportunity to save my wife, my daughter, and the world from the asteroid during the global pandemic, Stan said to himself. What? He even got a recent text from Francine on his phone. It said the test result for Jeff is positive, and meaning that he's going to die from the fatal illness within a few hours. Stan even seems to get the message about how Jeff's sickness is getting worse. Stan went up to the attic checking that Roger and Steve were still working on the cure.
Oh, hi, Stan. Can't you say I'm still working on the cure for the virus, even for Jeff?
Roger said. I get the point, Roger. My wife said that Jeff's illness was fatal. Well, excuse me. I had to save my wife and daughter from the kidnappers that had kidnapped them. And even the world from that asteroid, Stan said while in a hurry as he rushed into his SUV. Then it cuts to an abandoned-looking apartment where the 2 kidnappers and their hostages were in. Inside the building, Francine and Haley were tied up in their chairs with duct tape on their mouths. They were screaming in fear by just the fact that they were muffled because of the duct tape. What? The kidnapper server were working some kind of strange... I feel like I'm having an attack. Oh my fucking god. Like, between how fucking poorly it's written, when I was on my break, I for some reason, I got it in my head that I put some Vicks Vapo rub in my chest. I got some on my tongue, don't ask how. Like, just the faintest bit was still on my finger, so I touched my tongue at some point. So it's like, my tongue is like slightly numb now. I did clean my mouth. But it's like, just, there's so many things going on, like, wrong here that it's just like, I feel like I'm dying, like, reading this. Like, truly, truly dying. They fell to the ground on impact as the 2 syringes with the purple fluid landed on them, killing them instantly as they injected by unknown force. What the fuck? Wait, what? Okay, I did skip a line. They were also giving them a deadly treatment. What they were holding were 2 syringes that had venomous purple fluid, which had painfully killed a person instantly as it was injected. Just as they tried to inject the fluid in the tied up females. The female Smiths. Stan burst into the apartment and shot one of the 2 kidnappers in the leg. They fell to the ground in impact as the 2 syringes with purple fluid landed on them, killing them instantly as they injected by unknown force. Their skin turns purple and their body parts swelling up as they died. Stan untied his wife and his daughter from their 2 chairs, and even removing the duct tape from their mouths. The 3 Smiths escaped the apartment and ran to their SUV as they drove off. After that scene, it transitioned back to the Smiths' house. It was nighttime, and it still was before the impact could even happen at any moment. Back in the attic, Roger and Steve were still working on the cure, as it was almost in completion. Unfortunately, it has been completed.
We did it, Steve! The cure for the virus is a success!
Roger said excitedly.
Of course we did it, Roger! Let's get this cure to Jeff!
I cannot do Steve at all, Steve said in a slight happiness.
I'm not sure about this. It seems that Jeff is going to die in a few minutes,
I said curiously.
Oh, looks like we had to hurry to the hospital,
Steve said in a hurry. Then it cuts to Stan, Francine, and Haley at the CIA with Avery Bullock and his members. The Smiths, however, had worn their face masks. Bullock said the plan to destroy the asteroid was going to be a huge success to save the world during the global pandemic. Why do they have to fucking add that every time? Why are they always saying that the Smiths were excited about the prevention of the impact going to happen. The CIA had invented a giant laser shooting contraption floating in space, and it's definitely the one that could stop the asteroid from hitting Earth. Bullock started off the countdown to annihilate the asteroid by initiating it. 3, 2, 1, fire! Bullock yelled as he hesitates. With no fail, the huge contraption shoots the entire asteroid into complete smithereens, as the CIA agents and Smiths cheered. We did it, everyone! We finally destroyed the asteroid from hitting Earth, even though it's during a global plague. Somehow the government was jealous at us because of this. Wait, that was Stan, fuck. We did it! We finally destroyed that asteroid from hitting Earth, even though that it's during a global pandemic. Somehow the government was jealous at us because of this. Stan said excitedly.
Yeah, but what about Jeff?
Haley said curiously. Oh yes, let's go back to the hospital to check on Jeff. That was Francine, I don't care. Francine said frantically, in a tone very similar to Stan. The 3 Smiths went to their SUV and rushed to the hospital. In the hospital, Steve and Roger were also there. Steve is also wearing a face mask, and Roger's disguise over was presumed to be a plague doctor. They still had the cure for the virus. The Smiths went to the hospital room where Jeff is still in his hospital bed. It seemed that it was too late. The doctor character from earlier came in, and he had something to say. "I'm sorry, Smiths. It seems that Jeff is already dead," the doctor said, as the Smith family gasped in shock. "Shit, I got to know the cure had been completed and now it's too late," Roger said in complete sorrow. He presumed to be... Wait, what?
He presumed to be a nice person, and now he's gone because of a fatal illness,
Francine said on the verge of tears.
He's in a better place now,"
Stan said calmly. After that, it transitioned to a rainy funeral sequence, with the credits being showed at the left side of the screen below. The Smiths in their funeral uniforms were there, with a few individual and background characters were behind them. It even showed a casket and a memorial dedicated to Jeff Fisher. The character somehow had things to say about Jeff in this scene.
He always made my life a living hell, but I didn't expect him to die.
Liz said in soft tears as she hugged his mother. Wait, what? As she hugged his mother, Francine... What?
Well, Roger, it seemed that we still had the cure,
Steve said in a monotone.
It had worked on some other people who were fatally sick, but we did a good job, Steve,
Roger said calmly. It cuts to a tombstone saying "Rip Jeff Fisher." It even shows the date on where he was born and where he had died recently, showing the year was 2020. 2020 was the year that COVID-19, or the coronavirus, has struck. The asteroid thing, however, was too unrealistic during the global pandemic of COVID. It's not much to explain, but the Smiths were just talking about the times that Jeff spent. And the episode ended, showing the usual closing logos. It still included the Underdog Productions logo, with the real-life security guard man saying, "Bye, have a beautiful time," as it shows the Fuzzy Door Productions, a 20th Century Fox television logo. As the projector finished showing the episode, Seth MacFarlane didn't even know why it was a good idea for the concept of an episode like this. No one's expecting Jeff to be killed off in a current season of American Dad. It wasn't even necessary for a concept like this anyway. The higher-ups of the screening room were pissed at this point, finding this episode to be the most dreadful and infamously dark ones out of the bunch. It wasn't even Seth's fault that he produced such an episode like this. They get the fact that this concept episode was written by Mitchell Albay. Like that this story had previously mentioned earlier, Mitchell was a big fan of sci-fi movies, and even a global disaster movie such as 2012, War of the Worlds, and The Deep Impact. He also had seen movies regarding to deadly virus outbreaks, like how there's going to be a movie based off of COVID-19. Let's get on the main topic of Mitchell. He said to be a guy who had suffered through autism and other mental issues in his childhood. He was known to be one of the most controversial people out there. In his childhood as a teen, he had been bullied a lot. He'd been bullied a lot at school by one person named Daniel Albers. He had been making Mitchell feel pissed so many times. Later, Mitchell got himself suspended from school for 2 weeks for brutally beating up Daniel for teasing him non-stop. And even grounded by his parents. And even house arrested by police. Until his suspension from school was over. After his suspension and house arrest, he seemed to be happy that Daniel was no longer teasing him. Unless he was not social to him at all. As Mitchell was an adult, he was hired at Fox Studios as an episode writer. His first time writing a concept for an American Dad episode in its current season, which was dreadful, dark, and unnecessary. He decided to have an unknown major character named Jeff Fisher die from an illness straight from the plague. And even something generic and realistic as an asteroid heading towards Earth during a global pandemic. The list I have right now keeps making me say plandemic instead of pandemic. I can't. My fucking tongue. Why do they keep saying that? During a global pandemic. As the episode was written, it was somehow produced with an animation of voice acting, with the usual animators and voice actors doing this concept. Some of the higher ups at Fox said this concept of an episode was dreadful to be aired on TV, and even to be released on DVD, just because they tried to have Jeff Fisher killed off from the show and something unrealistic. Mitchell was now fired. The episode was thrown into the vault, never to be seen by anyone outside of Fox Studios. After he got fired, he proceeded to kill himself by jumping off a building. It seems that Mitchell is dead for now on, as the Mitchell is dead for now on, as the higher ups at Fox realized his suicide. Get to know that his life felt like a wasteland of ungratefulness, unless his career and other things. After that incident, Seth MacFarlane, the writer's American Dad, still used Jeff Fisher in most episodes, since that he was a knowable character in the show, and said that Haley was Jeff's wife. Get the fact that this banned American Dad episode could still affect people after viewing it, at least that everything's going to be all fine during COVID-19. And here lies Mitchell Albay. Fuck my American Dad episode! He dies. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck did we just read? I don't understand. I didn't get to say it, but hello, Jack. Oh my god. That was just psychotic. Even for like a shitty troll pasta where it's just like, oh yeah, the guy writing this was like brain dead. Like that might be the single worst thing we've ever read on stream. In terms of like the literal quality of it. What the fuck was that? Completely, utterly fucking insane, my god. What's next? Oh. Nina the Killer. Hooray. Would you believe it? This one also sucks. I know, shocking, truly. But nothing can be as bad as what we just read, so I'm sure it'll be alright. What music to put on the background? I don't know. Sonic sound font, My Chemical Romance. Anything but a lost episode. Yeah. I think we're free from that hell now. I'm pretty sure we read all of them. That entire batch of stories was every lost episode story on this fucking wheel. Can you believe it? Oh no, I'm lying to you. There's two more. There's two more, but they're a lot shorter. So don't worry if they show up. Nina the Killer. 347. Oh, my book. Oh. Nina the Killer. Never have even imagined what Jeff's madness can be overwhelming. Oh, I gotta lower this. Damn, settle down. Holy fuck, they're going crazy over there. What Jeff's madness can be overwhelming. Much for someone with extremely fragile sanity can reach as much as mad for different reasons. I lied to you, it's also incomprehensible. I had heard recently of a new killer. I stay shocked to hear from her. My first thought was that it was just a crazy fan of Jeff the Killer because of his appearance. But after doing a thorough investigation of her, I discovered it was worse than a monster. Things went well. History. Extract from the local newspaper. Strange and unexplained murders, guilty trails. Trails? Have multiplied after several months. They had to suspect the murder was investigated long ago, but found a witness who said advertising was not a murderer, if not two. What the fuck am I reading? I'm not... I cannot... Am I having a stroke? Does that make sense to anybody else? Like... What? What the fuck is going on? Like, what is that? If not two terrorizing different cities... Oh, sorry. Oh my god. I'm actually going fucking insane. I'm so tired. Okay. Fuck it. Leave it this size. Clearly you need some damn help. It's too small for you. Strange unexplained murders. Guilty trail. Have multiplied for several months. They had to suspect the murder was investigated long ago, but found a witness who said advertising was not a murderer, if not two. Terrorizing different cities is not unknown if they work together or separately, but luckily he was able to find this guy, and hardly from the hospital told us what happened. Here's what the guy said. It happened one night. Guy narrate. Walked from my work to home. It was pretty desolate, long streets. We decided to take a shortcut again to change the routine. Big mistake. Already halfway began to feel that I watched and heard footsteps. Turned quickly, looking it was not a thief, but I found nothing. So I just take everything as a product of my imagination. Continue walking, but the feeling of being watched became stronger. I heard steps closer. I noticed something approaching to turn my face, reflecting the elusive suddenly. The moment I see a black-haired girl with a wick-charred, pretty highlighted fuchsia. Do I veto this story? I can't fucking read. Am I high? Like, what the fuck what am I reading? I genuinely cannot fucking tell. I think I'm high on Vicks Vapo Rub. Let's take a short break. Oh, that's really cold tea. Wow. Let's just very quick break. Manhook hand car door. I feel like I'm going fucking like insane. Fuck, wrong guy. Ugh. Like, just what the fuck is this crap, you know? What are we reading? I think, like, those 3 back-to-back lost episodes, it was just too much to bear. Like, it just, the mental, like, the mental stack was too high, you know? I just took too much damage too quickly. Oh my god. Alright, do we veto fucking Nina the Killer and just read, like, the 3 that I actually want to read before I get out of here? There are 4 I want to read. Spoilers, the ones I really, really want to read are, the Three Stooges one, the Popeye one, I Hate You, and, probably Where Are You? Where are you going, where have you been? That one's like a real proper story, you know? Whew. So I wouldn't have to like do a stupid voice the entire time. You know, the epic, edgy, like, lost episode, like, voice. You know what I mean? My throat is really fucked up. God damn. I think only because, like, tomorrow, again, like I've been saying, is a lot of reading too. Like, for that game, so. Manhook hand car door. We did that last year, I think, right? Was that last year or the year before last? It may have been 2023. Been a while. Yeah, I think I'm gonna skip over fucking Nina the Killer and just go to... Let's supersede the wheel. You know what? I won't supersede the wheel entirely. Let's reduce the wheel down to the ones I really, really want. Let's see. Red Plankton got served. I really want Popeye. I really want the Three Stooges. I want Where You Going, Where Have You Been? Okay. Let's see. For all that AVI can go, I want I Hate You. Let's get rid of Jane the Killer. Okay, Sesame Street VHS. Oh, I want that Beatles lost episode. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, there's so many lost episodes, but would you believe it? Most of the shittiest creepypastas known to man are all fucking lost episodes. Shocking, I know. Alright. Refresh this. Fuck. Let's see. Share. Copy. I'm share. Do not share. There we go. Get to hear about Ringo and his hyperrealistic screams. You're not even that far off is the funny thing. That's the crazy part, is that you're really not that far off from the truth. Oh, the wheel's not visible. There we go. Sorry, Nina the Killer enthusiasts. I just could not fathom that fucking story right now at this moment. It's just the way it was formatted. Like, after the American Dad one, my brain was just completely scrambled. I hate you. Someone opens the stream right when I say that. Bye, gee, like I thought leave. Alright. I hate you. Show me scary Mario music. All Mario ghost themes? Oh yeah, that'll work. Shuffle. There we go. Oh, this says visuals. Okay, I actually do want you to have this like on screen. Don't worry. There are a bunch of visuals for this, so I need to put this on screen. Doesn't pops into your head when you see Popeye now is 2 years of Bluto. Fucked up. Okay, let me adjust the window size. Patrick is so fucked up, ain't he? Okay, that's good. Where's my book? Perfect. I hate you. This is one of those haunted game stories. At no point are you going to hear me claim something within the game spoke to me, react to my words, or force me to punch myself repeatedly in the face. No, this isn't about a haunted game, or a game doing something impossible, or even something it shouldn't have. This isn't about a glitch, or a hidden satanic message. At no point did I phone Nintendo headquarters only to have my questions answered with hushed whispers, or anguished screams. The story's about a game feature I don't think anyone else has unlocked. That's it. No ghosts, no conspiracies. Just a secret we were all supposed to find, but never did. Something that changes an entire generation's childhood. The very essence of a multi-billion dollar franchise. This is about what I assumed to be previously undiscovered alternate ending of Super Mario World for the Super Nintendo. In 1996, I received my first computer as a birthday gift. I'd been on the internet before, I'd used computers before, but I'd always been at school or a friend's house. This one was mine. All mine. I explored the crude prehistoric web of the time with great interest. I downloaded all sorts of pornography and even printed it out, which made absolutely no sense. I also pirated media like a madman. Music, games, anything. This is where I first discovered Mario World. I never had a Super Nintendo as a little kid, so it was all new to me. I downloaded tons of games along with the SNES emulator. Mario World was my favorite. Oh, the music sped... Guys. It sped up because I forgot that I left it at that speed when we're listening to the fucking shitty American Dad song. Oh my fucking god. That's why the fucking the 3 Cheers of Sweet Revenge was going so fast. That's why my brain was so scrambled, the music was sped up. Oh my god. Who hasn't heard of Mario? Some guy in 1996, I guess. For over a decade, the same Mario World ROM was my time-wasting hobby. I played it over and over again, beating the game faster and faster to begin to lazily explore the worlds with no particular purpose. Game Genie codes helped immensely. You turn off the timer and relive a particularly entertaining map for an hour as I waited for a download or any number of boring events. It was in this manner that I must have beaten and rebeaten the game thousands upon thousands of times. There was a comfort in the obsessive-compulsive behavior of this routine, but all that was shattered when I saw Blind Boo. The Blind Boo, as I referred to it, was hovering over the exit from the haunted sunken ship level later on in the game. I called it blind because it actually had no visible eyes. It was like someone made a lazy ROM hack, but I knew from years of experience that this was a normal game. The Blind Boo just hung there over the exit pipe, blocking it. I turned my back on it, but it didn't chase me. How could it? It didn't even see me. Then, I noticed something else out of sorts. You can't see. I gotta fix this. There you go. Oh. I guess I can close this a bit. Perfect. Whoa. Notice anything off about this? There was a key and a keyhole misplaced above the exit. Keys and keyholes, as such, are ways of ending a level in an alternate manner, and discovering a secret area. Still, this didn't belong there, and I knew it. For a moment, I considered the fact that I'd actually broken a ROM file from overuse. After taking a screenshot specifically to show all of you Mario Bros fans. I thought I was gonna say all you Mario Bros, I would've fucking... I picked up the key and opened the door, figuring the game would seize up, and I'd have to restart. Instead, it opened up a new path in the map selection screen. There it is. A whirlpool next to Bowser's already creepy head cave thing. I pressed the right arrow and moved on to the whirling drain. Whoa! Motherfucker! I do that one Bowser noise though. Oh god, no. This didn't really strike me as odd, because if you're familiar with the Mario World game, what the fuck do you mean this didn't strike you as odd? Are you high? Bowser is fucking bleeding out of his eyes. There's an area called Star Road that you may note has similar names. Just stuff like tubular and awesome, and all manner of dumb words and phrases. Most of the areas were called Vanilla Forest 1 and Donut Mountain 3 and all that. But there were maps with odd names like that. What did concern me though was Mario's expression. Surprise, shock, fear. I entered the map. Mamma mia. Oddly enough, the whirlpool in the middle of the lake began with the standard castle entry animation. Mario walked up to a castle door, looked up, then went in. I could tell it was underwater though, because of the bubbles that periodically emerged from the sprite's mouth and floated to the top of the screen. Inside the castle, it started to look more and more like I was, in fact, experiencing a glitch.
I'm yawning.
There was no room to jump, no room to do anything but run left and right. I must have gone right for 10 to 20 minutes, holding the B button and running along at full speed. After a while, I ran into one or two blind boos in the darkness above, then 3 or 4. The screen was full of them. They just kind of hung there, doing nothing. They wouldn't chase me if I turned my back, as did the previous blind boo. If I made any noise, like Mario's jump sound, they would just kind of shudder a bit, like they heard the sound of Mario's movements, but couldn't do anything about it. Then, something made me stop and turn the other way.
God.
Now I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt this map was designed specifically to screw with the player. Not because the giant bleeding bill was hemorrhaging profusely from its face, because it was inescapable. There was literally no way to avoid being killed by it, as you can clearly see above. That is, unless you're like me, and you have the Game Genie cheats on hand. I switched on the code for permanent invincibility. I let the bleeding bill chase me for a while when I was invincible, just to get a good look at the thing. I stopped and killed with my invulnerable touch, only when I saw a message that hadn't been there when I passed before.
I hate you.
That kind of creeped me out. But on the other hand, it was kind of interesting, because it meant this was definitely a map that was supposed to exist. There was some sort of plot element here, something undiscovered. What did it mean? Who hated me? King Koopa seemed the obvious answer. Maybe just the ghosts. We neared a haunted castle. Sorry, scratching my nose. We neared a haunted castle that you found by way of haunted ship. A bloody looking hate message isn't so unbelievable. I saw it again as I approached some giant boos. I was thankful that the blind boos ended at this point, because the more I watched them shudder, the uneasier I felt. I almost felt empathetic toward them, etc. The thankfulness ended when I turned my back on the giant boos, and this happened. Giant boos with faces I hadn't seen before. They always looked mad at me being awakened. Angry that you were invading their haunted houses across the Mario World Island. This wasn't different, and they looked gleeful, demented. I could see right down their throats, which seemed odd given the lack of detail their mouths usually displayed. And yes, of course I'm going to address that message you saw in the picture.
Why won't you die?
I don't know why. Am I supposed to? Who's asking? I let the giant boos touch me. They died like the bleeding bills, which I had encountered too. Despite any attempt to scare the player, I knew that being invisible meant being invincible, no matter what they threw at me. After a while running on the strange claustrophobic corridor with no more eventful happenings, I came to a room with the exit pipe. Taking the pipe downward, I came out the other end and dropped into a room filled with water. The water made sense, this being a sunken castle beneath a whirlpool and all. I was rewarded for my troubles with a question mark block that released a mushroom for me. I could have easily done this with a cheat code, but the thought had escaped me as I faced all those new and strange sights. The first creatures I encountered in the underwater portion of the castle were thwomps. Unless you've been living under a rock since the mid-80s, you know thwomps are stone-like creatures that hang from the ceiling and fall whenever you come near. They try to crush you, essentially. God. Well, these thwomps line up in a tight row, drop repeatedly and randomly with no real trigger or any sense of logic. They would just wait or drop whenever they seemed to feel like it. It also looked like these thwomps had been very difficult, or very successful thwomps. I can't fucking read, I'm so tired. More cartoony blood. This is getting pretty unusual for the Mario Bros franchise, which I hadn't recalled seeing blood in it at all. Now I'd seen it used 3 times. Bloody bills, the messages, eventually smashing, grinding thwomps, working their victims, the pulp, forever. God damn. In the hampering effects of the water, I walked slowly under these things, making sure every single one touched me and died. There were almost 30 of them in a row. The sight of them mindlessly crushing over and over again just made me hate them with an unsettling intensity. It was weird. The blood caused Mario to slide as if he were on an ice level. After walking through that gauntlet of depravity, I swam into a more open area that was filled with spikes on the floor and ceiling. It was difficult to swim in this manner, touching the spikes. But since I was still invincible, I don't think much of it. I avoided them more for fun than I have any sense I'd be damaged. It stopped being fun really fast. Stretching and yawning. Look at this fucking guy. Look at all the dead Marios. Now I knew some of what was going on. The bloody mess that thwomps were in it were unending spattering? It was other Marios, past Marios that had tried to traverse this level and failed. I had to admit, this is an excellent touch. Is it? Even if it was a bit ghoulish. Whoever designed the map actually broke the fourth wall and showed you the bloated, motionless abortions of the player's own careless treatment of Mario's tiny life. That's a string of words, sure. You could write all that. I mean, you can. I don't think you should, but you could. Oh my god. The bodies only floated straight up and down a tiny bit, as if to show the effects of a light current. It was genius. I couldn't believe it. I'd be the first one, and only person to ever see this. I toyed with the idea of taking more than one screenshot I just presented to you. Fuck. So basically, all of you reading this could enjoy the secret map as much as I had, especially this weird little touch. Without swimming, without kicking or moving in any way, the dead Mario started to come out at me like torpedoes. Their faces remained blank and blue and dead, but they moved with astounding speed. They angled, positioned, and worked all sorts of unique trajectories that left me almost nowhere to run. They continued coming at me and swarming me, backing up and wait. Coming at me and swarming and backing up to try again. I just couldn't bring myself to let them touch me. I moved with more speed and skill than I'd ever exhibit. God damn. Why the fuck? Why did I get so tired? What happened? I need like a pick-me-up. I need something to like wake me the fuck up. Good god. It's like just, the guy is so clinical about like seeing all this fucked up evil shit in his Mario game. I don't know if he cares. More Vicks? That's not gonna wake me up. It's gonna make me relax. It's like, wow, this is a very calming, pleasant sensation. I'm being bored to death. Maybe I'm actually dying from reading this. Possible. God damn. Like with a title like I Hate You, expect something a bit more like inflammatory and like aggressive and like damn, like, you know, like this game really hates you. I don't know if this game really hates him all that much, honestly. It's just like a kind of hard Mario level. I move with more speed and skill than I'd ever exerted, frantically trying to keep Mario free of the drowning victims that seemed dead set on rocketing straight into him. When I finally reach the purple exit pipe, you see above, there had to be 10 of those things right behind, pitching, turning, and chasing me. I entered the pipe as fast as I could, thankful that it worked, and had Mario out of the situation in a heartbeat. The corridor that followed was empty, thankfully. There was just a blue underwater hallway of sorts, nothing to avoid or kill. It was boring and predictable, like the game had been all these years, which brought back a sense of safety. Into the hallway, came to the standard pair of doors you'd enter to face a final boss. Beside the doorway, a mushroom power. Oh my, what the fuck is that thing? He didn't touch it. He didn't want to become Maria instead of Mario, I guess. Whatever. I didn't touch that shit. Going through the door was as you'd expect. A typical change of map views occurred, and Mario was standing on the ubiquitous bridge over boiling lava, where had been blood all along. When Mario walked out onto the bridge, however, there was no boss creature. Instead, Mario immediately looked to the side and froze. Couldn't control him anymore. He just stood there. Keep looking until you see it. Oh. I didn't see it at first, so I didn't expect you to notice it right away. You still haven't spotted the thing. Look in the third window from the left. FYI, that's not usually there. Mario seemed to have regained his composure and looked back and forth slowly, surveying the room. There was still no boss, and I still couldn't control him, so I stopped trying and just watched. This went on for what seemed like forever. Nothing happened. Then, a familiar face walked in from the right, dressed in green, tall, and angry. It was Luigi. Ubiquitous bridge, the PewDiePie bridge! Oh my god, do I still have some coffee left over? I do. It's gonna be cold, but fuck it, it should give me like a, you know, enough of a shake. Ugh. Mario recoiled in horror. It's difficult to say that I was one in horror. It's difficult to say without thinking how crazy it sounds, but Mario really reeled back with a sort of terror that was uncharacteristic for such a happy-go-lucky mascot like him. Then, Luigi spoke. You thought the Koopa worked alone? It was all connecting now. Messages scrolled on the walls. I hate you. And why won't you die? Luigi. He's always been Mario's second banana. The player too. The one who doesn't get the princess in these early games. No matter how identical he is to Mario in skill set and ability and tenaciousness and bravery. At the end of the day, this song has been playing for like the past like hour. Oh, it's 30 minutes. No fucking wonder. Jesus Christ. Where's... Hold on. I know it should help. Where the fuck is the Mario World one? God damn, dude. Okay. Or was I? At the end of the day, the game is Super Mario Brothers, and he's just a brother. I mean, his name is Luigi Mario, so... Oh, he must have hated Mario. Who among us wouldn't? Think about it. No matter what happens, Mario always comes back. No matter how many corpses he leaves littering the battlefield, he's always there once more to leap and cheer and get all the adoration. And Koopa hadn't worked alone? Not what I meant at first. Anything. But again, to think it through. How exactly does King Koopa consistently succeed in kidnapping the princess? From day one, from the original Mario Brothers onward, it had always been an inside job. Still unable to control the character, I watched Mario simply cower in fear as Luigi leapt high into the air. As high as he could Mario 2, bastard child of the franchise. He jumped the pathetic weeping Mario again, and again, and again. I was powerless to stop it. When he was done, he seemed to look at Mario's limp body with his overwhelming rage. Then the bridge started to disappear. Soon Mario would be dead. Gone. An irrational thought. Be permanent? Or wouldn't be.
And tonight, bro, I'm number one now. Now shake it, shake it, shake. Give me the plumber shaker, man. Come on, man. Give me the plumber shaker, Mario.
Oh my god. Then Mario turns his head at a 30-degree angle. He looks straight into the camera and he says, "Fuck!"
Oh, no!
And he goes, "Hee-yah!" And he goes,
Oh! Eho! Oh! Wah!
Within an instant, as Luigi turned to seemingly strike a victory pose, like he'd beaten the level, Mario awkwardly got to his feet and took him by surprise. Fear and sadness and confusion had given way to anger. Mario overpowered his brother with little effort. To this day, I'm still haunted by the final result of this wrathful reprisal.
Oh, God, no!
There was the map's title. None of this was a glitch. None of it was a mistake. It wasn't even a developer getting back Nintendo. It wasn't even hiccups. It wasn't a ghost wanting a Nintendo cartridge. It was a planned, purposeful part of the Mario Brothers mythos. I gotta hold on. There we go. If you beat the same level X number of times, the secret part of the world opened, and you learned that from Mario Brothers through Mario Land, Luigi had secretly been working against you. And was in fact facilitating the repeated abduction and abuse of the princess. But why? Money? Power? No, it was all there. Because he couldn't take not being the one in the spotlight, not being Mario himself. After Luigi died, well and truly died, Mario just sat on the edge of the bridge and wept.
Oh, my brother is fucking dead.
I was forced to watch this for minutes on end before the screen faded to black. I played the rest of the game through to see if anything changed. Nothing else odd happened, as one would expect since this whole ordeal was supposed to be part of the actual full story. I couldn't access the whirlpool again. I'd seen the events once, and that was all I was apparently allowed. It was back to the game as usual. The same exact game I'd played since the 90s. Probably continue to play for the rest of my days. Well, It was the same, except for the final image. This is reminding you of the guy who's not played the retro game we talked about yesterday. Like all the, I know this game real good and this is supposed to happen. Holy fuck. Holy fucking fuck. Boy, was that scary or what? God. That's a classic. That story is a damn classic. It's so fucking funny. Alright. Next. Let's see. Oh. Three Stooges. Oh fuck. The wheel's not on the screen. Fuck! You gotta trust me when I say this. I know it wasn't on screen, but you gotta trust me. You gotta trust me. Oh, I know why the scream isn't happening. I just realized. Because I have OBS muted. Not the scream, the laugh. Listening to scary stories, sleeping, makes some actually strange dreams. Really? Did you dream that you were Mario and that you killed your brother Luigi? That just happened. You probably didn't dream that. Alright. Three Stooges. Dead Dunderheads. What do I put on the background for this? I just put this on. I think this makes sense. Where are you? Three Stooges. Dead Dunderheads. This is 425 we're at. God. This has been one of the dumbest fucking reading streams. By far. Alright. We're finally off the trollpasta wiki. I don't think this is a good story anyway, but we're off the trollpasta wiki. You know where we went to instead? The Lost Episodes wiki. Whoa! Oh, the mean dad from the first one? Well, don't worry. That guy was actually secretly like a goblin made out of swamp gas. So it actually wasn't anywhere near as scary as like the lead up would have you believe. It was really stupid by the end. Old. Three Stooges. Oh, sorry, that's Dead Dunderheads. Oh my god, here comes the devil, apparently. I think that's him. I think it's the devil. Three Stooges, Dead Dunderheads. When the original Three Stooges aired in 1930, it was obviously going to be a big hit. It aired in almost every movie theater. Three Stooges were only shown in movie theaters for the first few years across the country. Three Stooges began to air on television and had multiple spin-offs, including Three Stooges with Moe, Joe, and Larry, Three Stooges with Moe, Shemp, and Larry. But everyone's favorite was probably Three Stooges with Curly Howard. Opinions began to change when almost every Three Stooges fan was exposed to one of the most shocking episodes yet. It was 1947, and the episode Half-Wit's Holiday was about to come out to theaters. This episode marked the end of the Moe, Larry, and Curly era, as Curly had suffered a major stroke on set. Surprisingly, the show only aired in 2 or 3 theaters in the US, and only a few people had attended the screenings for it. On the 4th day of its release, the film aired at a small suburban neighborhood shopping center. The shopping center had a theater with the latest films of the generation. According to the police, only 3 or 4 individuals had arrived in the theater to watch a simple screening of what they thought would be Half-Wit's Holiday. It was later revealed that it was much more than that. Shopping center had a theater. Wait. Oh, sorry, my bad. I completely had a stroke for a second there. The episode started off normally, as any regular episode would. The title frame slowly faded into view and remained on screen for a good minute. This is when things began to go awry. The title frame began to shake violently and disappeared altogether. Viewers were shown a white screen for a good 5 minutes and reported quite a ruckus, possibly a struggle of an individual. An alternate title frame slowly faded into view. It was simply labeled The Three Stooges. In a similar font, except without the faces of the main characters and the music playing in the background, the title frame faded out. The name of the episode was widely printed across the screen. The words read, Dead Dunderheads. For a split second. This is spelled Deddunderheads. There are no A's. Then abruptly transferred to Dead Dunderheads, and that one has the A's. Then simply just to Dead. The screen quickly transferred to the actual episode. The camera faced a room with no furniture, with the exception of some tarp on the ground and a ladder in the background. It apparently looked as if a room was being remodeled. A man dressed up as Mo waddles onto the screen reluctantly, wearing a cheap bowl-cut wig that looked as if it was about to fall off. A tag is clearly seen in the back of the wig. Whether it was for entertainment purposes or not, the man had a worried look in his face, his eyes darting around the room nervously, his fingers constantly fidgeting. He appeared to be waiting for someone to come on screen. Small murmurs are heard in the background. After about 30 seconds, a so-called Curly is apparently pushed on screen. Curly was an overweight man with a black eye and multiple cuts on his cheeks and scalp. His mouth is slanted in a downward position, and he too looked nervous. He told Mo to go check the flooring on the other side of the room in an unprofessional way. Quietly, with a couple of words slurred, Mo shuffles off camera, and as soon as he leaves the sight of the camera, a so-called Larry walks onto the screen. This had to be the worst of the two. It was a female with her hair messily cut and styled to represent the original Larry from the original Stooges. During lines, she would occasionally sob or mispronounce a word or two. Curly tells her that he needs to fix the roof and points to the ladder. By now, tears are clearly visible streaming down Larry's face as she hesitates to walk over to the ladder. She finally seems to build up enough courage to climb a few steps on the ladder, but has to work on the roof with a wrench. Curly then bends down and pulls out a toolbox. He reveals that he has multiple sharp, dangerous tools with him and lays them out on a tarp. For a few minutes, everything seems too normal. Around the 3-minute mark, Mo walks onto the screen, stares at the ladder that Larry's working on, and heaves a sigh. He slowly walks by the ladder as the camera zooms in on his feet. One of his feet gets caught on one of the legs of the ladder, and the ladder slipped away from underneath Larry. Mo hits the ground hard as the ladder comes crashing down. Larry falls down to the ground top of the ladder, along with the wrench, which hits Mo in the back of the head. Mo appears to spew blood on the ground. By the next frame, the blood is gone, and Mo is cleaned up. A look of pain comes into the face of the female Larry. He struggles to stand up, and it appears that he had landed on his wrist. He clenches his wrist tightly as he walks over to Mo, waits for him to stand up, and pokes him in the eyes rather aggressively. Mo cries, "Oh!" and falls to the ground, his hands covering his eyes. He quickly works himself up, and gives Larry a death glare, and says a chilling line. "If you want war, you'll get war!" He smacks Larry upside the head, leaving Larry distorted and in pain. He pushes Curly out of the way. He's finished laying out all his tools. I wanted to say toys, it's tools. Mo bends down, picks up a screwdriver, trudges over to Larry, who's still hunched over in pain. He taps on Larry's shoulder. Larry looks up, and Mo drives the screwdriver to Larry's eye. By now, 3 of the 4 audience members have gotten up and left the theater. Children crying, women shaking with fear. The remaining audience member was a male in his 20s, an amateur movie maker studying the art of movies and television shorts so that one day, a film could be in the theaters. Sure, he was disgusted, but he had no idea that it was real. He continued to take notes about the film's violent nature. The 3 audience members reported to the staff, who assumed the wrong movie is playing, and also assume that everyone has left the theater, so they leave the film running. Mo lets go of the screwdriver, puts his bloody hands over his eyes, appearing to block the violence away from his vision. The camera now focuses on Larry, now crying, blood running down his face. Larry drops to the tarp and passes out from the shock. It is unknown if Larry's even alive by now, but if it even matters. Mo bends down and yanks the screwdriver out of Larry's eye. The screwdriver possibly penetrated the brain, leaving Larry motionless on the tarp. Mo faces the camera and mutters, "You sick, heartless bip." The film is obviously edited out, because a puddle of blood has now formed beneath Larry, and Mo had multiple bruises and cuts on his face now. I think they wanted to say that was Curly saying, I can't tell. The man watching the film later complained to the authorities. The film began to get fuzzy and distorted, giving me a headache. A headache indeed. The film appeared to be damaged at this part in the next reel, as the screen flashes white and black repeatedly, leaving the next series of events illegible for the next few minutes. After the flashing stops, the audio appears to not work anymore. As it appears, Mo is saying something to Curly, but it's impossible to hear what they're saying. Since the beginning and the end of the white flashing, Mo appears to have new cuts and Curly appears to have a sliced lip. Larry is now obviously dead, but the actors take no notice to him. Mo now appears to be sawing some wood with a rusty old saw, and Curly's hammering some nails into the wall for no apparent reason. As Curly walks across the room to get more nails off screen, he slips on one of the tools he laid out and reaches for Mo to help him. He accidentally grabs for the saw, scratching his hand vulgarly as he hits the ground with a thud. The audio abruptly begins to work again here, and Curly is now heard whimpering as he crawls off screen, leaving a trail of blood. "You fool! Someone could have gotten hurt!" Mo shouts. He scolds Curly when he walks back into the screen by giving him a sturdy punch in the stomach. A strange look comes upon Curly's face as he bends over and vomits up a little fluid. Small chuckles and snickers are heard in the background as Curly returns to punching nails in the wall, now breathing heavier as if he was about to burst into tears. What is this fucking story? What psycho wrote this? This is, you know what this is? This is just a bit in that episode of South Park where they have like Jeffrey Dahmer and John Wayne Gacy doing like a Three Stooges gag. They're trying to get like the birthday cake for Satan's birthday. Remember that? Remember that? Do you remember? I remember. I remember that bit. That's all this is right now. Someone saw that and they were like, what if I just loop that back into Three Stooges again? What if we get like Stoogeception? Let's see. About 5 minutes pass, and Curly asks for some help from Mo to nail some more nails into the wall. Mo holds the nail as Curly hammers the nail more and more into the wall. He expects Curly to hit Mo in the thumb with the hammer, but luckily it doesn't happen. Instead, when Mo moves back to sawing more wood, walks back to sawing more wood, he asks Curly for some help. Curly holds the wooden plank for Mo, who messily cuts and deliberately lets the saw blade graze Curly's fingers. Fucking more is there? Oh my god. Just keeps going. Curly quickly draws away with a furious look in his eyes. Picks up his hammer and swings the hammer into Mo's genitals. As Mo falls to the floor, blood leaking out of his pants, he gasps for breath as he grabs Curly's leg and begins to bite. Curly gets into the swing of the hammer to Mo's hand, leaving it dislocated with the bone snapped. Mo crawls over to the saw, now on the floor, and throws it at Curly. The saw blade penetrates Curly's big round belly, as blood oozes out of both his stomach and mouth. He lets go of the hammer, which falls upon his toes, making a large, echoing, cracking sound. Curly begins to mumble gibberish and slurred sentences about toys and sports, then rude remarks about his mother and his genitals. As he talks and faces the camera, blood often manages to shoot out of his mouth and onto the lens of the camera. During the middle of one of his sentences, he collapses to the ground, barely even alive, and manages to grab the hammer, still mumbling on and on about nonsense, and heaves it with his last bit of strength at Mo, who's now unconscious. The hammer slams into his back, shattering his spine. Curly manages to laugh a little bit, but then passes out from blood loss. Loud laughter is now heard as the film reel decays, leaving a plain white screen. The laughter soon fades out, and the one man in the audience is left in awe. Police arrive a few minutes later, and seize the film and evacuate the theater from possible threats. When police entered the room where the film was being projected onto the screen, they found a man. Supposedly the man was just supposed to air halfway to holiday. Tied up and intensely beaten. The man remembers little. You know, when you see Three Stooges creepypasta, your brain assumes that it has to be funny, right? It's like, oh yeah, this is gonna be like the dumbest shit imaginable. It's gonna be so fucking hilarious to read. This sucks. This is just boring. This is just trite crap. This is just torture. Not even Alvin and the Chipmunks torture. Anyone have Alvin and the Chipmunks in their dreams thanks to that story, by the way? I just thought I'd ask. God. Oh, that would be fucked up. Hello, son. Police have three things to work with in the film for a few seconds. A shadow appears, the man holding something similar to a clipboard. The shadow then goes out of sight. The second piece of evidence is a few mistakes he had with the film. Imagine lots of repots just end up like this. Yeah. This is just kind of nothing. I just skipped ahead. It just ends with the narrator's gonna be it's gonna be an amateur movie. So people are making snuff films out of Three Stooges, I guess, and hiring random people to be in it. So that's that. The funnier ones are written like Nina. That was just like so illegible. I could not fucking just I don't know, you know. I really could not fucking read it. Didn't know you read the last day. It's the 30th. Son, we've had 4 of these. Now granted, the very first marathon of Scariness did not have a reading stream, so I guess we've had 2 of these before now. I digress. That's okay. Anyhow, I'm skipping the rest of this fuck ass story. That was just exhausting. I like how it was like revitalized. I was like, oh yeah, the ending of I Hate You was pretty funny. I feel refreshed. And then we reread that and it's just like, wow, back to fucking square. Stop, how are you doing this? Just let me see. I think you unfollowed at some point. Because you've been here a lot longer than fucking 2024, April 25th. So I don't know. Anyhow. Let's see. Old. Let's spin this damn wheel. Let's pray for something good. Fuck it, I'm just gonna read the Beatles one because it's short, then Popeye. And then, if I still have energy, we'll read the actual real story. Where are you going? Where have you been? Okay? We're superseding the wheel. The wheel's dead. I just exploded with my mind. Old. Currently reading the Beatles cartoon Lost episode. That's at 4:43. Okay. You lost internet? That sucks. Eggs. Old. Okay. What? No! No, you're trolling. You're trolling. You're trolling. Oh, no. I simply missed some letters. I missed the E. I thought it got taken down. I genuinely thought it got removed. Being too shit. Like, some guy was like, fuck you, you're trolling. Okay. The Beatles cartoon Lost episode. Can I get, like, MIDI Beatles music? That might work. Show me, MIDI Beatles music. No, this is better. Let's see. The Beatles cartoon Lost episode. I just want to start off by saying that if you want an answer at the end, prepare to be disappointed. There isn't one. I'd like to start this off by affirming that I'm a huge Beatles fan, as well as being 14 years old. I'm also an avid collector of Beatles stuff. I was even there at their first concert. They have great music and great talent. I have their albums, t-shirts, and other assorted items. I even enjoy the old cartoon of the Beatles that was made in the 60s. But it wasn't too long before I found out there was a morbid secret to the cartoon. I was at a local collector's shop where they had sections about the Beatles. I was looking for some Beatles mugs and pins. I bought 2 Beatles mugs and 4 Beatles pins, and I was just about to leave the section when something caught my eye. It was a videotape called The Lost Beatles Cartoon. Or at least that's what I assumed, being what was scribbled on it, with what appeared to be black Sharpie. I really wanted to get it, so I told my disjointed mother that I wanted to buy it. We went to purchase the tape. The counter worker said I couldn't have it. He told me that he watched it and had nightmares. I'm surprised he could say that about the tape because it was just the Beatles. How could I ever do about a band possibly that scary? But he said, never mind, you're just gonna have nightmares anyway, and gave me the tape. While I was walking away, I thought I saw him folding his hands like he was praying. For some odd reason, I was starting to feel like something was wrong with the tape. When I got home, I immediately went downstairs to watch some serious video. When the tape started to play, something weird happened in the beginning. It was the sound of someone screaming in complete agony, which, while that was normal for the Beatles cartoon, it was usually a title card accompanying it. I was scared until the title card thankfully faded in a few seconds later. The episode title was called Because, and assumed it was referring to the Abbey Road song Because. The first scene faded in from black, but something was off. It was slightly different from the original style. It looked almost similar to the original, but it looked darker, more detailed. And the episode showed all 4 Beatles in their trademark grotesque original designs: John, Paul, George, and Ringo. Despite the past oddity, I relaxed hearing the trademark Paul Frees and Lance Percival voicing the Fab Four. They were talking about some kind of CD they found outside the recording studio, and about listening to it. This was strange, as CDs weren't invented until 1976, and the show was produced in the late 60s. So then the scene suddenly transitioned to the Beatles in the recording studio. The shot showed John casually putting headphones on until the thing happened. John all of a sudden just looked like he just blacked out. Then Paul worriedly asked, "John, are you alright?" And the screen zoomed up to John, who had started drooling. And all of a sudden, John's eyes turned to what I can only really describe with my limited vocabulary, LSD astrip image with weird colors. After 10 seconds of John's astripping face, something appeared. I grabbed the clicker and went backwards to see what it was. What I saw was morbid, grotesque picture. It was a real photo of a man with a ventriloquist dummy. The scary part of the picture was that the man with the dummy had no mouth. Instead, there was blood in his face where his mouth was supposed to be. The dummy had fire in his eyes and an insane smile. I had to choke back some vomit after watching it. And the screen went back to an equally as vomit-inducing sight. John's face. "Are you alright?" asked Ringo. "Seeing is not believing, seeing is killing," said John in a dull monotone, as though he was in some sort of trance. John soon snapped back to reality, shaking his head and replied, Yes, I am. What time is it, George?" "It's 1:13. George answered nonchalantly. Then the screen went black and blood started to rain down. But his blood looked much more realistic than anything else that they'd seen in any other episode. It looked so real that if I touched the screen, I would somehow get blood on my fingers. The blood rain soon disappeared, and another scene soon faded in, showing the Beatles walking to a lake. A crowd of girls soon started chasing the guys for almost a minute, when all of a sudden pictures of a girl with no eyes appeared on the screen. It was an actual black and white photo of a person with her eye sockets dripping with blood. What the? What the fuck? I started playing an Only Plays compilation. That was so scary. There we go. That was the scariest thing tonight. My god. Holy fuck. Alright. As I was trying to do. Fuck, where was I? Oh, the girl with no eye sockets, or no eyes. She had no teeth, and more blood was pouring out of the mouth. I jumped back on my couch after seeing it. Then the screen went to John's face. And all of a sudden, the screaming of the fans stopped. When all four of them turned around to check, all the fans were on the ground, burning to a crisp. Paul, clearly petrified, asked, What happened?" Then the scene showed Ringo vomiting out red vomit with chunks of brown meat. Something caught my eye. I paused and looked closely at the vomit, and there was a face of Hitler. I was somewhat shocked with a man who killed millions of people and soldiers within a cartoon about the Beatles. "Just forget about it," John sharply shouted back. "What about the fans? I don't give a fuck." I was shocked that this episode involves John saying, "Fuck!" But I decided to continue on. The next scene showed a building that was about to be demolished. The Beatles were walking down a street when the wrecking ball hit the building. A piece of rubble went flying in the air. It was about to miss a person when John did something despicable. In typical John fashion, he proceeded to push the man back to where the piece of rubble was about to fall. In a second, the piece of solid marble crushed the guy to death. Blood and brain matter flew everywhere. Even though the brain matter and blood still looked cartoonish, it still was pretty horrible. A crowd of people quickly surrounded the scene, and the scene zoomed to John with an evil smirk on his face. The next scene only showed us just a black screen. Only thing that could be heard was a gunshot. Then there was smoke that I assumed was the fired gun. And the screen faded into a shot of the recording studio. The studio had no lights on. It wasn't the screen to be too dark to make anything out. But there was quiet mumbling, and I had listened closely to hear someone dully whispering, "I shouldn't have done that. I want to know soon." And one light went on. There was a shadow outside the door. It was the form of John. It wasn't long until the light was reflecting to the sound manager in the recording booth, dead. Really put two and two together and figured that the man was shot by John, who had a gun for whatever reason. The camera zoomed to the ground outside the room. A model M1887 fell to the ground with the blood splattered on it, and with bits of smoke still coming out of the barrel. This story's so fucking stupid. Why did I choose to read it in this voice? It's so much harder to read this way. The next scene suddenly showed Paul, George, and Ringo knocking on John's room door. Then Ringo proceeded to bust down the door with his trademark strong, sexy insect legs, and there was a humongous safe that was the size of an SUV. I didn't know what the combination was, but for some reason it wasn't locked up all the way. They opened it, and they found John's secret. He was a Satanist! It was the dead body of a woman in a pentagram, drawing the blood in her with the eyes gorged out. I'm reading in the serious voice, I can't do this voice anymore.
There were dead animals, a fan-made Necronomicon, and a goat's skull on a pentagram. In fear, George fell to the ground. Paul had to choke back vomit. Ringo ran over to the corpse and yelled out, "Jenny, my fiancé, no!" And he slumped to the ground, closing his eyes. Then Ringo started crying in a sad way. The crying from Ringo didn't sound like normal cartoon crying. It sounded as real as day. In a shock, that woman was Ringo's fiancée, Jenny. I didn't know that Ringo had a fiancée. I decided to continue. Suddenly, some distorted screams of a girl started to play in the background. I started to suspect that it's supposed to be the screams of Jenny. The screen went black, and the screen showed the view of the sun setting from John's legs. The screen immediately went to John's face, had a mad expression, a rapid moving mouth. He had a red in his left iris. His dick looked like it was ripped by a rabid raccoon. He had a noose around his neck, about to commit suicide. He shut his eyes, jumped. The camera showed John's feet still swinging. The fucking music. The camera zoomed out to show John's lifeless body hanging on the small cliff in the lake. The Beatles were going to be at the beginning of the episode. The screen went black, and Paul appeared in a sad expression. And the screen went black again. And the scary part begins. now it gets scary. Don't worry, now it'll get scary. Without warning, Paul's face appeared, hyper-realistic eyes. There were so many camera views of Paul's face like a zoom out of him in the corner, and pictures appeared. Every single picture of a hand with a gun in it. The gun was pointed at a little boy's head, but the gun was already fired. Let the picture flash onto the screen. A garfish in the river. This picture was a burnt town. People were on the ground dead. Quickly they discovered the town was destroyed during an attack. It was destroyed because of the Vietnam War. This picture was 3 undertakers with 7 coffins, with 7 little children no younger than 6. And behind the left undertaker was a coffin with the hand coming out of it. And the hand was moving. More pictures. It shows Paul with the same expression that he had before the scary slideshow. And suddenly I heard a loud booming voice of a low, quiet voice saying, Then an M1911 Colt pistol appeared in Paul's hand. He put it in his mouth and pulled the trigger. Realistic blood and brain matter went everywhere, like in the grass and the cliff. In the grass. Then I went back to the fucking other voice, fucking it out myself.
Kill John Lennon.
The camera zoomed into the gun. The gun was the same one Paul used to commit suicide. On the side, it said, "It takes 2 bullets to kill 2 Beatles." It scared me a little bit. It sent chills down my spine. I mean, guns can't talk. Next scene showed Ringo in the hospital, dying of an unknown disease. Took the picture of him and his fiancée and the engagement ring he gave her, and then he died. And the scene faded while the ending music played. After about a minute, another shot faded in. It appeared to be in a dark hall. All I hear was screams, whistles, yelling, and gunshots. I soon found out that the hall was in a prison. The scary part is that every time the lamp swings in the hall, a black hooded figure appeared. It wasn't long until I found out it was John with gray skin and red iris. For a brief second I thought he resembled trademark webcomic character Karkat Vantas.
Is this the guy? Hold on, let me. I forgot about that part. That everything else I remembered like loosely enough, but then I forgot that they. So John Lennon turned into Homestuck. In case you were wondering. They got the pee-pee bones out. Hello, Scotta. Oh, God. Where's Carcadvantes? I lost my fucking spot. Control F Carcadvantes. There it is. He shouted. I hope you enjoyed your life. Because my life is over, including my friends all over because of me. Done. Right behind him was a crowd of guards and prisoners. It seems that some of them had bullet holes in their heads and blood all over their bodies. The crowd, I could make out several people in grotesque Beatles cartoon designs, like John F. Kennedy, Abraham Lincoln, and Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria. The really weird part was the prisoner that was right next to John was Mark David Chapman. It scared me how the guy who killed the actual John Lennon was right behind the evil cartoon John. In 30 seconds, Mark David Chapman and the crowd of prisoners and the guards started walking straight, like if they were walking towards me. The more they kept walking, the more blood they seemed got on themselves. Then, the episode finally ended. Went backwards. Kept rewinding the opening credits to believe how stupid I was to believe there could ever be a nice episode of the Beatles cartoon. It wasn't long until something caught my eye. I looked close to the bottom of the word. Because I paused to see that the episode was actually called The Beatles Cartoon. Because of John, they're dead. I was about to take the tape out, so the VCR suddenly caught on fire. I immediately got my grieving mom and a fire extinguisher, put out the fire, and to discover that somehow the VCR was still okay, because we put in more tapes and it managed to work. But the only thing that was destroyed by the fire was the tape. It was the tape that started the fire. My disappointed mother and I went back to Collector's shop and brought the tape back. The counter worker for the store asked, "What happened to the tape?" It was set on fire. When the tape ended, I said. He roughly grabbed the tape out of my little hands and finally chucked it in the trash bin. All I could say is, goodbye, and see you later. Oh my god. That was the Beatles cartoon lost episode. Holy fuck. Alright, next. Popeye. Now that was a story, so true. Okay, I'm really praying that this Popeye one is good, because it's like, it's a fucking Popeye creepypasta for one. Two, when you see the name, you will shit bricks. Hold on. It is literally called Popeye the Final Punch. This simply cannot be bad. Proceeds to be really fucking boring and it's too serious. I need Popeye music. Give me Popeye, I don't know, what do I fucking do here? We just back here. There we go. This should work. I get the book. There we go. Popeye, the Final Punch. What could be said about Popeye the Sailor Man that hasn't been said before? It's one of the greatest cartoons ever made. The stories of the spinach-eating mariner have entertained millions, but nobody knows about the disturbing piece of lost media about Popeye that was recovered recently. Nobody except me. Before I explain the content I watched, I have to say, the animation is really crisp and clear for being such an old cartoon. Former executive from famous studios had this locked away in a safe in their California home. They had transferred the original copy to a DVD for convenient viewing. Keep in mind, this is the 1950s. This was the 1950s Popeye cartoon. It usually looked lower quality compared to the 1930s Fleischer Studios black and white Popeye show. For some reason, it was incredibly clear and easily watchable. Let me put it to you this way. At first, the cartoon started off normally, and I was smiling a bit as the Popeye character came onto the screen, tuning his pipe to the music in the intro. Ah, the memories. Anyway, the title card appeared, and it said "The Final Punch," and showed Popeye's battered body. I should have thought something was up when that appeared, but I kept going. I thought to myself, "Well, blow me down!" That's not what it says. I thought to myself, "This supposed to be the very last episode?" I held my breath, waiting. The episode finally began. It showed Olive Oil walking along, humming a tune to the music. She was packing up things in the trunk of her car, without a care in the world. All of a sudden, Popeye ran over in a comical fashion and collided with Olive, sending her luggage into the sky and it landed on her head. I chuckled when I saw this, but my smile disappeared when I saw Popeye's face. His remaining eye was blackened, as if something had punched him, as if someone had punched him hard. He also had blood in his face. Olive screamed and threw her luggage back into the air.
Popeye!
Olive cried, grabbing him and looking him over.
Someone hurt you?
Oh my gosh.
Popeye started, rubbing his eye.
I don't have time to explain. It was...
Bluto?
Olive said with a frown, predicting what Popeye was about to say.
Why did he do this to you?
Olive, there's no time.
Popeye said, shoving her back into the car in a cartoony way.
He's...
And then it happened. Bluto kicked the back door of Olive's house open, and when he did, a bunch of colors flashed on the screen and scary music started playing. It slowly panned the camera up to his face, and he too had blood all over him. But, to my amazement, Bluto's face looked even worse than Popeye's. It was like a pulpy tomato that got squashed by someone's ass cheeks. Bluto smiled.
No spinach today, Popeye?
He growled, coming closer. Olive screamed out, climbed into the front of her car. Popeye held his fists up and tried digging into his clothes, but I knew as well as he did, he didn't have any spinach on him. Bluto was getting closer and closer. Popeye charged him, and Bluto merely reeled back and punched Popeye as hard as he could. As he did, I saw teeth and blood splattering outward. As everything went quiet, it looked as if real blood was staining the cartoon in the bottom right corner. But how? Popeye didn't move. He only laid there, out cold. Or so I thought. Bluto felt Popeye's pulse. His smile slowly turned into a deep grimace. I understood immediately what the cartoon was trying to tell me here, as Bluto took Popeye's hat off and laid it over his face. Popeye was dead. I can put this away now, I guess. Hello, Nausea. I felt a cold chill of my body as Bluto approached Olive's car. By then, I realized she had been screaming in the background the whole time, but it was muffled by the car windows.
And now, Olive Oil, you're finally mine, and we can be together alone at last.
Bluto said creepily, blood still running down his mouth, his face. Olive screamed to jump into the front seat of the car, stepping on the pedal and reversing into Bluto. Bluto was ran over instantly. Olive Oil began to cry as she backed over his body repeatedly, going forward and reverse to ensure he was as dead as Popeye. What the fuck was I watching? Olive Oil laid her head down on the steering wheel, not moving. It It went on for 20 seconds or so. Just nothing. Film started glitching out slightly, like it was a bad tape. Then it cut to a spinach truck driving by the house. Hey-yo! Hey-yo! Spinach here! Get your spinach here! The delivery man said, holding the can out the window. In typical cartoony fashion, the spinach was knocked out of his hand by a flying bird and went shooting off with a goofy slide whistle sound towards Olive's house. Down the street the can of spinach went, until it finally landed on Popeye's face. I saw Popeye's body twitch. But how was this happening? Popeye's pipe started twirling around. I squinted my eyes, wondering what to happen. The iconic Popeye melody started playing, and he sucked the spinach from the can to his pipe, sending back up to his feet.
I just had a near-death experience,
Popeye said aloud.
The
The tape glitched out again, and it showed Popeye burying Bluto's bloody body with black eyes and an evil smile. It showed a split second of Bluto's nasty corpse. Then it cut off, and a long, loud beat played for 2 whole minutes until the DVD stopped. My mouth hung open, like I just watched Jesus come back from heaven. What the shit was that? How could they even have thought about showing that to children? It was a good thing this media was lost, because I don't ever want to watch it again. I melted the DVD that night over a roaring fire. I can never see Popeye the same way again. Every time I see him on spinach cans now, I just think of the episode and how fucked up it was. Alright, it was all worth it. Wait, hold on, why did he never said his... This guy's never watched fucking Popeye before. He didn't even say, well, blow me down once. He should have said,
Well, blow me down. I had a near-death experience.
unbelievable. That was Popeye, the final punch. He didn't throw a single punch in the entire episode. I guess the punch was Bluto killing him? Maybe? I don't know. Alright. Let's see. Our last story. Oh, I didn't timestamp that one. Fuck. I'm gonna roughly estimate and say it was 5. Probably 5 on the dot. I don't know. Okay. Now it's time for Where Are You Going? Where Have You Been? A serious story. Oh, never mind. Page not found. I think I fucked up the link. Hold on. Oh yeah, I did. Silly me. Why did he set spaghetti on fire? I didn't get to watch it. I saw it when I was trying to find like music for one of the things I was watching. You didn't see it either? We'll read this story. It's only 12 pages. And maybe we'll watch it. You got told? I'm glad that people got in touch and, you know, told you. I gave a mission to anyone that was here. I said, tell Meat that Tony lit spaghetti on fire with Everclear. Alright, let's see. Our last story. I really don't know what it is whenever I do reading streams like this, because it's like we play like RPGs and crap for like hours on end, right? I think it's the fact that like I'm not reading the entire time, you know what I mean? I think that's probably it, but the fact that I'm reading nearly non-stop makes it easier for me to like, you know, gas out, and it's like, wow, I sure was saying a lot of words all back to back for a long time. Here we go. Oh, wait. Okay, that's good. The music should put in the background, actually. I don't want something... Oops, that was the fireplace. How about dark, ambient, moody guitar? Ah, see? Dark, ambient guitar moods. 4 hours of post-apocalyptic acoustic guitar. Dude, my tongue is so fucked up. 1 hour of dark ambient guitar, nylon string meditation music. Think about this playlist. Wait. Nuclear Winter Dark Ambient Guitar Mix. What the fuck do I put on? Silly Polly into being pretty good so far. Let's see. I'm glad. I gotta look more into that game. I was told about it yesterday. I think Corvus, yeah, it was Corvus showed up and said, "Are you gonna play Silly Polly?" And I was like, "What the fuck is that?" Okay. Hold. Supposed to be 10-ish hours. I see. Alright. Where are you going? Where have you been? By Joyce Carol Oates. Her name was Connie. She was 15. She had a quick, nervous giggling habit of craning her neck to glance into mirrors, or checking other people's faces to make sure her own was alright. Her mother, who noticed everything and knew everything, and who hadn't much reason any longer to look at her own face, always scolded Connie about it. "Stop gawking at yourself. Who are you? You think you're so pretty?" she would say. Connie would raise her eyebrows at these familiar complaints and look right through her mother into a shadowy vision of herself. And she was right at that moment. She knew she was pretty. That was everything. Her mother had been pretty once too. If you could believe those old snapshots in the album. But now, her looks were gone. And that was why she was always after Connie. "Why don't you keep your room clean like your sister? Have you got your hair... Wait. How have you got your hair fixed? What the hell stinks? Hairspray? You don't see your sister using that junk." Her sister June was 24 and still lived at home. She was a secretary in the high school Connie attended. And if that wasn't bad enough, with her in the same building, she was so plain and chunky and steady that Connie had to I'm so tired. Had to hear her praised all the time by her mother. And her mother's sisters. June did this, June did that. She saved money and helped clean the house and cooked. And Connie couldn't do a thing. Her mind was all filled with trashy daydreams. Their father was away at work most of the time. When he came home, he wanted supper. And he read the newspaper. Supper. And after supper, he went to bed. He didn't bother talking much to them, but around his bent head, Connie's mother kept picking at her until Connie wished her mother were dead, and she herself were dead, and it were all over. "She makes me want to throw up sometimes," she complained to her friends. She had a high, breathless, amused voice, which made everything she said sound a little forced, whether it was sincere or not. There was one good thing. June went places with girlfriends of hers. Girls who were just as plain and steady as she. And so when Connie wanted to do that, her mother had no objections. The father of Connie's best girlfriend drove the girls the 3 miles to town and left them off at a shopping plaza so that they could talk through stores or go to a movie. And when he came to pick them up again at 11, he never bothered to ask what they had done. It must have been familiar sights, walking around that shopping plaza in their shorts and flat ballerina slippers that always scuffed the sidewalk. With charm bracelets jingling on their thin wrists, they would lean together to whisper and laugh secretly. If someone passed by who amused or interested them, Connie... Wait, I read that wrong, pardon me. They would lean together to whisper and laugh secretly as someone passed who amused or interested them. Connie had long, dark, blonde hair. Why did I say Connie like that? It's the way that stupid fucking TTS says Coney's name. I'm gonna... Okay. Connie had long, dark, blonde hair that drew anyone's eye to it, and she wore part of it pulled up on her head and puffed out, and the rest of it she let fall down her back. She wore a pullover jersey blouse that looked one way when she was at home, another when she was away from home. Everything about her had two sides to it, one for home and one for anywhere that wasn't home. Her walk that could be childlike and bobbing, or languid enough to make anyone think she was hearing music in her head. Her mouth was just pale and smirking most of the time, but bright and pink on these evenings out. Her laughs were cynical and drawling at home. Ha ha ha, very funny, but high-pitched and nervous anywhere else, like the jingling of the charms on her bracelet. Sometimes they did go shopping or to a movie, but sometimes they went across the highway, ducking fast across the busy road to a drive-in restaurant where older kids hung out. The restaurant was shaped like a big bottle, but squatter than a real bottle. On its cap was a revolving figure, a grinning boy, who held a hamburger aloft. One night in midsummer they ran across, breathless with daring, and right away, someone leaned out a car window and invited them over. But it was just a boy from high school they didn't like. It made them feel good people to ignore him. They went up through the maze of parked and cruising cars to the bright-lit, fly-infested restaurant. Their faces pleased, expectant, as if they were entering a sacred building that loomed out of the night to give them what haven and what blessing they yearned for. They sat at the counter and crossed their legs at the ankles, their thin shoulders rigid with excitement, and listened to the music that made everything so good. The music was always in the background, like music at a church service. It was something to depend on. A boy named Eddie came in to talk with them. He sat backwards on a stool, turning himself jerkily around in semicircles, and then stopping and turning again. After a while, he asked Connie if she would like something to eat. She said she did, and so she tapped her friend's arm on her way out. Her friend pulled her face up into a brave drawl look, and Connie said she would meet her at 11 across the way. "I just hate to leave her like that," Connie said earnestly, but the boy said she wouldn't be alone for long. They went out to his car, and on the way, Connie couldn't help but let her eyes wander over the windshields and faces all around her. Her face gleamed with a joy that had nothing to do with Eddie, or even this place. It might have been the music. She drew her shoulders up and sucked in her breath with the pure pleasure of being alive. Just at that moment, she happened to glance at a face just a few feet from hers. It was a boy with shaggy black hair and a convertible jalopy painted gold. He stared at her, and then his lips widened to a grin. Connie slid her eyes at him and turned away, but she couldn't help glancing back, and that he was still watching her. He wagged a finger and laughed and said, "Gonna get you, baby." And Connie turned away again, without Eddie noticing anything. She spent 3 hours with him at the restaurant, where they ate hamburgers and drank Cokes in wax cups that were always sweating. And then down an alley a mile or so away, when he left her off at a 5 to 11, only the movie house was still open at the plaza. Her girlfriend was there, talking with a boy. When Connie came up, the two girls smiled at each other, and Connie said, "How was the movie?" And the girl said, "You should know." They rode off with the girl's father, sleepy and pleased, and Connie couldn't help but look at the darkened shopping plaza its big empty parking lot and its signs that were faded and ghostly now. And over at the drive-in restaurant, where cars were still circling tirelessly. She couldn't hear the music at this distance. Next morning, June asked her how the movie was, and Connie said, "So-so." She and that girl, and occasionally another girl, went out several times a week that way. And the rest of the time, Connie spent around the house. It was summer vacation, getting in her mother's way and thinking, dreaming about the boys she met. But all the boys fell back and dissolved into a single face. That wasn't even a face, but an idea, a feeling, mixed up with the urgent, insistent pounding of the music and the humid night air of July. Connie's mother kept dragging her back to the daylight by finding things for her to do or saying, suddenly, "What's about the Pettinger girl?" And Connie would nervously say, "Oh, her? That dope? She's always, wait. I gotta zoom in, pardon me. There we go, much easier. She always drew thick, clear lines between herself and such girls, and her mother was simple and kind of to believe her. Her mother was so simple, Connie thought. It was maybe cruel to fool her so much. Her mother went scuffling around the house in old bedroom slippers and complained over the phone to one sister about the other. Then the other called up, and the two of them complained about the third one. If June's name was mentioned, her mother's tone was approving, and if Connie's was mentioned, it was disapproving. This didn't really mean she disliked Connie, and actually Connie thought that her mother preferred her to June because she was prettier. The two of them kept up a pretense of exasperation, a sense that they were tugging and struggling over something of little value to either of them. Sometimes over coffee, they were almost friends, but something would come up, some vexation. It was like a fly buzzing suddenly around their heads, and their faces went hard with contempt. Pardon me. One Sunday, Connie got up at 11. None of them bothered with church, and washed her hair so it could dry all day long in the sun. Her parents and sister were going to a barbecue at an aunt's house, and Connie said no, she wasn't interested, rolling her eyes to let her mother know just what she thought of it. "Stay home alone then," her mother said sharply. Connie sat up back in a lawn chair and watched them drive away. Her father, quiet and bald, hunched around so that he could back the car out. Her mother, with a look that was still angry, not at all softened through the windshield. In the back seat, poor old June, all dressed up, so she didn't know what a barbecue was, with all the running, yelling kids and the flies. Connie sat with her eyes closed in the sun, dreaming and dazed with the warmth about her, as if this were a kind of love, the caress of love, and her mind slipped over onto the thoughts of the boy she had been with the night before, and how nice he had been, how sweet it always was. Not the way someone like June would suppose, but sweet, gentle, the way it was in movies and promised in songs. When she opened her eyes, she hardly knew where she was. The backyard ran off into weeds, and a fence line of trees behind it. The sky was perfectly blue and still. The asbestos ranch house that was now 3 years old startled her. It looked small. She shook her head as if to get awake. It was too hot. She went inside the house and turned on the radio to drown out the quiet. She sat on the edge of her bed, barefoot, and listened for an hour and a half to a program called XYZ Sunday Jamboree. Record after record of hard, fast-shrieking songs she sang along with, interspersed by exclamations from Bobby King and "Look here, you girls, Napoleon, Son, and Charlie want you to play real close attention." Let's pay. For this song coming up. And Connie paid close attention herself, bathed in a glow of slow post-joy that seemed to rise mysteriously out of the music itself and lay languidly about the airless little room, breathed in and breathed out with each gentle rise and fall of her chest. After a while, she heard a car coming up the drive. Sat up at once, startled, because it couldn't be her father so soon. The gravel kept crunching all the way in from the road. The driveway was long, and Connie ran to the window. It was a car she didn't know. It was an open jalopy, painted a bright gold, that caught the sunlight opaquely. Her heart began to pound, and her fingers snatched at her hair, checking it, and she whispered, "Christ, Christ," wondering how bad she looked. The car came to a stop at the side door, and the horn sounded 4 short taps, as if this were a signal Connie knew. She went into the kitchen and approached the door slowly, then hung out the screen door, her bare toes curling down off the step. There were 2 boys in the car, and now she recognized the driver. He had shaggy, shabby black hair and looked crazy as a wig. He was grinning at her. "I ain't late, am I?" he said.
Who the hell do you think you are?
Connie said. "I told you I'd be out, didn't I?"
I don't even know who you are.
He spoke sullenly, careful to show no interest or pleasure, and he spoke in a fast, bright monotone. Connie looked past him to the other boy, taking her time. He had fair brown hair, with a lock that fell onto his forehead. His sideburns gave him a fierce, embarrassed look, but so far, he hadn't even bothered to glance at her. Both boys wore sunglasses. The driver's glasses were metallic and mirrored, everything in miniature. "Want to come for a ride?" Connie smirked and let her hair fall loose over one shoulder. "Don't you like my car? New paint job," he said. "Hey."
What?
"You're cute." And to fidget, chasing flies away from the door. "Don't you believe me or what?" he said.
Look, I don't even know who you are.
Connie said in disgust. "Hey, at least got a radio, see? Mine's broke down." At his friend's arm and showed her the little transistor the boy was holding. Now Connie began to hear the music. It was the same program that was playing inside the house.
Bobby King?
Listen to him all the time. I think he's great.
He's kinda great.
Connie said reluctantly. "Listen, that guy's great. He knows where the action is." Connie blushed a little, because the glasses made it impossible for her to see just what this boy was looking at. She couldn't decide if she liked him, if he was just a jerk. And so she dawdled in the doorway, wouldn't come down, or go back inside.
What's all that stuff painted on your car?
Can't you read it? He opened the door very carefully, as if he was afraid it might fall off. He slid out just as carefully, planting his feet firmly in the ground. The tiny metallic whirled in his glasses, slowing down like gelatin hardening, in the midst of it, Connie's bright green blouse. "This here's my name, to begin with. Arnold Friend," was written in tar-like black letters on the side, with a drawing of a round grinning face that reminded Connie of a pumpkin, except it wore sunglasses. "I want to introduce myself. I'm Arnold Friend. That's my real name. And I'm gonna be your friend, honey. And inside the car is Ellie Oscar. He's kinda shy." Ellie brought his transistor radio up to his shoulder and balanced it there. Wait a second, need water. Ellie brought his transistor radio up to his shoulder and balanced it there. "Now these numbers are a secret code, honey," Arnold Friend explained. He wrote off the numbers 33, 19, and 17, and raised his eyebrows at her to see what she thought of that. But she didn't think much of it. The left rear fender had been smashed around. The left rear fender had been smashed, and around it was written, on the gleaming gold background, "Done by Crazy Woman Driver." Connie had to laugh at that. Arnold Friend was pleased at her laughter, and looked up at her. "Around the other side's a lot more. Want to come and see?"
No.
"Why not?
Why should I?
Don't you want to see what's in the car?" Don't you want to go for a ride?
I don't know.
Why not?
I have things to do.
Like what?
Things.
He laughed, as if she had said something funny. He slapped his thighs. He was standing in a strange way, leaning back against the car, as if he were balancing himself. He wasn't tall, only an inch or so taller than she would be if she came down to him. I don't like the way he was dressed. It was the way all of them dressed. Tight faded jeans, stuffed into black scuffed boots, a belt that pulled his waist in and showed how tan he was, and a white pullover shirt that was a little soiled and showed the hard, small muscles of his arms and shoulders. He looked as if he probably did hard work, lifting and carrying things. Even his neck looked muscular, and his face was a familiar face somehow. The jaw and chin and cheeks slightly darkened, as he hadn't shaved for a day or two, and the nose long and hawk-like, sniffing as if she were a treat he was going to gobble up, and it was all a joke. Connor, you ain't telling the truth. This is your day set aside for a ride with me, and you know it, he said, still laughing. The way he straightened and recovered from his fit of laughing showed that it had been all fake.
I know what my name is,
He said suspiciously. It's Connie.
Maybe and maybe not.
I know my Connie, he said, wagging his finger. Now she remembered him even better. Back at the restaurant, her cheeks warmed to the thought of how she sucked in her breath the moment she passed him. How she must have looked to him. He remembered her. Ellie and I come out here especially for you. Ellie could sit in the back. How about it?
Where?
Where what?
Where are we going?
He looked at her. He took off the sunglasses. She saw how pale the skin around his eyes was. Like holes that were not in shadow, but instead in light. His eyes were like chips of broken glass that catch the light in an amiable way. He smiled. It was as if the idea of going for a ride somewhere, to some place, was a new idea to him. Just for a ride, Connie, sweetheart,
I never said my name was Connie.
he said. But I know what it is. I know your name and all about you. Lots of things. He had not moved yet, but stood still, leaning back against the side of his jalopy. Took a special interest in you. Such a pretty girl. I found out all about you. Like I know your parents and sister are gone somewheres, and I know where and how long they're gonna be gone, and I know who you were with last night. Your best friend's your best girlfriend's name is Betty, right? When you know everything about your Oshi. A little raw moment after Bond. So true. Raw moment. The raw moment. Who the fuck knows? Moment after ban? I don't care. What if he's just like a normal guy? It's a bra moment. Oh. Now I get it. I do care. My bad. Where was I? Oh yeah. He spoke in a simple, lilting voice, like if he were reciting the words to a song. His smile assured her that everything was fine. In the car, Ellie turned up the volume on his radio, and didn't bother to look around at them. Ellie can sit in the back seat, Arnold said. He indicated his friend, the casual jerk of his chin, as if Ellie did not count. She did not bother with him.
How'd you find out all that stuff?
Listen, Betty Schultz and Tony Fitch, and Jimmy Pettinger, Nancy Pettinger, he said in a chant, Raymond Stanley, and Bob Hutter.
Do you know all those kids?
I know everybody.
Look, you're kidding. You're not even from around here.
Sure. How come we never see you before? Wait, I fucked it up. My bad. Let's see. All those kids and everybody. He says, sure. We never saw you before.
Sure you saw me before.
He said. He looked down at his boots, as if he were a little offended.
You just don't remember.
Guess I'd remember you.
Yeah?
He looked up at this, beaming. He was pleased. He began to mark time with the music from Ellie's radio, tapping his fists lightly together. Kinda looked away from his smile to the car, which was painted so bright it almost hurt her eyes to look at it. He looked at that name, Arnold Friend, and up at the front fender, with an expression that was familiar. Man the Flying Saucers. It was an expression kids had used the year before, but didn't use this year. She looked at it for a while, as if the words meant something to her she did not yet know.
What are you thinking about, huh? Arnold demanded. Not worried about your hair blowing around the car, are you?
No?
Thinking maybe you can't drive good?
How do I know?
You're a hard girl to handle. Come on. Don't you know me, friend? See me put my sign in the air when you walk by?
What sign?
My sign.
He drew an X in the air, leaning out towards her. They were maybe 10 feet apart. After his hand fell back to his side, the X was still in the air, almost visible. Kinda let the screen door close and stood perfectly still inside it, listening to the music from her radio, and the boys blend together. She stared at Arnold Friend. He stood there so stiffly relaxed, pretending to be relaxed, one hand idly on the door handle, as if he were keeping himself up that way, and had no intention of ever moving again. She recognized most things about him: the tight jeans that showed his thighs and buttocks, and the greasy leather boots and the tight shirt, and even that slippery, friendly smile of his. That sleepy, dreamy smile that all the boys used to get across ideas they didn't want to put into words. She recognized all this, and also the sing-song way he talked. Slightly mocking, kidding, but serious and a little melancholy. She recognized the way he tapped one fist against the other in homage to the perpetual music behind him. But all these things did not come together. She said suddenly, "Hey, how old are you?" His smile faded. You could see then that he wasn't a kid. He was much older, 30, maybe more. At this knowledge, heart began to pound faster.
It's a crazy thing to ask. Can't you see I'm your own age?
Like hell you are.
Maybe a couple years older. I'm 18.
18? He said doubtfully.
He grinned to reassure her, and lines appeared at the corner of his mouth.
His teeth were big and white. He grinned so broadly, his eyes became slits. She saw how thick the lashes were, thick and black as if painted with a black tar-like material. And he seemed to become embarrassed, abruptly, and looked over his shoulder at Ellie.
Him? He's crazy. Ain't he alright? He's a nut. Real character.
Ellie was still listening to the music. His sunglasses told nothing about what he was thinking. He wore a bright orange shirt, unbuttoned halfway to show his chest, which was a pale bluish chest, not muscular like Arnold Friend's. His shirt collar was turned up all around. The very tips of the collar pointed out past his chin, as if they were protecting him. He was pressing the transistor radio up against his ear, and sat there in kind of a daze, right in the sun. He's kinda strange.
Hey, says you're kinda strange. Kinda strange.
Arnold Friend cried. He pounded on the car to get Ellie's attention. Ellie turned for the first time, and Connie saw with shock that he wasn't a kid either. He had a fair, hairless face, cheeks reddened slightly as if the veins grew too close to the surface of his skin. Face of a 40-year-old baby. Connie felt a wave of dizziness rise in her at this sight. She stared at him, as if waiting for something to change the shock of the moment, make it all right again. Ellie's lips kept shaping words, mumbling along with the words blasting in his ear.
Maybe you two better go away.
What? How come? We come out here to take you for a ride? It's Sunday.
He had the voice of a man on the radio now. It was the same voice, Connie thought.
Don't you know it's Sunday all day? And honey, no matter who you were with last night today, you're with Arnold Fred, and don't you forget it. Maybe you better step out here,
he said. This last was in a different voice. It was a little flatter, as if the heat was finally getting to him.
No, I got things to do.
Hey,
You two better leave.
we ain't leaving till you come with us.
Like hell I am.
Connie, you don't fool around with me. I mean, don't fool around,
he said, shaking his head. He laughed incredulously. He placed his sunglasses on top of his head, carefully as if he were indeed wearing a wig. Brought the stems down behind his ears. Connie stared at him, another wave of dizziness and fear rising in her, so that for a moment it wasn't even in focus, but was just a blur, standing there against his gold car. She had the idea that he had driven up driveway, all right, but had come from nowhere before that and belonged nowhere, and that everything about him, and even about the music that was so familiar to her, was only half real.
If my father comes up and sees you...
He ain't coming. He's at a barbecue.
How do you know that?
Aunt Tilly's. Right now they're drinking. Sitting around.
He said vaguely, squinting as if he were staring all the way to town and over to Aunt Tilly's backyard. And the vision seemed to get clear, and he nodded energetically.
Yeah, sitting around. Is your sister in a blue dress, huh? High heels? Poor sad bitch. Nothing like you, sweetheart. Your mother's helping some fat woman with the corn. They're cleaning the corn, husking it.
What fat woman?
How do I know what fat woman? I don't know every goddamn fat woman in the world.
Oh, that's Mrs. Hornsby. Who invited her?
A little lightheaded. Her breath was coming quickly.
She's too fat. I don't like 'em fat. I like 'em the way you are, honey,
he said, smiling sleepily at her. They stared at each other for a while through the screen door. He said softly,
Now, what you're gonna do is this. You're gonna come out that door, and you're gonna sit up front with me, and Ellie's gonna sit in the back. The hell with Ellie, right? This isn't Ellie's date. You're my date. I'm your lover, honey.
What? You're crazy.
Yes, I'm your lover. You don't know what that is, but you will. You know that too. I know all about you. But look, it's real nice. You couldn't ask for nobody better than me, or more polite. I always keep my word. I'll tell you how it is. I'm always nice at first. The first time. I'll hold you so tight you won't think you had to try to get away or pretend anything because you'll know you can't. And I'll come inside, you know. I'll come inside you where it's all secret and you'll give in to me. And you'll love me.
Shut up! You're crazy!
Connie said. She backed away from the door. She put her hands against her ears, as if she'd heard something terrible. Something that meant for her.
People don't talk like that. You're crazy.
Her heart was almost too big now for her chest, and its pumping made sweat break out all over her. Looked up to see Arnold Fred pause, and then take a step forward. The porch lurching. He almost fell. Like a clever drunken man, managed to catch his balance. He wobbled in his high boots, grabbed hold of one of the porch posts.
Honey, you still listening?
Get the hell out of here!
Be nice, honey. Listen.
I'm gonna call the police!
He wobbled again. Out of the side of his mouth came a fast spat curse. An aside not meant for her to hear, but even this Christ sounded forced, and began to smile again. She watched the smile come, awkward, as if he were smiling from inside a mask. His whole face was a mask. She thought wildly, hand down onto his throat, but then running out as if he had plastered makeup on his face, but had forgotten about his throat.
Honey, listen, here's how it is. I always tell the truth, and I promise you this. I ain't coming in that house after you.
You better not. I'm gonna call the police if you don't.
Honey,
He said, talking right through her voice.
honey, I'm not coming in there, but you are coming out here. You know why?
She was panting. The kitchen looked like a place she had never seen before. Some room she had run inside, which wasn't good enough. Wasn't going to help her. The kitchen window had never had a curtain. After 3 years, and there were dishes in the sink for her to do. Probably. If you ran your hand across the table, you'd probably feel something sticky there.
You listening, honey? Hey,
Oh, the police.
don't touch the phone. I'll need to keep my promise. You can come inside. You won't want that.
She rushed forward and tried to lock the door. Her fingers were shaking.
But why lock it?
Arnold said gently, talking right into her face.
It's just a screen door. It's just nothing.
One of his boots was at a strange angle, as if his foot wasn't in. It pointed out to the left, bent at the ankle.
I mean, anybody could break through a screen door and glass and wood and iron or anything else if it needs to. Anybody at all. Especially Arnold Friend. Place got lit up with a fire, honey. You'd come running out into my arms. Right into my arms and safe at home. Like you knew I was your lover and stopped fooling around. I don't mind a nice shy girl, but I don't like fooling around.
One of those words were spoken with a slight rhythmic lilt, and Connie somehow recognized them. The echo of his song from last year, about a girl rushing into her boyfriend's arms and coming home again. Connie stood barefoot on the linoleum floor. Linoleum at this time of day after all this reading is a cruel word to throw.
What do you want?
I want you.
What?
Seen you that night and thought, that's the one. Yes, sir. Never need to look anymore.
My father's coming back. He's coming to get me. I had to wash my hair first.
She spoke in a dry, rapid voice, hardly raising it for him to hear.
No, your daddy's not coming. And yes, you had to wash your hair, and you washed it for me. It's nice and shining and all for me. I thank you, sweetheart.
He said with a mock bow, but again, he almost lost his balance. He had to bend and adjust his boots. Evidently, his feet did not go all the way down. The boots must have been stuffed with something, so that he would seem taller. Connie stared out at him, and behind him, Ellie in the car, who seemed to be looking off toward Connie's right, into nothing. This, Ellie said, pulling the words out of the air one after another, as if he were just discovering them. Want me to pull out the phone?
Shut your mouth and keep it shut.
Arnold said, his face red from bending over, maybe from embarrassment because Connie had seen his boots.
This ain't none of your business.
What are you doing? What do you want? If I call the police, they'll get you. They'll arrest you.
Promise was not to come in unless you touch that phone, and I'll keep that promise,
he said. He resumed his erect position and tried to force his shoulders back. He sounded like a hero in a movie, declaring something important. He spoke too loudly, and it was as if he were speaking to someone behind Connie.
I ain't made plans for coming in that house where I don't belong, but just for you to come out to me, the way you should. Don't you know who I am?
Crazy.
She whispered. She backed away from the door, did not want to go into another part of the house, as if this would give him permission to come through the door.
What are you crazy?
Huh? What are you saying, honey? Her eyes darted everywhere in the kitchen. You couldn't remember what it was, this room. This is how it is, honey. You come out, we'll drive away, have a nice ride. Don't come out. I'm gonna wait till your people come home, and they're all gonna get it. You want that telephone pulled out? Ellie said. He held the radio away from his ear and grimaced, as if without the radio the air was too much for him. I told you shut up, Ellie! You're deaf, get a hearing aid, right? Pick yourself up. Little girl's no trouble, I'm gonna be nice to me. So, Ellie, keep to yourself, this ain't your date, right? Don't hem in on me, don't hog, don't crush, don't bird dog, don't trail me. He said in a rapid, meaningless voice, as if he were running through all the expressions he had learned, but was no longer sure which one of them was in style, and rushing on to new ones, making them up with his eyes closed. Don't crawl around fast, don't squeeze my chipmunk hole, don't sniff my glue, suck my popsicle, keep your own greasy fingers on yourself. He shaded his eyes and peered in at Connie, who was backed against the kitchen table. Don't mind him, honey. He's just a creep. He's a dope, right? I'm the boy for you. And like I said, I'm out here nice like a lady and give me your hand and nobody else gets hurt. I mean, your nice old bald-headed daddy and your mommy and your sister in their high heels. Because listen, why bring them into this?
Leave me alone.
Hey, you know that old woman down the road? One with the chickens and stuff? You know her?
She's dead.
Dead? What? You know her?
She's dead.
Don't you like her?
She's dead. She isn't here anymore.
But don't you like her? I mean, you got something against her? Some grudge or something? And his voice dipped, as if he were conscious of a rudeness. He touched the sunglasses perched on top of his head, but to make sure they were still there. Now, you be a good girl.
What are you going to do?
Just 2 things, maybe 3. But I promise it won't last long, and you'll like me, the way you get to like people you're close to. You will. It's all over for you here. So come on out. You don't want your people in trouble, do you? She turned, bumped against a chair or something, hurting her leg, but she ran into the back room and picked up the telephone. Something roared in her ear, tiny roaring, and she was so sick with fear that she could not do nothing but listen to it. She could do nothing. I can't read. The telephone was clammy and very heavy, and her fingers groped down to the dial, but were too weak to touch it. She began to scream into the phone, into the roaring. She cried out. She cried for her mother. She felt her breath start jerking back and forth in her lungs as if it were something Arnold's friend were stabbing her with again and again with no tenderness. Noisy, sorrowful wailing rose all about her. She was locked inside it, the way she was locked inside this house. After a while, she could hear again. She was sitting on the floor with her wet back against the wall. Arnold's friend was saying from the door, "That's a good girl. Put the phone back." Take the phone away from her. "No, honey, pick it up. Put it back right." She picked it up and put it back. The dial tone stopped. "It's a good girl. You come outside." It was hollow, what had been fear, or what was now just an emptiness. All that screaming had blasted it out of her. She sat one leg cramped under her. Deep inside her brain was something like a pinpoint of light that kept going and would let her relax. She thought, I'm not going to see my mother again. She thought, I'm not going to sleep in my bed again. Her bright green blouse is all wet. Arnold Friend said, in a gentle, loud voice that was like a stage voice, "The place where you came from ain't there anymore. Where you had in mind to go is canceled out. The place you are now, inside your daddy's house, nothing but a cardboard box, can knock down any time. You know that, I always did know it. You hear me? She thought. I've got to think. I have to know what to do. We'll go out to a nice field, out in the country here where it smells so nice and it's sunny. I'll have my arms tight around you so you won't need to try to get away. I'll show you what love is like, what it does. Elder's house. Looks solid, alright. He ran a fingernail down the screen. The noise did not make Connie shiver, as it would have the day before. Now put your hand on your heart, honey. Feel that? Feel solid too, but we know better. Be nice to me. Be sweet like you can be. 'Cause what else is there for a girl like you but to be sweet and pretty and give in and get away before people come back? She felt her heart pounding. Her hand seemed to enclose it. She thought for the first time in her life that it was nothing that was hers, that belonged to her. But just a pounding, living thing inside this body that wasn't really hers either. You don't want him to get hurt? Now get up, honey. Get up all by yourself. She stood. Now turn this way. That's right. Come over here to me. Ellie, put that away, didn't I tell you? You dope, you miserable, creepy dope. Arnold Friend said. His words were not angry, and only part of an incantation. The incantation was kindly. Now come out through the kitchen to me, honey. Let's see a smile. Right. You're a brave, sweet little girl. And now they're eating corn and hot dogs cooked to bursting over an outdoor fire. They don't know one thing about you and never did, and honey, you're better than them. Not a one of them would have done this for you. Connie felt the linoleum under her feet. It was cool. She brushed her hair back out of her eyes. Arnold Friend let go of the post tentatively and opened his arms for her. His elbows pointing in towards each other, and his wrists limp, showed this was an embarrassed embrace, a little mocking. He didn't want to make her self-conscious. She put out her hand against the screen. She watched her push the door slowly open. She was safe back somewhere in the other doorway, watching this body, this head of long hair moving out into the sunlight, where Arnold Friend waited. My sweet little blue-eyed girl, he said in a half-sunk sigh, nothing to do with her brown eyes, but was taken up just the same by the vast sunlit reaches of the land behind him and on all sides of him. So much land that Connie never seen before, didn't recognize except to know that she was going to it. I was haunting, Jesus. Good God. That's the end. Good God. Ninja 100 thing horse shit insane, my God. Also Lo Fontaine. Well, what a note to end on. Well, it doesn't have to be. For the reading, that's all. But, I guess we could raise the mood a tiny bit. Maybe we could, you know. Yeah, I'm glad that at least the last story we read today was actually good. God. Little dog's adorable. Thanks. Alright, now it's time for a different kind of horror. Hold. Poof. That's me in the corner, it's me in the bottom right. Alright. Turn off all the damn accoutrement or whatever. There we go. Normal again. Forgot this fucking video was here. God. Yeah, that was a really good story. Why do you think he's gonna... Why is he gonna do this? Why is he gonna set the spaghetti on fire? Is this like a thing? Is that like... You set spaghetti on fire, like that's like a tradition in some places or some shit. To melt his cheese. Oh. Chris Carlos writes some solid stuff. I gotta read more books in general. You know? I was looking, she has a couple other stories, but they're a lot longer, so I had to do like full dedicated streams if that were the case. Maybe they're like collections of short stories, so like it's a big book, but it's just like there's like 6 of those in there. Turn them up, hold.
But check out what I got today. I got spaghetti, which soon is gonna be cheesy spaghetti with garlic bread.
It's cheesy spaghetti.
2.
Oh, it is the melted cheese. It says so right there. I didn't even notice that. Fuck, you were just saying like you were just saying what the title said. That's the answer. I read well. I feel like I fuck up a lot, but I don't know. I think it's more so that like when you're the one doing it, you notice more of the like tiny mistakes.
Let me do my shout-outs.
You know. All right, we don't gotta hear the damn shout-outs. That's a big ass piece of bread.
Now, because right now they're in my way. Now I don't want that shit in my way.
Man, all those stories suck so bad today. Some of them were funny. I'll give them that. Some of them were funny, but man, not good. Till the end, that was great.
Yeah, cheese on here, baby.
What the? He's putting like a 4-cheese Mexican blend on his spaghetti? Not like mozzarella, like oregano, or you know anything else?
What the fuck are you doing, man?
No Parmesan?
I'm doing what I do, baby.
That is also an ungodly amount of cheese. It was like half the fucking bag. Wait a minute, Tony.
I might need a little bit more Everclear in here.
What?
I report some in here.
What? He has a fucking spray bottle? Huh?
So yeah, so we're gonna just spray it down, baby. Spray it down, baby. Yeah, baby. Look at y'all.
This is scary. This is so fucked up.
Yeah, I know. Shit.
Yeah, that's the Everclear in there. He's spraying it with Everclear.
I wasn't gonna do no more Everclear video. I really wasn't.
He didn't want to do no more. But they pulled him back. They brought him back in.
I do some more, then I'm done with shit.
Oh, I have hiccups.
Maybe not. I don't know. Shit. Alright, let's see what
Oh, were there 2 today? Oh, we're at the breakfast one. I forgot. Silly me.
Motherfucking light off.
Uh-oh. Lights out.
I want y'all to see it.
Going dark.
I want you to see the flame, baby. Look at that, y'all. Look at that. Don't they look good,
Oh my
baby?
god, I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. What is he gonna do?
Baby, baby, baby. Look at that, man. Look at that. Look at that shit, boy. Look at that.
Isn't the Everclear gonna make it taste like ass?
Went down. So shit.
What, the fire already went out?
Keep getting the motherfucking controls mixed up, shit. So we're gonna spray some more in here because we got milk.
Oh my god. More?
Shit, right? Yeah.
This is fucking twisted. It'll mostly burn off. Oh. Suppose you're right. I guess if like the spaghetti was like cooked in the Everclear, then it would probably taste like it, I guess. You know? His ass her spaghetti with vodka sauce and he took it literally. His eyes damn near fucking bugged out of his head. He said, vodka, spaghetti. Let me get my tacos. Let me get my tortillas. Yeah, his wife is off screen.
This is my flaming.
Just like his refrigerator.
Motherfucking spaghetti.
There's a poetic irony to the fact that he has a refrigerator and his wife off screen at all times.
Look at that, y'all.
Oh my god.
Let's melt it. Look at that, y'all. Melt, baby. The roof is on. No, the spaghetti. The spaghetti is on fire. We don't need no.
Tony, that sucked.
Burn, motherfucker, burn.
That sucks so much. That just that was terrible. Why did he say that?
I think that did it, shit.
He thinks that did it.
Look at that
There
shit.
you go.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that job.
Wow.
Shit, now it's time to eat, motherfucker.
It's just so bizarre to me, like just using like a Mexican cheese for spaghetti. I don't know.
I need a fucking drink.
It's not the most evil thing he's ever done, but you know.
Sunny.
What? What is that fucking ancient bottle? Did he fucking travel back to like 19 fucking 93?
Damn. How you open this motherfucker, man? Shit.
Yeah, this is like several levels of just like evil. I don't know. Like it's not like regular orange juice or something. Or like a regular fruit juice. No, it's Sunny D.
Won't even open, man.
Which I think like the FDA like has qualified like I don't think it counts as a juice. I think they qualify it like as like a milk or something strange like that. Like it's really there's something fucked up with Sunny D. I forget what it is.
Oh shit.
He's drinking like a high school girl. Fucked up.
I don't beg y'all. The motherfucker went open.
It's a drink?
I said, damn.
It's so fucked up.
Shit.
Not even a juice, it's a fucking drink. What does that mean? That's so scary.
This motherfucker.
You know what else is a fucking drink? 5 Hour Energy. Think about that. What is that color? Fanta orange. I gotta put the alerts and everything back on. Old. I think on this scene they're all on anyway. I don't have to do shit. Well, I can do this though. Watch this. There. That's the best part about pausing the alerts and mix it up. Is doing like the alert bomb.
The only Sun D I had was the orange shit.
Oh, this is so foul.
So yeah, we're gonna put that in there. Ooh,
you think about him still? He's scary because it's just a real guy that can exist. You know?
Is it funny?
I don't have to tell you. I don't have to tell anyone listening to that, but you know. Oh my! He's doing it again. No.
Look at that shit. Let me try the spaghetti.
Why is
it burning? You know, let me
I thought he said let me try the spaghetti. Like he was gonna put the spaghetti inside the fucking inside his drink. I thought he was gonna put the spaghetti in his drink. His damn straw was on fire, man. I don't know.
See, this a metal straw. That motherfucker hot too.
Yeah, that's true.
I felt that motherfucker. When I touched that damn straw, that shit kind of waiting ready to burn my hand, but that shit was warm.
He's always trying to show off in front of his damn wife.
Oh yeah. Let me get my 2 motherfucking pepper back.
2 peppers.
My garlic bread. Shit. Because now it's time to eat, baby.
That's great, man.
I did my flaming. I milked my cheese.
He hates toasting bread. I don't know what his deal is.
Get me drunk, boy,
I think he simply buttered his bread and like threw like some garlic powder on it, and that was it.
Oh shit.
Which I guess you can do that. It's just like it's just not good garlic bread. I don't know, you know. Just fucked up. He'll put the spaghetti on his bread probably. I imagine. He put the bread in the drink. Ooh shit. That's what he's gonna say when he does it too. Oh shit. It's so gross. They didn't butter shit. They got garlic bread pre-toasted. Well, that bread's not even toasted. So unless he, you know. No, that's definitely like he bought some French bread. Maybe his wife bought French. I don't know. And buttered it lightly. Just kidding. It's not light. You could see it too. Like look right here. You see how like orange it is up top, and then like down here it's completely white.
I'm feeling shit already.
He's feeling that shit already. They have bread like that in your stores? Really? That's insane. That's actually just something not right about that. I don't know. And he didn't toast it.
What day it is, don't you? Today is Wednesday, baby.
That's true.
And you know what I do every Wednesday?
What's he do on Wednesday?
I read a motherfucking book. And the day book is it said lying. It's a book about lying. So here you go.
Wow, no
I'm
way.
gonna read this motherfucker.
You see, this is like it all ties back together.
You know, I don't know exactly when
Now he's gonna read.
But you know.
What is it about fish sticks? Why is he putting bedtime stories for kids in these? Those are the only books that are in his fucking house. I don't know how else to tell you this. This is the only books besides like his wife's romance novels.
Someone who knew me. I was standing behind him. I guess
That's 1,000% the reason why.
But I was buying Everclear and some other shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And first he said it kind of low. He said, "That's the peppermint," or something like that.
He didn't burn death in a house fire? He did not. Hello, Mint.
He's like, "Oh yeah," he said, "Oh yeah, I watch the videos, and you know, and like he said, keep doing what you're doing, man. You know, we get a little fist bump."
Oh yeah, he did.
You know
He had a spray
I don't
bottle
know his
full of
name.
Everclear.
You know what I'm talking about?
I feel like I can barely talk now, but also I've been reading for the past like.
I appreciate you watching me. Don't you ever stop playing?
I took a 10-minute break,
Shoot.
and then we started at 12:30. Let's just say 5 hours. His hairline is doing hard fucking work. You could say that because you're already bald. But a word to the not so wise. You shouldn't mock someone's hairline lest you wish to go bald yourself. Watch the Hot Pocket Man after this.
Ooh, well,
If he's there on the side. I forget what his damn name is all the time.
I can taste that.
Oh, the hairspray. I can't listen. I've read so much today is that I no longer can register words like normally.
Ooh, boy, you ever got drunk eat spaghetti? I mean, shit, boy. I ain't gonna lie.
He just asked his wife if you ever got drunk and ate spaghetti. That's so crazy. Or is it about losing your hair from the cancer, getting set on fire because what if it's weird under there? What if it's like the sands of Dune under here?
Putting alcohol on, well, spraying alcohol on your skin. But
you have a weird dip, you can't go bald?
Well, that shit.
I think my head is, I'm always saying this, I think I have a normal shaped head. I've got a head like, it's just like round, you know? Like Omi from Shaolin Showdown. Close enough. I don't think there's any lumps or dips or nothing, but I don't know.
If you look at my thumbnail looks different, you know.
His thumbnail looked different.
I didn't. The spaghetti I used in my thumbnail,
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't no spaghetti sauce and meat and all that shit.
What?
You get some noodles and cheese. You know,
Wait, what the hell?
it ain't really clickbait, but you know, I just.
Well, you can almost hear the music in the background for once. Do you hear that?
Ooh, shit, boy.
This is like Boys to Men or something. Yeah, alright. I always forget how you say her fucking name. People get mad when I just say it phonetically like you would in English.
Man.
It's like Sadi or something like that, right? Shade. There you go.
It's good, but it's shit chewy, man.
Wait, what am I thinking of? There's like an old viral video of like some girl saying like over and over like I'm Sadi. She's just doing various things about her day. Someone must know what I'm talking about. That drink is a fucking weird color. It is Sunny D. It's just some weird fucked up Sunny D.
Ooh, I'm getting full too.
It's like grapefruit or something.
Bullshit.
He's getting
I
full.
put too much spaghetti on my motherfucking plate.
Tony,
Shit, boy.
quit fucking playing. You're gonna finish the whole goddamn plate. Don't even fucking pretend.
But this shit good, boy.
The weird nub of the straw makes it look like he's using a medical device to drink. I do know what you mean. Something about it does feel really clinical. The straws that control wheelchairs.
Brown sugar,
You're right.
that brown sugar just bring them motherfucker out, boy.
Oh my god.
Damn. Ooh, boy, I love brown sugar. That brown sugar, you cook that brown sugar in there with your spaghetti.
The brown sugar in a spaghetti.
Man. Damn.
Damn. I guess he puts brown sugar in his spaghetti. I don't know. Brown sugar, 4 cheese, Mexican cheese blend. Walmart fucking garlic bread that's pre-fucking buttered apparently. Look at this Quas filter. Let's see. Old. I made the cool ass filter. This is very quiet. Whoa! Holy fuck. That was insane. How was he doing that? Wait, he should make it spin really fast though, just for 1 second. Fuck. He should have made it spin. He should have set that shit fucking spinning. Put Subway servers on that shit.
Ooh, boy. I'm just, I just be doing shit, you know?
Set to hear it one more time.
Just see what happens, you know?
He'd be trying shit.
I just be doing
Not
shit.
sushi though. He don't be trying that.
You know, it works like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think like regular other people. You know, I don't see the world like everybody else see the motherfucker.
Really? That right.
I see the world in a whole different spectrum. Dynamic. What the fuck? I can't come up with the word now. You know.
Perspective? What is he trying to say?
I hear.
I don't know.
When I hear shit, I hear it different. I see it different. I experience
What the
real different.
fuck?
You know.
Yeah, so does fucking everybody else on the fucking planet, Tony. What are you talking about?
I could be in a crowd. And it's like I'm not even there. You know what I'm saying? Everybody walking around bumping into each other.
What?
But it's like I'm just walking through everybody. Like I'm a ghost, and I'm just walking through every motherfucking body. You know? They can't see me back and see their ass. Shit like that, you know.
So now we've gone from he wants to eat a ghost to now he's the ghost.
I hear people talking. I know what they're saying.
Oh, do you? What are they
When
saying?
they talk, they ain't saying what they thinking. I hear what they thinking. Cause when people talk,
You don't hear what people are fucking thinking, Tony.
So when they talk, I'm hearing what's on their mind for real. So you ever just went to someone and they say, "Hey, how you doing? Good morning."
How do you know? He's not a fucking Esper.
They ain't what they thinking.
He can't hear me right now. If he hears me right now, he'd address me in the next video.
Motherfucker, I don't like your motherfucking name.
I thought he was gonna say I don't like your motherfucking ass.
I'm just being nice.
Like he was talking to me.
You know, just to be nice. I don't like your motherfucker. That's what they think.
Nobody's thinking that, Tony. They're thinking that they gotta go home and make fucking dinner and try to get to bed before, like, you know, it's 8 p.m.
They don't really mean that shit.
They have to wake up for work tomorrow morning. People don't have time to fucking think they hate you. What the fuck are you talking about?
Sometimes people look at you and they say, "Hey, how you doing?" That's what you hear. But
They waved their hand. And there was a man, so you see that means that they're gay, actually.
I'm saying hi right now, but I'm gonna ask you
What they were saying, they say, "How you doing?" What they're saying is, "I want to suck your penis."
So they just saying hi to you, see how you gonna react before they ask you for some money.
What? Did I say hello naming thing? I forget. I think that was like several hours ago. We were still reading.
Ooh, I'm full, y'all. Hang on, boy. So we're gonna put that over there for now. Oh, that was good. I ain't bullshit.
That's great, Tony.
Oh shit.
You always say how free scab people for scab money from someone.
So let me get my glasses.
That's so.
Because I've been eating alcohol, I've been drinking alcohol. The words ain't gonna look right to me. So the book is called, huh?
You still won't read it. Right?
I'm still gonna read the book, yeah.
The word.
I'm still gonna read the book.
I don't know. It's just not right. If like if you're eating food, you just start sweating. I don't know. I guess the one context is like if it's like really hot, I guess. But otherwise, it's not right.
Oh shit. All right. But
I think I'm starting to deserve this.
you understand.
That's a children book.
Okay, so this book is by Katie. Motherfucking Katie. Read
Oh,
about
fucking Katie.
Can help your motherfucking ass.
He's like as much as he does.
To deal with lying. So we finna read about
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think so, but maybe it's possible.
And said, and the monster jumped out.
Good for him learning how to
I
read.
don't know. This is not a good book. And what's it? And then the monster just jumped out. And she said, "Go."
Do you think Tony's reading was better or mine?
That's what it say. It's some bullshit, but you know, I'm gonna read it.
I don't know. It's a close game.
Monster jump out?
It can go either way. I'm just not sure. My head. I don't know.
I did.
What do you mean towards being a character?
I was telling you the story.
I don't know. I think that
he said, yeah.
maybe it's better to like interpret it more charitably like that. But I think he's just like this.
Shit.
I think he is just this way.
This phase that ghosts are not real. I thought they were real. I didn't mean to tell you something that wasn't not true. I think ghosts are real scary.
What is that flying around? It's pissing me off. Is it like a moth?
Oh man, I don't like this book, man. This book here.
What do you mean?
Because sometimes you might.
They said ghosts weren't real, and he's like, I don't like this book.
It's not motherfucking true. When you do this, you are not telling a fantasy. You are not making no motherfucking mistake. You are motherfucking lying. Lying is trying to make some.
It's a baby book. You don't think so? He's just he's trying to show how eloquent and learned he is. He's scholarly. He's studious.
I think I tell your mom I'm motherfucking sick, so she would pay more attention to my motherfucking.
That would be really funny if that was the logic. I don't think that is genuinely the case, but it would be really fucking funny. I gotta see Classical Symphony. Hold on.
I'm sick as a motherfucker.
He's sick as a motherfucker.
Lying is not a good thing to do. When you lie, you disappoint others.
It's true.
Like, motherfucker, you gotta be disappointed. I don't give a fuck if you're disappointed. You know?
What the fuck is your problem, Tony? Stop lying to people.
You call people to wonder if you ever tell the truth. I mean, come on.
You ever heard of the hungry caterpillar?
I mean, everybody lie about something. Right?
The hungry caterpillar.
You call people to stop trusting you. I mean, do anybody really trust anybody? I mean, huh?
Wait, did he just say, does anybody really trust anybody? Wait, what?
You call people to stop trusting you. I mean, do anybody really trust anybody?
Yes! Tony, what the fuck? You need to get help. Tony, you have to get professional help. You need to see like a therapist. This is not a normal way to think about anything. It's inverse character development. He's regressing.
I mean, huh? Do anybody really trust anybody? You trust me? It depends. No,
it depends. His wife doesn't even trust him. She said it depends.
They don't trust your motherfucking ass. That's exactly what it means.
Oh my god. He might have schizophrenia. I don't know.
Have it's temperature. Motherfucker, you tell me the motherfucking truth, or you really sick, motherfucker?
What?
Yeah. Say he said, shit. Oh shit. People who do not trust
Mm-hmm.
you might believe you when you're telling the truth. This is not good.
It's not
There
good.
are times when you need to have people to believe your motherfucking ass.
It's true.
So you should not lie. Don't
We
lie.
prompted this book scene. Why is he
You might
doing
need
this?
somebody to believe you.
He apparently he does this every
Oh,
Wednesday. I haven't
shit.
noticed him doing it every Wednesday, but he
Last
reads
time you
books.
told me you were sick,
They just
you
happen to always be
lying.
children's books.
I'm not sure.
That's all he has lying around in his house besides his wife's romance novels, I imagine.
Oh shit. Oh man,
They're all baby books, all of
this is a
them.
long motherfucking book. I don't want to read all this shit, man.
What? Tony! It's like it's a picture book. Tony! It's a picture book that's like fucking
Oh, shit.
15 pages long.
I'm gonna sign this motherfucker. Oh shit.
We should send Tony
man.
Sonic.exe.
Tony, oh man. And what's the day of the day? Today is the what?
It's too damn long.
The 10th.
Oh my god.
29th. What's this? What year is this? 25 or 26?
What? Tony, what? What do you mean? What year is this? Is it 25 or 26? Tony.
25. All right, y'all. I'm putting this motherfucker on eBay for $30. I done sold some books already.
I'm just thinking about the conversation from yesterday's video where he's like, oh, the meat is all fake and they're cloning the animals and they're making the cloned animals have sex and then you're just eating more cloned animals. Tony, you gotta keep track of what year it is before you start worrying about shit like that. I don't know.
Y'all believe it or not. People done bought the motherfuckers, y'all. And the ones who bought them, I
What the
appreciate y'all
fuck?
too. You know, like I said, the books
$30? Fuck you, Tony.
It just helped me to support my channel. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? So I signed it.
Oh my
motherfucker.
God.
I dated it. I'm gonna put it on eBay. Sometimes
That
it
was
take me a while to
insane.
put it on eBay because I be so busy, you know. But it's gonna be there.
I don't know why you set the spaghetti on fire,
So
man.
yeah, I just be doing shit. You know
Just
what
be
I'm
doing
saying?
shit.
I just got shit to do, you know.
Like spaghetti, like shooting, like fucking shooting spray bottle Everclear all over spaghetti and setting it on fire.
Oh, sometimes I just want to lay upstairs and just scratch my nuts, you know.
What?
Still, I'm doing something. You know, still, I'm busy scratching my motherfucking nuts. You know, shit.
Tony, scratching your fucking balls does not count as doing something, as keeping busy.
Scratching my motherfucking nuts, you know, shit.
Tony, you are a hog. You are a fucking, you are a lecherous pig. That is so foul.
Oh shit. Alright, y'all. Until next time, baby. Until next time. Subscribe, baby. Subscribe.
That was so fucked
Like,
up.
share, comment.
What's this? Look at this
And all
guy.
that bullshit.
All that bullshit.
Yeah.
Holy
Recently,
fuck.
My videos have been gaining a lot of attention.
This guy's insane.
I don't know why. You know, it's not like I've been trying, but ever since I started.
Are people hating on this guy?
Videos,
Wait, look at his, hold on. Wait. What's that? What is that an original Xbox? You can hear me like leaning forward like I'm trying to like look like a fucking dumbass. Is that an original Xbox? And a Dreamcast and a GameCube? That's awesome. Wow. Wait, is that a 3DO? It's not a Saturn. Saturn's black and it's a bit smaller than this. It's not as small as Dreamcast, but it's smaller.
and
Is it a
attention from,
Saturn?
you know,
I don't remember.
various
I don't remember it
groups
being
such
that
as the
size.
alt and the alt-right.
But the last time I saw one, I was like actually like
More on that later.
younger than
Anyways.
10.
You know, recently they've accused
Hmm.
Vixie of being AI.
Oh, that is Vixie.
They
You're
haven't
right. It says
seen
Vixie and
all
I.
My videos from the past, and you know, Vixie's been in live action several times, and
Okay.
just recently she's not been able to do live action
Well, why is that?
because
she okay?
You know,
this mask right here is very uncomfortable for her to wear. I had to buy her a new one,
Oh.
but the thing is, it does not unzip or detach from the
Oh
back.
yeah, that would
you know,
cause
for
some
her to
troubles. Yeah, it's
wrap
no
the mask
good.
around her neck with. So
Mhm.
yeah, and then she has to put it over her head and over her hair. She has
Yeah,
long
yeah,
hair,
yeah.
so, yeah. And
What? What's this over here? What is that? I can't tell what that is. Like that's like Tyra Banks. That's like Kirsten Dunst. What the fuck is that? Is that someone in fucking Bowsette cosplay? Okay, yeah, I'm not the okay, so everyone else sees it. It's a photo of someone wearing Bowsette cosplay. Why is that framed? Not hung up, but why does he have a framed photo of someone in Bowsette cosplay? I don't know if it's great. I think that's Bowsette. Yeah, that's why I said that is the shell mainly. That's crazy. Wow.
that's why she doesn't do live action anymore, and that's why she, made her appearance, in the most recent short that I posted, with me and her.
People
together,
hassling this
and,
poor guy.
I was able to.
I'm the dark woke cult and
And my haters just.
and part-time CEO of Antifa. I got word you guys had some kind of issues. What the fuck? What is going on with this guy?
And then.
Is that D-Generation X? Yeah.
Yeah, these haters, they really.
All these haters.
Just can't stand the fact that, I was able to.
It was in your Rex. Yeah. There's certainly some videos. Well, we're not gonna watch all of them, but now I want to know what's going on, like just generally. So much to hate about attending Sheldon Pines. I take it back. What the fuck? They were bullying me, but I fought back and kept punished for it. These damn criminals are woke teachers. They need to keep their hands off me because I don't like who is touching me. Oh my god. This is fucking like demented. Oh. Okay, well, in fairness, now let's give him some credit. Yes, he's anti-woke teacher, but also he's anti-Nazi. If you look at the bottom left there. You think Vixie's AI? She might be. She might be. I don't know. Jeanette McCurdy's sex scandal? Salmon got canceled 11 years ago? Biden supporter. There's a burning rainbow flag. Well, maybe he just doesn't like rainbows. Okay, he might be a homophobe. And by might, I mean he most certainly is. But at least he doesn't like Nazis. What the hell is this? Dreamcast owns the Wii U. This is fucking psychotic. It doesn't like rainbow. Hello, Pooey. He's a radical centrist. He is right about one thing. The Dreamcast does own the Wii U.
Ninja X Show. Today's topic, Nintendo NX. It's
Okay.
official. The Sega Dreamcast is more successful within its lifespan
That's
than
true.
the Wii U. Nintendo is now considering making the new console and releasing it in 2017. I don't think gamers will even consider buying Nintendo's next
This is like
game console
This is actually insane. I can't add anything to this. I genuinely cannot contribute anything at all to this conversation at the moment.
We do not need another new console, especially when the PS3 and Xbox 360 had lasted 10 years.
I'm sorry. He really said no more consoles. He really fucking said stop making new shit right now. Want to see a video with the supposed GF? I do too. Teacher twerking her ass off? Hulk Hogan interview about racist accusation. It was a Saturn? I guess I haven't seen a Saturn in a long ass time. I was wrong. Oh, I see. We're going down dangerous territories. Racism in MGTOW. He is actually a radical centrist. This guy fucking hates everybody. He's swinging. God fucking damn. He's swinging on everybody. Review Tech USA is a fucking bigot. He hates CM Punk. Holy shit. Wait. Review Tech USA's homophobic outburst? Maybe he changed his mind. Maybe he just look, times change. Maybe he changed his mind. Maybe he came around. He's like, you know, Mr. USA, I think you were right actually. What the fuck is this character? This guy's so unhinged. I don't understand. Oh my god.
That being said,
turn the
being very stupid in rushing this because this will turn out many gamers.
I think he's compatible in his head. He's just mad because he's told mad about the subject. You're probably right.
The gamers, such as naming the console the Wii U.
Go on.
Reggie thinking it isn't a good idea.
He got jilted by a Discord femboy?
The Nintendo Creators Program for YouTube.
No, see, I made that joke too. I said the same thing.
Censorship of certain games.
I don't know.
Trying to create the Super Nintendo CD with Sony. Sticking to cartridges.
Anyhow, yeah, I don't think his girlfriend's real. I'm gonna say it. Wait, hold on. If we just go to videos and then type search, right? If we click the search button, Vixie, right? Vixie the Ninja music video? I don't know if that's real. Vixie versus Danielle. That's like that's a render from WWE 2K fucking 25. Wait, oh my god, she's real. 12 years ago.
I'm against bully because I think it's wrong, and I've been bullied before, so I know how it feels. People that bully other students, whatever, should be put in jail or should have someone beat them up. And I don't think it's really cool at all because it just makes you look ugly. And
you know what? Bullying does make you ugly. It's so true. Thank you, Vixie. I really appreciate your insights on the subject. Vixie versus Kamala Harris. Okay, I was right. That was a 2K. That was like a 2K25 fucking like wrestler like a render. Because he's gonna make them fight in 2K. It's all AI music. Like that's a really startling like there are people out there now who only listen to AI music. Like they have completely like sworn off anything besides just AI music. Isn't that fucked up and scary? Is the whole the game this game here is definitely WWE 2K25 or some shit. 2K24. Yeah, see? Bro, Zuno era didn't end. It's fucked up. Hold on, what's Kamala Harris's walkout? I gotta hear her walkout theme. What song is that? Okay, so he tried to give her like the dumpy, shitty theme, like her like it's bad because she's gonna lose to Vixie, right? She's not as epic as Vixie. But that song's better because it's just a song probably played by like real musicians and not like a shitty AI. So it's just kind of a self-own. I don't know. This is weird. We are like we're like criticizing. I say we. It's me. I'm trying to pick apart like the actions of a severely mentally ill man online. Oh my god. Whoa. Why is the whole ring? Oh my god, wait, that song. That it is this machine from Sonic Heroes. No way. It's like a weird remix. That's nuts. Alright, we gotta stop this. We've seen all there is to see here. What a fucking character. Now look at this character. That's way better. Oh my god. Alright, are we done here for the day? Any more links before I skedaddle? God. What a day. Let's see. Oh, just the title? I'll see it. Cuckman Phil edition. I see. I know. I know exactly where this guy hangs out. I have a vague notion of where this guy hangs out. Is that nickname? Oh my god. Running Bulldog instantly? Dude. He really is anti-everything. My god. Wait, this is a Power Rangers song. That's definitely the vocalist that sings all the Power Rangers songs. Yeah, you hear it? He's doing the thing that thing that he always does. What's this? Holy fuck. I'm in awe at the shape of this guy. Absolutely fucking crazy. Look at more of his videos and all the Vixie voices are clearly AI general. Holy fuck. No way.
And to keep it to themselves.
Okay, well that's all I needed to hear just instantly. Okay. Okay, so that means... Oh my... Wait, this is a lot more grim. This is a lot more scary. That means that they may have been together, right? But then she left. And now... Oh my god. The implications here, they're quite harrowing. I don't know.
So catching woke male teacher sex predators are very difficult. Unless the predator goes searching online or if the victim speaks up, nothing will happen. So parents stay vigilant and keep track of what your kids do on their phones or on social media. Don't...
You know, we can all agree with that part at least. You know, maybe everything else she's saying, you know, can do with a little bit more, you know, like scrutiny. But maybe you should look at your kid's phone every now and again. This is psychotic. What the fuck is this guy?
allow adults to speak to them one-on-one.
I'm closing this. Let's see, what was the hater video? I don't remember where that one is. I mean, I could just like search. I'll just search for haters. Haters. This one?
Hello.
Oh yeah.
This is the real us.
What? Huh?
Yep, that's Vixie. I'm Ninja X. And
Vixie.
yeah, you haters say that she was AI, but look, there she is.
Definitely real.
Well, there she is.
All real, all freaking real. So
I guess that answer.
yeah.
I guess they're still together.
It's like.
But then I don't know. Maybe she's not that articulate. You know, she's not very well spoken. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not like she's, you know, it's not I'm saying she's a horrible person that she can't speak eloquently or anything. But that's his mom? That's scary. I don't like that. That's really fucked up. I don't know. I don't want to imagine. I reject that. No. I reject that because I don't want to imagine. I just don't want to think about like just like this severely autistic man asking his mentally deficient mother in this scenario. This would be the scenario. I'm not saying she is right now, like verifiably so, but I'm saying the scenario she must be to pretend to be his girlfriend online. I just don't want to imagine that. I reject that. I refuse. I just don't want to think about that. I just don't want to imagine that. I just don't want to think about that. It just makes me sick. now that AI is on the table, suddenly it's his mom. You guys don't want to let a young man have a beautiful girlfriend. Look, they've been together for 12 years.
Yeah, she's not very comfortable with this mask on, you know. That's why she doesn't do live action videos, you know.
But I'm proving it today to show you guys that I'm real.
Yeah.
And it's legit.
Yeah.
It's legit.
And see, you can hear her real voice because
you hear my voice.
Yeah, that's the same voice you heard on the.
That's not the same voice we hear. No. Listen, I'm willing to lend you some concessions. However, that is very clearly not the same voice we heard dunking on the woke teachers, whatever the fuck she was talking about.
The first video that she did.
Recognize my voice, guys?
Yeah.
She looks high as hell.
But yeah, and so she's not AI, so you know, just fuck off with that.
This is a scary.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But yeah, she does help me out with behind the scenes stuff like, you know, writing scripts.
So maybe it could be his mom.
Or,
go on and kiss her then.
You know, writing the lyrics to some of them.
Doesn't want to take the mask off.
Yeah.
You can't kiss, silly.
Sure do.
Anyway.
But just shut this outside because he can never get a girl into his man cave.
See you next time with a better video.
Yes.
Old.
See ya.
See you.
What if that's just like one of his neighbors? And he like pays her to like just pretend that everything about this is just so I don't know. It's just this is really sad. This is bumming me out. It's just like wow, this is really fucking this is harrowing. This is just grim. I don't know how else to put it. Starts playing shitty AI music. Oh god. That is terrifying, man. It's really scary. That's all I could say at this point. It's just that scary. We live in a scary world where scary things can happen all the time. You know? You just gotta keep on moving, you know, you can't let the scary thing stop you. Merciful heavens. Bros. Thank you for tuning in. If you're for a little bit, for a lot of it, if you chatted, if you didn't, if you looked at Berserk, I had fun. Tomorrow is the final day of the marathon of scariness. Can you believe it? We've had our ups and our downs. Mostly downs. I don't think mostly downs. He's being dramatic. Yeah. I think you'll be pleased with tomorrow's game. I have to go stop talking as soon as I can, because I have a lot more talking to do tomorrow. Would you believe it? A lot of reading. I'm not sure if a lot. An ample amount of reading, I'd imagine. Certainly. But at least there's downtime compared to, like, reading a book. You know? You understand. Where do I send you now is the question. I don't know. I just get bag. There you go. Treat him well. Remember that you would treat me, etc., etc. I will see you all tomorrow. Same mook time, same mook place. Bye-bye.
Alley-oop!